Hello everyone, welcome to the third International Teachers' Voice Marathon. And today we're going to be listening to 14 amazing speakers. Me, Eva Tatarova and Olga Zhdan are your hosts. So in case you have any kind of questions, please type them into the chat box and we'll be more than happy to help you. Ola?
Hi everyone, we are really glad to see you here. So this is, as you remember, the third international online marathon. And we all believe that here today you will have a chance to see lots of useful tips you will be able to, let's say, include in your classroom as soon as possible.
That's great. I assume that you can see this slide. So the question is, where are you joining us from? And I can see hello from Georgia. Hello, Georgia. Hello, Kazakhstan. Hello, Greece. This is our speaker for today, Mr. George Raptopoulos. Hello, India. Yeah,
Wow.
Thank you, Natia. Hello, Ukraine. I'm happy to see you here. Thank you for joining us. And while you're typing, I'd like to remind you that it would be nice if you could keep the conversation going. So please post on social media using our hashtag SRTV3. You can share your pictures, you can share your quotes, you can share what you're learning with Teachers' Voice Marathon. And actually, please don't forget to tag us on Instagram at sr.teaching. So get creative and let your voice be heard. And now I'd like to invite a person who did just huge job to allow this event happen. So please meet our partner from Georgia, Miss Tamar Galidza. Hello, Tamar.
Hello.
Hello. So let me
How's
greet you.
everything?
It's okay. Everything is fine. Yes, so we are very excited to be here and waiting for this great marathon. Congratulations in advance.
Okay.
So,
thank you, Tamar. Just would you like to just give a piece of advice to all who are going to watch this marathon today?
yes, of course. First of all, I would like to greet all my colleagues, representatives of academia. I see many familiar faces. At the same time, I would like to greet students, my just dear friends. So let me cordially greet you all from sunny Batumi, like at the Black Sea side in Georgia. And I would like to definitely thank you for somehow finding time and deciding to join us. And at the same time to share some great speakers, the experience, and like at the same time, so enjoy the day with SR Teaching and Learning third marathon. So, and at the same time, I would like to tell you that pandemic once again showed to the whole mankind, in particular to EFL community, that united we stand definitely and divided we fall. Because we teachers and educators and instructors of EFL community somehow we were able to demonstrate to the world that without lifelong learning and without continuous professional development, nothing can be achieved. And on the contrary, during pandemic, we strengthened all our efforts and we definitely joined our hands international. That's what I felt and that's what I definitely benefited from immensely. But I am more than convinced that even after the pandemic, so all these like best practices of online teaching and all these elements will be maintained, and definitely this will be integrated into our teaching practice. But of course, at the same time, I'm really proud that we teachers, and at the same time, so I'm not going to compare myself to medical workers, but we were somehow standing in the very front line, supporting each other with whatever we could, with free webinars, CPD activities, and unconditional support. That's why pandemic once again showed to us that we as 21st century citizens, we should be all the time equipped with soft skills like resilience, adaptability, in tandem with our creativity, innovation, and we should never stop professional continuous development. So at the same time, so today's event is really special. And I would like to just call all the participants, all the viewers of all these marathons that this event really is special to its unique participants from many, many countries of the world. And I am at the same time really honored, and I'm really happy that all our friends agreed unconditionally and they express a willingness to share the best teaching experience and research experience to all of us. And let me once again somehow call and upon urge you to use this opportunity for networking, use this chat, proactively establish new contacts, ask questions, and once again, so never stop joining our Hands International, because we are all in this together, referring to our great friend, Alistair, who will be last speaker. So I wish all the participants, all my EFL colleagues at the same time, like my idol teachers, best of luck. At the same time, I would like to wish all the viewers great enjoyment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear Tamar.
Thank you, Tamar. And I'd like to announce that on the 28th of June, we're going to have an international seminar for different universities. So if you feel that you'd like to participate, because this seminar will be free and it will be on Zoom, please drop us a line on sr.teachinglearning@gmail.com, and then we will send you the official invitation letter. The only one thing for you to know that we can accept just only 10 teachers, 10 lecturers from each university. So we would be more than happy to have you on board and see you, because the tutors, the presenters for this seminar are Paul Harvey from the UK. As you know, he's our top trainer. And as you can see, Miss Tamar Dalitze. Thanks, Tamar, again for joining us. Okay.
Thank you, and bye. Bye.
Okay. Yeah. Bye, Tamar. See you.
So
okay,
we
guys,
have a lot of countries joining us.
Yeah, we have a lot of countries. Yeah, you can see that we have Kazakhstan, India, Ukraine, Uzbekistan, New York, Albany, the USA, so many countries.
Spain,
thank you
Malaysia.
For joining us. Malaysia. Yeah, guys, here's the question for you. If you could describe the last school year in one word, what would it be? Unless do you have any ideas? How would you describe the last school year in one word?
You know, the first word that comes into my mind is, I guess, confusing. Because yes, the first half of it was like perfect, I would say, because there were not so many online classes. Yeah, mostly offline ones. But then during the second half of the year, so we had lots of online classes. Yes, that's why I can't get it. Did I like this year? How was it to me? So not so bad, but not perfect, I would say. So how was it to you?
Yeah, actually, it's completely the same. And as you can see, people are answering just challenging, tiresome. Yeah, and I believe that we had the same year, all of us. It doesn't matter what country we are from. Yeah, again, we have challenging, exhausting, and inspiring. That's wonderful. And you know, today you will have lots of questions before each presenter. So the first question for you, these are the definitions from the Cambridge Dictionary. And as you can see, the first one, this is something. This is a period of time in which a person is taught about a subject or how to do something. What do you think? What do you think what it might be? So, and the second one, I can hear with the second line while people are answering.
So you may give your ideas in the comments.
Yeah, please type in the chat box. What do you think? What's the for which word this definition is? We still have the ideas about the last year being challenging and busy. Thank you, Rina. Yeah, challenging, definitely, completely agree.
So we're so different and still.
So Victoria said that it could be academic year or term. And Ola, can you see the correct answer?
Yeah, we have it. Yeah, it's a lesson.
This is the answer. It's a lesson. So let us introduce the first session for today. The first one is 5 lessons I've learned from my students. And the presenter here, Della.
Just a few words about the person I guess you all know. So Hugh Dalla is a London-based teacher, course book writer, and teacher trainer. He has over 25 years experience in the English language teaching field. Hugh Dalla is a co-founder of Lexical Lab. It's a platform for teachers who are interested in a lexical approach to teaching. You can find different resources, publications, and forthcoming courses there. Hugh Dalla has co-authored 2 5-level general English courses. Outcomes I really like. Perspectives includes talks from TED and innovations published by National Geographic Learning. Moreover, Innovations was nominated for ESU Award and 2 ELTs. So let's welcome Hugh Dalla.
Hello, Hugh.
Hey,
Hello.
hello.
Happy to see you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, we can hear you
Hello.
perfectly.
Wonderful.
Thank you for joining us. Guys, you're watching, and well, I have just presented the speaker, but I'd like to ask you, if you know about Lexical Lab, please put 10 into the chat box. And if it's the first time you hear about Lexical Lab or Outcomes, just put 1. So I just want to know how many people don't know about Lexical Lab, because for me it's just like world famous organization for teachers.
Yeah. It's like Eurovision among teachers.
Yeah.
You're embarrassing me.
No, not yet.
Is that to come?
Yeah, the best is yet to come. Yeah, so we're giving you the floor. Thank you for joining us, and see you in 20-25 minutes. We are here. Just enjoy your session.
Okay. So thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me to be here. Hello, everyone out there around the world. Greetings from a fairly cold and fairly grey North London. So, as you can see, what I'm going to be talking about is something called 5 lessons I've learned from my students. And it's a strange talk in a way, because I think as a teacher trainer and as someone who's written a methodology book, Teaching Lexically, co-written a methodology book, I would love to believe that the most developmental encounters that teachers actually have in their careers are with people like me. However, the teacher in me knows that this simply isn't true. I know that conference talks and workshops and blog posts and books and things like that can help you to clarify what you've been feeling about your own practice. Sometimes they may even challenge your beliefs. They may start you off down a road that you hadn't previously realized existed. But I think it would be deceitful of me not to admit that the people teachers learn most from are our students. And there's an old Latin proverb that some of you may know: by teaching, we learn. And I guess why I think students are our best teachers is because they're very, very good at pointing out when we've done something daft, when we've crossed a line. They let us know when we're not up to scratch, and they point us towards better practice. We may not always thank them at the time, but I think our students generally provide us with the best feedback on what we do that we're ever going to get. So what I'm going to try and do is just run through 5 encounters with 5 different students and explain what I learned from each one. So first up, Francesco. When I first started teaching, my very first class was a thing of wonder. I walked in, I told them I was their new teacher, and I had to fend off this nagging voice in the back of my head telling me that they would never believe me. There were 7 students, all from different Asian countries in this group, places that I'd never met anyone from before: Indonesia, Thailand, South Korea, Taiwan, Vietnam, Malaysia, and I think, if memory serves, Mongolia. So I asked names, I asked where everyone was from, I introduced myself, and then I got started on the lesson when suddenly the door flew open and there stood this kind of cartoon, stereotypical macho man, shirt undone to the ribs, medallion, hairy chest, the works. He announced himself by saying, "Francesco Cillotto from Milano," to which I replied, "Hi, Hugh Della from London. You're late, Francesco." He bristled slightly and walked into the room, had a look around and then said, "Ah, it's all Japanese students." It was at this point I realised very quickly I was facing a crunch moment. If I failed to deal with this, I would lose all the Asian kids in the group. If I went in too heavy-handed, I would lose Francesco. So, in a split second, I said, "Yeah, close, but not quite, actually. This is Budi. He's from Indonesia, which is not technically Japan. And this is Nanju, who's from South Korea. Also, not technically Japan. This is Hamsarum, who's from Mongolia, which isn't Japan." At the end, I finished by saying, "And sorry, Francesco, which bit of Spain were you from?" At which point he said, "I am from Italy." "Oh, it's important to you where you're from." "Okay, it's important to everybody where they're from. So probably best not to make assumptions, eh?" What I learned from this was the importance of troubling trouble before trouble troubles you. Having survived this baptism by fire, I was able to survive similarly testing encounters over the years to come. I'm not suggesting this is the only way of dealing with this kind of situation, but it worked for me. And this combination of stern and serious and kind and inclusive has stood me in good stead over the years. I think that if you fail to develop ways of ensuring parity and equality in class, if you fail to ensure that your students aren't allowed to offend or abuse each other, or at least that they don't get to do so without being aware of the fact that you've noticed and you're not impressed, if you fail to do all of these things, basically what starts to happen is classes slip out of your control, factions develop, you end up with mutiny emerging among different groups, you get upset, you get anger, you get complaints, you possibly even end up getting dismissed. All of which really ought to suggest that we start taking our innate conflict management abilities a bit more seriously on initial training courses, on CELTAs, on deltas, etc. And at least allowing some space as part of our training for discussion of how and when we'll deal with conflicts. Next up, Luigi. As a young native speaker teacher, I was particularly concerned, overly concerned, with grammar. This was mostly due to the fact that I didn't really know very much about how English worked myself. I never studied grammar in any kind of formal way at school. I'd only done a few basic input sessions on my 1-month CELTA course. And to begin with, I was surviving by staying one step ahead of my students. I was reading the grammar notes at the back of the book I was using the night before class. And then when students challenged me in class and said, "Why can't I say I've been there yesterday?" I would just repeat the line from the back of the book and say, "We don't use the present perfect simple with a definite past time marker." I was basically blagging it. I was winging it. I was surviving day by day, as you do. Now, I had this intermediate class with several Italian students in, and they were obsessed with grammar. "Is this the subjunctive?" they would ask. "How can we use the pluperfect?" And I would be terrified of all these words I didn't really understand at this time. They also got frustrated because they kept making mistakes with the present simple. Now, these days, I would just say, "Don't worry about it. It's pretty simple. It's about the present. You've studied it before. You'll get better at using it over time." Back then, though, I didn't know what I know now. So one night I went home and I read up on 14 different uses of the present simple in a few different grammar books. I noted them all down and I came to class early the next day. I wrote my 14 examples up on the board and I waited. As the students came in, I started explaining all of these different uses. Here, it's the present simple to talk about things that are always true. Here, it's the present simple for a timetable in the future. As I got going, the students' eyes started glazing over. They started falling asleep. After the first 4 or 5 sentences, Luigi interrupted me and said very kindly, Hugh, this is very interesting, but what do you want me to do with this information? Now, as soon as he asked me this question, I realised my answer was mad, basically, because my answer was, listen, remember it, and never make mistakes with the present simple again. That's not going to happen, is it? What was I thinking? The moral I learned from this situation, grammatical accuracy isn't learned from lectures. It's learned slowly over time, through experience and through exposure. And no amount of lecturing or massed practice is going to change that. Third up, Juliana. Also, quite early on in my teaching career, I was using Headway Intermediate for about the 10th time or so, I suspect, and I was already quite familiar with the material. I was doing this exercise on narrative tenses one day, and in the book were 4 sentences, which, sadly, I've now got stuck in my brain, probably until my dying day. The sentences were, the phone rang while I had a bath. The phone rang while I was having a bath. The phone was ringing while I had a bath. The phone was ringing while I was having a bath. I put students in pairs and asked them to discuss the difference in meaning. I went round and, they were basically saying, in this one, phone ringing, bath starting, finishing, same time. A bit weird, but that's what it means. I'm sure many of you have passed many happy hours in such riveting activities. Anyway, there I was, armed with my timelines and my concept questions, ready to go through the answers. I started off and got the expected answers, pointed to my timeline, gave my little mini lecture, when suddenly one of my Brazilian students, Juliana, interrupted and said, yeah, Hugh, I get that all of these are possible. I get that grammar gives us choices. It's all about choice. But which one would you say? Which one is the most common? I looked at the sentences again. I read them aloud to myself. And I realised in a flash that I would never say, I had never said, and I'd never heard anybody ever say any of those sentences ever in my life. And the only possible thing I could imagine saying that involved telephones and baths was maybe, hey, I tried to ring you yesterday. Yeah, sorry, I was in the bath. So what did Juliana teach me? She taught me that just because a sentence is possible, it doesn't mean it's probable. It doesn't mean it's useful. And students want us to teach them not just the possible, but the probable. And obviously with the outcome series as a course book writer, what we've tried to do is to ensure that as much of the language as possible that we introduce in the book isn't just possible English, it's probable English. Next up is Hui. Now, Hui was a lovely Chinese bloke in his early 40s who I taught at University of Westminster. Over the course of a year, he moved from a weak pre-intermediate to a strong upper intermediate, and he was a real joy to have in class. One day we were doing tutorials where I would discuss face-to-face individually with each student, their progress, what kind of study they were doing at home, any issues or problems that they had with the classes, with life in London. And I asked Hui how he was doing, how he was finding the classes. And he began by saying, understanding English is very easy. which obviously made me beam with pride as I reflected on what a good job I must be doing with my explanations and my grading of the language. However, he then added, I know there's always a however, right? However, remembering English is difficult, very difficult. Well, what I took away from this was the overwhelming importance of memory when it comes to language learning. The way that in one class, students can meet language, understand language, use that language correctly in context, and then the next class, they can act like they've never seen or heard that language before in their lives. It made me recognize the responsibility I have as a teacher to build in both formal revision sections to my classes and to my courses and to the coursebook materials that I'm involved in crafting, but also to ensure more covert, more implicit recycling of language through my board work, through my examples, through my teacher talk, and so on. As the famous saying goes, memory is genius. I just wish I could remember who said that quote in the first place. But there you go, you can't have everything. Finally, maybe the most transformational student I've ever had in my life, which was Abdi. Abdi was a Somali guy that I once taught in one of my elementary classes. And it was a very odd elementary class, consisting of him and 6 Chinese guys who all worked for the Ministry of Education in Hebei province. Now, Abdi had been in the UK for a few years. I knew that he'd arrived as a refugee and he'd picked up a smattering of English through working as a taxi driver. But he was basically stuck and was clearly feeling a bit weird, a bit out of place in this class. One day, one of the students came to class late and burst into class saying, "Oh, sorry, late, underground, many people, no can breathe, I want to die." And this was one of the more interesting things which had ever happened in this class. So I stopped and said, okay, glad you're here. I'm glad you're okay. I'm happy. I'm glad. Let's look at how to say this better. And we ended up with, sorry, I'm late. The underground was really crowded. I could hardly breathe. I thought I was going to die. And when I taught this expression, all the Chinese guys started kind of repeating it, like, I thought I was going to die. I thought I was going to die. Very useful. And this intrigued me. So I said, okay, you like this expression? Very useful. Okay, so just quickly, 2, 2, 3, a time when I thought I was going to die. All the Chinese guys had these insane stories about falling off fishing boats when they were kids, nearly getting hit by high-speed trains when they were drunk coming back from job interviews. And it went on and on for like 20 minutes, half an hour. It was great. The best thing that had ever happened in class. Suddenly, at the end of all of this, Abdi, who was usually quite quiet, suddenly said, I have a story. Over the next 10 minutes, with a lot of help from me, a lot of questions, a lot of rephrasing and reformulating, he told the story of how he'd been a basketball player back in Somalia. And one day, coming back from a game, his team had been ambushed by guerrilla fighters. Everyone else in the team had been killed. He'd had a gun put in his mouth. He'd been told to go back to Mogadishu and tell them what had happened. And that was the day he decided to leave Somalia. From this, 3 or 4 amazing things happened. One of the Chinese guys got up and gave him a big hug and said, not to worry, finished now. And then all the Chinese guys stood up and gave him this kind of group hug. And they all stood there shaking and crying. I ended up rewriting the story on the board and worrying slightly, like, is the level too hard? Are they ready for, we were ambushed by guerrilla fighters at elementary level? Did I use used to too much? A week later, I heard one of the Chinese students telling almost word for word the whole story to a Japanese girl in the canteen. And as we were working through the course book, when we came to things like used to, my students would all say, like Abdi used to be a basketball player. Passive, like we were ambushed, They also became really, really close. The Chinese guys used to go and play mixed nationality basketball with the Somali guys out in the East End of London. And it became a really, really, really tight-knit group. What did I learn from this? Well, even incredibly low-level students have amazing stories that they can share. And sometimes going off-map, off-road, away from the course book takes you to the most interesting places. Students can learn to use grammar and vocabulary that they haven't had formally presented to them yet. And reformulation, rewording, helping students to say what they're trying to say better is an incredibly powerful and important tool to practice in the classroom. So, I've said enough already. I hope some of this has struck a chord with you, resonated with you. Please do check out my website, my company, www.lexicallab.com, to find out more about the classes we offer now. And I hope that for all of you in your own classes, you're lucky enough to have students who help you realise the errors of your ways and who teach you some useful life lessons as you're going along with your own teaching. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the marathon.
Thank you. And we have one question, if you could just pay attention to. So as you can see on the screen, there is a question. Could we say that while delivering lessons, we are not teaching, but we are learning to be better students? And students are the best source for professional development.
I wouldn't say that we're not teaching, but I would say we're not only teaching, okay? I think if you're in a classroom and you're not teaching, you're doing something wrong. You know, you need to be doing some teaching as well. And in a way, all of the things that I learned from my students, I learned while I was trying to teach to the best of my abilities at that time. At the same time, as you're teaching or trying to teach, you are, of course, also learning. And I don't know if you're learning to be better students, but you're learning to be better teachers. And what you learn from your students is where you're going wrong and what you could be doing better, I think. And, you know, the feedback that you get from your students is always going to be the most useful and the most important feedback, even if it won't always be pleasant or easy for you to receive at the time that you're receiving it. You need to process it, think about it, reflect on it, and build on what comes back from your students.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd like to remind you about that webpage, lexicallab.com. And if you're interested in online teacher development courses, please visit that webpage and you can find these amazing courses like Plan Smarter and Get the Most from your course book, which seems to be amazing. Teaching languages at low levels. I've already participated and it's perfect. And the new course, Teaching Listening Better. So I do hope that we'll see each other during doing those courses. Thank you very much for these 5 lessons. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being with us. And hopefully we will see each other rather soon. Thank you.
So. Thank you. Take care, everyone. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. So let's move on.
Let's move on. So again, as usual, I have some kind of task for you. As you can see here, we have 3 sayings, and yellow boxes. I decided to code these sentences. So what you should do, just please read the sentences and give us your ideas. Which word should be used instead of these yellow boxes? What do you think? So, Ola, can you read the first one? But please do not read the correct answer.
No worries. So the first one is have patience. All things are before they become easy. The second one is the human voice is the most beautiful instrument of all, but it is the most to play. And the last one, which sounds like it is our attitude at the beginning of a task, which more than anything else will affect its successful outcome. So how do you think? Oh, and we can see the correct answer here from
And the
Perky.
correct Perky Prancing Unicorn. This is the correct answer. The word is difficult, and this is the reason why. So now we're going to listen to a wonderful presentation, a guide to studying for difficult courses, which will be delivered by George Reptopoulos. Ola?
So George Reptopoulos is he has been active in teaching English as a foreign language since 1981 and has taught across the board and to all ages in many institutions in Greece. He has also served as a supply teacher in primary education in the UK and served in various positions in summer centres in the UK. He holds a BA in English language and literature from Aristotle University, Thessaloniki, Greece, Sultan Delta, and he has qualified teacher status in the UK. He is a founding member of TESOL Macedonia, Thrace, Northern Greece. At present, he is a director of studies at the Thessaloniki branch of Real Education, a major private language school organization in Greece. So let's welcome George here.
Hello, George. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear us? Yeah.
Yes, of course I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Just
I can't see myself, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. So
yeah, I can see myself. Right.
So I'm adding your presentation to the screen. If you could only put it in a presentation mode, a full screen presentation.
Am I sharing? Yes, I believe.
You are sharing, and just put it in a presentation mode. Just as usual, we can press F5 or...
Yeah. I don't know how to do that, so all right.
Okay, okay. So you can press F5. And
F5.
it will be...
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Is it working?
It should be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think it is.
It's not in a presentation mode, but I don't think that it's a problem. Yep. So the floor is yours. I'm wishing you luck, and we'll see each other in 20-25 minutes. I'm here. Okay?
All right. Now, first of all, I would like to thank you, Teachers Marathon, for inviting me. It's an honor. It's an honor to be one of so many very interesting speakers, and I would like to thank Hugh for beginning this. Hugh gave us great inspiration and great insight into teaching. Teaching is, well, very simply learning. What Hugh mentioned towards the end of his talk. We are all teachers, but we should all be learners. And it's learners that we should be looking at all the time, the learners that we teach, so that we learn from them, but also to become better learners ourselves and to better help those learners. Now, since we are talking about learning is a really complex thing. And generally, we all have a different idea of what a complex subject is and complex courses, because this is about complex courses and difficult courses. And it's mostly helpful to parents and students, of course. Now, have you ever met a student who can admit to enjoying all their classes? I don't think so. There are always going to be at least one class we wish we, as learners, we wish we did not have to take. And this makes us develop a biased way of studying for those classes. So what we do, we start preparing for those subjects weeks to the test or an exam, instead of doing it much earlier, and sometimes not studying at all, of course. So quite a few reasons why we consider some courses more difficult than others. And first, before you even think of doing a course, try to identify why you think a subject is challenging, because it will help you figure out how to prepare it and eventually succeed. So here are some basic reasons why we believe some courses are hard or difficult. First, you or we, or learners, or we as learners, heard that it was hard from someone else, or we don't understand the basics, or the coursework is bulky, there's so very much material, or we tried studying the course on our own without real help, or you just can't understand what the recommended text is, or you tried using a very impractical approach to learning. Now, because we all have different learning styles, we can understand certain subjects more effortlessly, almost effortlessly than others, almost without any effort at all. This automatically makes us tag some topics that are easy and some topics difficult or challenging or complex. For this reason, I'm going to give you 7 simple tips and I don't do that, of how to work. Now, first, understand the basics. When in university or before university, we may notice that most courses have prerequisites. Let's begin, for example. You want to study financial accounting. Now, before that, you must do the principles in accounting. And before you do advanced financial accounting, you must do financial accounting itself. So if you don't have a clear understanding of financial accounting, the basics, you will have a hard time moving on to advanced financial accounting much later. So many university courses follow this pattern. Beginning, something basic, then something more complex, something even more complex. What you do is, the best thing to do is to study previous concepts relating to the subject that you want to study. You can get some textbooks dedicated to clearing up these fundamental concepts. The advantages of reading these books will give you speed and make it easy for you to understand. Now, why? Because, first of all, they make it easy to learn essential concepts within a short period of time, and that's not much time we have. So even before you start, you read these things and move on to your high-level books. So when you go through the coursework for your class, you may notice a few familiar topics, things you've seen before. Some of them you may have been covered as back as secondary school. So the only difference between what you learned then at secondary school, for example, and what you learn now is that the subject is taught at the higher level. And because of that, the questions are more complicated. So, however, if you understand the basic concepts that are taught, the complex levels shouldn't be much of a problem later. Then, skim through the coursework. It is easy to get discouraged when trying to study a tricky subject. However, you must go through the course materials if you want to pass later. But first, study. So on the first go, quickly skim through the materials. There's nothing to worry. You don't have to understand everything at this stage, do you? Your goal is to understand the framework of the subject, and skimming is an effective way to do this. By the end of your skimming exercise, well, you may also, you will have an idea of the topics and subtopics of your syllabus, and you might even remember exactly what you have to study and what you have to learn under each topic when you study the basics. So this is the first step. The second step is to attempt past questions. All right, I know they may sound, how can I put it? That may sound attempting past questions crazy, But you've just finished going through your coursework. You maybe a topic or two unwillingly, you didn't like them. So what are the odds that you're ready to start tackling the questions of those topics? Well, the truth is you're not. You're not, definitely not ready. At this stage, your goal isn't to solve any questions on your own. Instead, it's to tackle them, to understand better how your teacher acts their examination questions and sets their examination questions on the topics that are tested. It will also give you an idea of what topics are treated and are tested repeatedly. The process will help you develop some interest in the course, because you will be interested in the course once you start reading about it. So at this point, the concepts are less alien to you, and you have an idea of the semester's coursework, the next semesters, and how the lecturer examined these topics in the past. So after you complete this step, you have understood the course better, and this will play a role in making it seem less complicated. Then read the topics again. So immediately after you finished attempting the past questions, reread the topics. Rereading the coursework is easier than the first time because you have just become interested in it, all thanks to the explanations you got from solving previous questions. So when you reread the subject at this stage, you can relate the questions to the relevant topics that they were extracted from. Your thinking level is increased, and you also become more focused and also attentive during the second reading. Now, this will help you pick any essential details you missed the first time. You also get a deeper understanding of the subject from the second reading, because your mind will begin to develop questions as you read. And of course, as you create these questions, you answer them, and this helps you remember those concepts better. It's essential to use study techniques like highlighting and underlining, just like every kind of good studying, or you can use sticky notes or flashcards. The next phase is to pause, to recall, and to understand. So come back to the subject a week later, for example, or a month later, and give it a third reading. So pause after reading a few paragraphs and try to recollect the questions created and the ones you solved last week or last month. At this stage, it's essential to develop short notes as you study. Many benefits to developing short notes. Now, firstly, it will help you remember what you have studied better. Think of us as cementing the concepts in your mind. They also make revising for the subject less tedious, less boring. Rather than go through all those bulky class notes, you can review your own study notes as many times as needed to keep your mind fresh. The next step is to actually become a student before you become a student. Join a study group. Now, people may have told you the best way to learn something is to teach someone else, and it is true. It is absolutely true. Joining a study group is an effective way to study any subject, especially subjects you find difficult. So one benefit of joining a study group or discussion group, as you might call them, is that they make you think deeper and help you memorize better. Now, when you study in groups, it allows you to learn one's content in many ways. You may end up finding one perspective more straightforward to understand than the next. Another benefit of joining a study group is that you get to beat procrastination. Study groups have a regular meeting every week, usually, to study. The students who attend these meetings regularly are also sure of learning consistently. So you won't say, all right, I'll study later. No, you have to attend the meeting. A final benefit of joining a study group is that you get to fill learning gaps. When you compare your notes with other members, it's easier to spot mistakes you made on your own notes. Also, you can capture any details that you missed earlier on. So you can either form a study group yourself or join with your friends or other people that you know are joining the course. And but you must also find a study group that already exists. Finally, attempt past questions again. Now, try solving previous year's questions again. And at this point, you should be able to attempt with them without looking at your notes and your solutions and the answers. The key, the final step sums up your learning process. Finally, generally, and let me go to the next one. All right. Never start preparing early. Never start preparing before the exam, before you start the course. Start much earlier. So let's say that your school year, your semester begins in October. Start in June. This gives you ample time to revise, because you even begin the course. Avoid cramming. Last minute thing. So the only way to deal with any course is to understand it. Cramming, studying too many things in too little time, will make you lose it with the subject, and that's a guarantee. So then you only get stressed. That's it. So don't cram. Use highlighters when cramming. Use well, if you don't want to use a highlighter, underline, circle. And that's the way, because you want to focus on those critical ideas that you have circled, underlined, or highlighted. Now, there is not one book for every topic. There are many books. So feel free to refer to another book that discusses the same topic. This can help you understand the course even better because you see it from another perspective as well. And always aim to understand what you're studying for. Remember that if you don't know what you've signed up for, then things will be difficult. You can refer to online lectures on the subject, and so you can help you learn and not just read through. There are other people who have attended these lectures, and many of these lectures already online. And as a conclusion, there is no guarantee that all these steps will be helpful. So don't expect to try them all, and don't try them all at once, because you may find the process overwhelming. There is a saying that urges us to take one step at a time, and this is a wise saying. The best advice for everybody. So try, take out, use all these tips one at a time. Dedicate a week to trying one tip, nothing else. See how it works for you. If you find it helpful, continue with it and try to turn it to the habit. If it isn't helping you and making any progress, just drop it. Try another tip. And that concludes my talk. If you have any questions, I would like you to feel free to ask.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And as Tamara Dalitsa mentioned in the chat box, love the tips, really useful, dear George. It's indeed better to tackle the anticipated problems of difficulty at earlier stage. And I do agree with her ideas. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really useful, and I do hope that we'll be able to see you again for our courses, and maybe it will be possible for us to have some kind of further collaboration. So we would like to have that later on.
I would like that very much too.
Thank you. As you can see, people are typing, just feeling grateful for your presentation. Thanks a lot. Okay, and see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on down. So what we're going to have the next thing. Now I want to share my screen, And you will see the next slide, and the question is, you will see lots of pictures, the pictures of different books, and the question is, what do they have in common? So are you ready for that? Ola, are you ready for that?
Yeah. I am.
Okay, as you can see, yeah, so we're waiting for the answers. I think that everything is pretty obvious right now.
So let's wait
Can
for the
you track
participants.
Yeah. So I'm waiting for the first one, the first comment, as soon as we have it, because it's just not that difficult. While waiting, we can see the comments like hello from Lviv, thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, and here's the first answer. All of them, they have one thing in common, and it's about feedback. And I would say that sometimes for teachers, feedback is something overwhelming because we have so many kinds of feedbacks. As you know, we can have informal feedback, formal feedback, formative, summative, student peer feedback, student self-feedback, constructive, and all those negative, positive, negative feed forward, positive feed forward. So there are lots of things when we're talking about feedback. And now we are going to listen to the wonderful presenter who'll be talking about feedback as part of assessment. So in a second, we'll be having a presenter, Ms. Gulnara Gurbanova from Azerbaijan. Ola?
So Gulnara, KS2 coordinator and teacher trainer at Oxbridge Academy of Baku, Azerbaijan, is experienced hat with a demonstrated history of working in the education management industry, skilled in non-profit organizations. English is a second language, ESL, classroom management, lesson planning, and editing. Strong professional, graduated from International Business School. She is a primary teacher, English, Science, Social Studies, PSHE, Art, and trainer with over 28 years of experience. Gulnara Gurbanova also is a youth camp leader and counselor, children and adults. She used to work with PYP, IB, Cambridge, and Pearson curriculums.
Okay. Hello, Gulnara.
Hi,
Happy
everyone.
to see you.
Hello.
I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Eva? Yes, great.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can see you. Everything is perfect. And your presentation.
Can you see my Ukrainian necklace here?
Looks perfectly on you.
It's just for checking the sound. A little bit of advertisement. Okay, today is, hi everyone, and today is our special day for our country. It's Republic Day. I have Azerbaijani flag and greetings made by students, by the way, students of our school. And I'm so excited and happy to be with you. Thank you for inviting me to join amazing teachers marathon and be with all of you. And it doesn't matter how many years you teach, every time, even now, I'm so excited, little bit nervous, because when you work online, always something can happen. The same happened to me today, and I asked Eva to share my presentation. I hope it will minister, it will help some of you. Of course, as Eva mentioned, feedback is a huge topic and it has high to Georgia, to all countries. And feedback is a very big topic, very important, but unfortunately, we don't have enough time and I can't tell you about all the aspects of feedback, all of the main things, but I try to do my best for a few minutes. As I mentioned before in many trainings, education is about relationship between students and parents, and also teachers and parents, teachers and students. It's like triangle. I call it educational trinity. So we all are communicating together and we need each other every time. As a social media person, and I know that all of you have Instagram, Facebook accounts, and lots of different accounts, YouTube accounts, we also wait for feedback every time we post something new. We're reading all the comments, and we are inspired by good, actually encouraging comments, and we can move forward and do our best in the future. The same about, can we move on, Eva? Sometimes I will say something to Eva. I'm so sorry. I have two computers in front of me in case if one of something happens to one, I have another one. So feedback mainly is for encouraging each other, lifting up, showing the way how to do things, not only correcting mistakes, but also encouraging, lifting up, and showing the way. In education is like making our student, the learner, to be aware of standard of performance and areas of improvement. In Oxbridge Academy, we have 4 times a year, we have report cards where we have 2 comment sessions. One is for areas of excellence and areas of improvement. It's our formal, let me say, official feedback to our written feedback to students by the end of each term. And they know the areas they could succeed, but in areas of improvement, we try to specify the things they have to work on, the things they have to improve in the future. Sometimes I read comments like, he is a great boy, for example. We never use it actually, any like characteristics for students, but for example, and then areas of improvement, we never write anything clear, like meaningful for parents and students to understand what the steps to take in the future. That's why we have to be really, as Eva also mentioned, specific when we give our feedback. Could we move on? Then I chose this topic because we had a very big book project, and I will share on one of my slides the real actual work of our students. You will see it. As many of you know me, I like to play with participants. I like activities. I like active play, and being online was really challenging for me because I'm like interpersonal teacher. I like to communicate. That's why it was tough. But at the same time, online teaching showed us one more time that the importance of feedback, because students, they couldn't see us actually, but they needed to know what to do next and how to move. So feedback improves students' motivation, corrects mistakes. I will talk about mistakes a bit more. I'm trying to do it faster, manage the time at the same time. I'm sorry if I'm moving a little bit faster, and provides reinforcement of what's been learned. So speaking about mistakes, we all are, especially teachers with Soviet background, we love to correct mistakes of our students. We love to point out to any little mistake they have. The same about students, because parents, they had the same background with us. I don't like to use red pen when I write my feedback on the students' work, paper works. I like to use green or whatever color they choose. What I really loved in Hugh Deller's first presentation, that he talked about the importance of learning from students as well and involving them into our teaching process. So when you correct mistakes, try not to harm or humiliate your students, because we are the ones who plant the seeds, and we will reap what we really sow. Then next one, so types of feedback. I'm talking about really important. Can we move the slide, Eva? Thank you so much. So one-to-one individual, you understand it. When we explain students one-to-one, we tete-a-tete how to work, what are mistakes. I also, as a coordinator and head of primary for many years, now I'm coordinator and head of ESL in our school from this year as well. And I have to observe teachers. We give feedback, administration gives feedback to teachers too. And also we have uh, classmates feedback in the classroom, peer feedback, and we have feedback from our colleagues, administration. And hi to everyone. I can't clearly see the comments. I'm really apologize. I apologize. I'm sorry. I try to move on. So we have not specific general feedback, informal ongoing feedback, self-evaluation. So self-evaluation, I found it a bit challenging for our students because once they had to give feedback for their own work, it was really challenging and tough because everyone, most of the kids, they are perfectionists and they really want everyone to think that they are the best. I think it comes from home as well. Most of the students, especially in our culture, and they all, when we have self-evaluation time with them, they gave A+ to their own work, own performance, but unfortunately, they never give any, like in the beginning, once we started it, any good feedback to their friends. But what we do, as I told you once in Kiev, we share our expectations with children. We tell them that during this year, we will have different types of feedback in the classroom, not only from teachers, but also you can give your feedback to your classmates. And we teach them how to do this properly. So can we move? So we have different forms of the feedback. Written form of the feedback, I told you, annotation of a text, oral. I like it because when in the classroom, when you have oral discussion, feedback with the children, you can hear amazing ideas, awesome ideas from them, and most of them are useful. Merhaba to Turkey, hello to Turkey, and seminar discussion in groups, and also conversation with research supervisor. In our school, we have different types of report. We teach kids how to write different reports. Now we work on informational report, and we work on explanational report. So they learn how to research material, and of course they need supervisor who is helping them, supporting them throughout this project. So next one. So effective feedback, can we move, Eva? Effective feedback needs to be always clear, purposeful, and meaningful. So you need to explain why, for example, if it's a feedback for written feedback for unit test, for example, you need to explain why did you give this particular mark to your student. It should be really meaningful and purposeful. Can we move on? So how does the good effective feedback look like? So it has to be given in timely manner. Why? Because if you, for example, you gave unit tests, whatever project you had, and in 1 month you give, or in 2 weeks, even in 1 week you give your feedback, it's already irrelevant for your students. Especially if you have all inclusion, like all kids in your with special abilities, special need kids in your classroom, you know that you need to do everything on time. So students know why they have this mark, why they have this feedback. It should provide information how and why the student has met or they didn't meet their criteria, the criteria you gave them. I remember we worked on the project, video project, All About Me project, and I shared some videos with you once. And before I gave them this project, I told them that we will choose the best video. I gave them criteria. We actually created it together with kids, and we had to choose the best 3 videos amongst 3 big classes, year 4 classes. So once they know, or we have rubrics for different subjects. If you are English teachers, as you know, I'm not teaching only English. In primary, we have to teach all the subjects in the school. And so if you are English teacher, you definitely have special rubrics for writing assignments with different comments about grammar, about spelling and structure of the sentence. We share rubrics for particular writing assignments before we give this task to kids. So kids, they know, they even can paste it, or we keep it in Google Classroom now online. They see it, they have it, and they know why, for example, when we assess them, why they have a certain mark. So feedback also provides the strategies how to improve. As I told you before, in our reports, we have different comments. We have areas of improvement. If I say, for example, he doesn't speak English, for example, properly, I need to share with parents and students the strategies, how to improve my speech, how to improve my English. For example, by reading many books, by doing your homework, doing assignments, working with these projects. So give strategies to students. Don't leave them without any directions and ways out. Okay, it should be sensitive. It's my favorite point, to individual needs of your students. In our school, we have, I'm so happy, and Eva knows, and some of the Ukrainian teachers, they know that hi from Azerbaijan, great. So you know that in our school we have kids with dyslexia, with dyspraxia, with autism, with different types of needs. Now we have special department, special need department, with head from coordinator from UK, and I'm so happy. It was my dream. We have to be really sensitive to our students. And now I have to substitute one teacher in year 4 for 3 more weeks. And I didn't know students so well, but I heard that they have some students with special needs. And me, myself, I had to check their writings and their worksheets. And it was so difficult. I didn't put any mark, but I tried to encourage them with really positive comments. And next day, it was yesterday, when I heard that one child wanted me to stay in their class forever, I was so happy. It means that you can reach the goal if you encourage students to do better. Also, we like to work with students, extended students, according to Bloom's taxonomy, the students who have like bigger, greater potential, as you think. And we all love to work with these type of students. We don't have any problems with them. And if administration comes or any visitors, of course, we love to show them firstly these students. But as I told you, don't put so high expectation on whole class. Know that some kids, they have different speed. I don't want to use this comparison, but I could compare it to different types of cars. Mercedes, for example, and Zhiguli or some kind of Russian Soviet style car, they both are cars and they can reach the destination, but they have different speed. So each child has, I'm sorry for this maybe a little bit tough example, but it shows us kids are really different, they are unique, and they will reach the goal. They need our help and they need encouraging feedback. Can we move? Okay, this is my favorite. It's like compliment sandwich. You will remember it shows us clear how to give, how to share feedback. So first you give positive comment, like it's your first slide, then corrective feedback, and then encouraging comments. So you have 3 slices, and it really helps students to move forward. Remember compliment sandwich, you will remember it. Next one. So also you can ask kids to take some notes about their progression. We as teachers in our school and in different schools I used to work with, we had special notebooks with tracking of progression of the kids, and also we have it for students themselves. Students can see the progress they have. And when you work online, it's even better because each child can have it in their Google Classroom if you use Google Classroom. You can invite your colleagues to your class, to any lesson, and they can share their feedback with the students. And I hope they also encourage students. Actually, encouragement and like different ways to lift up people, build them up, really give amazing wings, I call it wings, for the future improvement and actually our future. If you encourage any person, even if you talk nicely with the plants and pets, animals, you will see the difference next. So students need our encouragement. Next. As I told, next, we can have tete-a-tete meetings with our students, one-to-one feedback. But I don't like to have it in the classroom while others are working, because students can really hear what you say, and they will definitely hear what you say. I remember when I talked to one of our colleague teachers from New Zealand, and our Georgian actually student, he said that, could you please talk a little bit louder? I can't hear you clearly. So students, they are listening to us. That's why I try to have feedback, set up the separate time for that. So if you plan written feedbacks as reports, for example, set up a time for providing really good one for your students. Okay, can we move next to next slide? Okay, this is 3 stages of effective feedback. I will, if you see my hands, I will show, because I love to use my hands, gestures. So feed up, it's like lifting up. It means, okay, what are the goals and where to go? Where to go, what are the goals? Feedback, I'm like pointing back, how I'm doing. Okay, up is what to do, what are the goals, and what are we doing, and this is how we're doing, feedback. And then feed forward, what are the next steps for improvement. Okay, up, back, and forward. So can we move to next slide? This is my favorite, and this is the 3rd year when I work in this school, I mean, on peer feedback projects. You know, I told you that students, once they have to give feedback to their friends, classmates, they are really very judgmental, and sometimes they can't give fair, just and specific feedback. That's why the role of the teacher is to model, to show them the way, provide them with rubrics and also criteria, and tell them how to give encouraging, specific, even with correction, feedback. Can we move to, you can see here, great job, best yet, keep it. Some kind of sticky notes you can use in your classroom. Sometimes what I like to do, I write this and I stick it on my students' desks before I start the lesson, and they really like it. Can we move to the next? Okay. I told Ismail yesterday, you can see Ismail is the name of a student who was observed by Aisha. So I told him that I will share about him a bit. He was so excited. He sends his greetings to all of you. And his mom doesn't want him to come to school. We have on-site lessons, 5 days lessons from the middle of May in Azerbaijan. But some parents, they don't let kids to come. So for him, it was really encouraging to hear that I will mention his name and his work. So we had a book project in our school, and we didn't finish. We still working. We have 3 more weeks till the end of June. And you know these methods, 2 stars and a wish. When kids wrote their story mountain or story map before writing the book, and they had comics and different types of illustrations, and classmates had to observe them and give their feedback to classmates, to friends. So 2 stars means 2 things I really liked about the book project Story Mountain, Story Map. What is Story Map? Is a structure plan for your written assignment, any project, written project. In about book, it should have character, setting, problem, beginning, middle, and end, 1 sentences for each. And Aisha wrote about Ismail. You can see it. I left it the way it was written by students. I didn't change anything. It is what they wrote. It's 4th grade. Ismail used capital letters, verbs, adjectives, and nouns. And it's 1st star. And 2nd star, Ismail also used interesting sentences that I can understand, but I wish what she wishes. It's like area of improvement. He forgot a full stop or comma in some sentences. My wish is that next time he will look carefully and check his sentences before turning in. Now, Azer is the child with dyslexia. I showed his video in Kiev. Azer was feedbacking to Haydar's story Mountain. Haydar is his friend, and he wrote that Haydar, he liked that monkey eat. See, because he is dyslexic, and it's really tough for him to understand what to do actually. But I'm so happy that he could manage it. I liked when monkey eat magic banana and became small. But he also I like his punctuation and spelling also. It's a progress really for this child to give this kind of comment. He picked up wrong words. I didn't change it. Picks up, grammar. Okay, picks up wrong words. My wish is him to next time to pick up better words. He's dyslexic. I wanted you to see that he is progressing. He is in our school. He's working with all the kids together. And the next slide, I don't know, Eva, am I keeping my time? Is it when I have to finish? I think I have time. So could you please play with me this short game? Draw a house. I will give you 1 minute. Can we do this, Eva? I don't know if we can do it. So draw a house very quickly. If you have pen and paper in front of you, please. You shouldn't be an artist to do this, just any way how you can do this. It doesn't matter. Just draw a house. When I say stop, stop, please, okay? In few seconds. Okay, stop, please. Eva, could you please show next the last slide? Can you see? I wrote down few things your house should actually have: chimney, door, trees, 3D shape, garage, pool, or pond. Do you have it on your house? If you have it, if you have chimney, you have 1 point. If you have door, 2 points. Trees, 3 points. And you can give self-assessment feedback to yourself first. And when you are in the classroom, you can give the same task to kids. Ask them to evaluate themselves first and see, do they have all these things on the picture? And why, if you have, for example, 3 of them, 5 points, 6 of them, 10 points. And they will understand why they have 5 points and why they have less points or more points. And then ask them to sit with their friends, classmates in pairs and check their drawing and give them also points and give them peer feedback. You can use this short activity for your class, for your students. And the last slide, I'm so happy to be with you here. Good luck to everyone. Thank you for listening to me. I don't know if it worked and how. Give me your feedbacks later, please. And is it useful for you? Thank you so much, Eva.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gulnara. And I should tell you, I should confess actually, that the person who was moving slides was Olga, not me, because we have so many screens
Olga,
sharing at
thank
the
you.
It's okay.
Anyway,
Thank you.
yeah.
You know, it's really tough when you can't do it by yourself. And I had internet problems with internet connection, and sometimes it happens when we teach online. But anyway, thank you so much. Good luck to all the speakers and all participants. Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye bye. Bye bye. And we're still having all those ideas. It was so informative session, dear Gula. Thank you. So useful from different countries. As far as I know, this is from Ukraine. Thank you very much for being active in the chat box. Thank you, Gula. You can click that red button to leave this video. Hopefully, we can see you there in the chat box later on. Thank you very much. Okay, and now, do you know that I'm going to ask another question again? So actually, this is the easiest question for today. Yeah, as you can see, the question is SLA stands for, and this is just a multiple choice question. You can choose A, B, C, or D. I'm pretty sure that you will choose the correct answer. So is this about second lesson adaptation? Is it about second language acquisition? Or probably it's about specific language activities? Maybe it's just specific lesson analysis. So all of them are quite confusing, I would say. So yes, please, could you type in the chat box, what does it mean? So we have just SLA stands for, Azra says it's B, Maria says it's B. We have the idea like A, okay, Shota Rodinadze B. Miss Natalia, she's thinking that it's C, I think B. Okay, we have some ideas. So actually, now we'd like to present another person, another speaker, who can share the main idea, what stands behind SLA and what it stands for. So the next presentation is academic SLA research in TESOL World Reviewed, and the presenter, Mr. Paul Robertson.
So Mr. Paul Robertson is the founder of the Asian EFL group of academic journals that commenced in 1999 and are now leading research journals into second language acquisition theory and teaching with over 750 academics on his board. He began a career in TESOL teaching in 1993 before moving into academia in 1999. He is currently opening more SLA journals in partnership with universities in Saudi Arabia and Malaysia, as well as a suite of new websites dedicated to SLA and especially the future of AI in the classroom. Paul has opened a new company with Dr. Ramon Madriano that conducts teacher training across Southeast Asia in partnership with various universities. Later this year, he will open the TESOL tab dedicated to the global teaching profession, where research and findings by teachers and academics can be instantly published.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Paul Robertson. Hello, Mr. Paul.
Yeah, hi
Hello.
Eva. Yeah, hi
Hello.
Olga. Hi Eva. Hi
How's
everybody.
everything? Yeah.
Well, here in the Philippines, everything is very, very hot. It's it's evening time and it's really hot. Air conditioners are all on, I can tell you.
Lucky you, because we do have wonderful weather today, but from time to time we're experiencing some kind of rain, which I don't like, to be honest. Anyway, so the floor is yours, and just in a moment, I will try to share my screen with the picture. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Hi everybody. I'm talking to you from an island in the Pacific, so I think I'm a long way. I see most of you are across Europe, but Cebu's in the Pacific Ocean, a small island with not too many people. I think I'm just going to give you a brief overview of my life in 2 or 3 minutes. It hasn't been dull, and I want to sort of finish up how is it that I'm now running academic language acquisition journals across the world. Way back, a long time ago, I started in the medical world, believe it or not, and then after that, my second life, I moved into the legal world, suing doctors. It's quite a turnaround. And then my first retirement was about 1993. I went to Greece. I went to Greece for a holiday, and a Greek chap, a Greek Cypriot, he met me on the beach and said, "Hey, you're a foreigner. You speak English. Can you teach English in my school?" Well, there you go. How could I say no? So there I was. Next week, I was, dare I say, an English teacher, a TESOL teacher, with absolutely no educational background how to teach. However, 2 years later, I found that I really loved the profession. I loved what I was doing, teaching young learners in Greece. And from there, I graduated. I went from Greece to the Czech Republic and went straight into a university. A giant leap from kindergarten to university. Then a few years later, I got a call from the Ministry of Education in South Korea, and they invited me to South Korea to set up the English language teaching program for the incoming foreign teachers.
the incoming, dare I say, native English speakers. You know, the white Americans, the white Australians, the white Brits, the white New Zealanders. You can see the picture that's coming here, blue eyes, blonde hair. That's what it was like back in the 1990s. This is where the story kind of changes. Somewhere around 1999, I was president of the KOTESL, the Korean TESOL organization. And I decided, I said to my good friend, we're going to have a conference. We're going to have a language conference. Having never done one before, why not give it a shot? And I remember his words. To me till today. He said, Paul, have a conference, but don't reinvent the wheel. Don't reinvent the wheel. In other words, don't do what we've been doing for the last 20 years. Try and come up with something new. And here we are in 2021, and I've done hundreds and hundreds of conferences through my academic journal group. And I'm afraid to say we're still reinventing the wheel. What I mean to say is, and I guess I can be a little bit critical, because it worries me that, as you know, back in, was it 1985, Stephen Krashen came out with those pronouncements, which were really started the profession going back then. It was quite criticized, but it got us going. And then I think if we look around 2001, 2002, Professor Rod Ellis, who I'm sure you've seen his book or read his book, Second Language Acquisition, he came up with the 10 principles of language acquisition. And I see these are the two biggest things that's happened in the TESOL profession since 1993. And it kind of worries me that we're a huge profession. We know from the British Council there's more than circa 2 billion language learners. Just think about it. You know, we have more people than on Facebook and LinkedIn combined. 90 million teachers teaching English, not to mention about 1 million academics in university who are teaching our future teachers and doing research. That's kind of the top 3 tiers of the profession. There is a 4th tier to our profession, which does worry me. These are the TESOL, we call them TESOL teachers. Most of them, some of them don't have a degree. Some have a degree not related to English teaching, as you might be aware. For example, here in the Philippines, there's about 150,000 Filipinos who teach English without a TESOL certificate online to Chinese. Now just think about it. You guys out there, I know you're all very well accredited with your studies and your background, your degrees, but the 4th tier of our profession is sadly what I call the backpackers. I mean, I guess a teacher talking English from the Philippines to China does some good, but I think we've still got some serious steps to take to make this a profession. I mean, and this is kind of the theme of my talk. How do we are a profession, but we're not like law, we're not like medicine, but yet we're the biggest profession in the world with the biggest audience, 2 billion language learners. Think about that. And yet are we reinventing the wheel? Or have we even started? Have we even got a wheel? That's kind of where I'm coming from. Eva, is that slide, that academic slide showing academics trying to publish? Can you put that up for a minute? I don't know if Eva's here. Have I lost my...
Everything's okay. We can hear you and see you. We're just enjoying.
Yeah. Did you manage to get that slide?
Yes, please. Here it is.
Oh, that's excellent. I need my 10-year-old next to me. She knows more about the computer than me.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sure all your teachers and staff can relate to that. So here's just a photo, a cartoon, which I saw maybe about a year ago. And on the right hand, you can see thousands and thousands of, whether it be teachers or academics, all trying to get published. And on the right hand column, it says, for rapid publication, everybody's going up the escalator. They want to be published here and now. And on the left-hand staircase, one chap, solving a valid problem. Now, at first I thought this was quite a touch funny, but in hindsight, see, I run probably the largest academic journal group in the world for language research. We have 7 academic journals on language research, whether it be pure second language acquisition, pure linguistics, English for specific purposes, maybe that's business English, medical English, the theory behind all this. And another very specific journal, English as an International Language Journal, and 2 or 3 others. And every month we get about roughly, it's almost 250,000 readers reading some article, reading some research, which is really positive for our profession, taking in all this knowledge. But what I'm doing, coming back to this cartoon, I think the vast majority of this cartoon should be on the left-hand side. I think the vast majority of teachers, academics, are solving valid problems. How do we learn languages? Boy, you know, this is the question, isn't it? That's a huge question. Maybe you've read Professor Ellis's book, The Study of Second Language Acquisition. I work with Rod Ellis on a very specific book. I don't know if you can see this. It's called The Study of Second Language Acquisition in the Asian Context. So while he did a global view, we did a more specific view relating to China, Japan, and South Korea, Taiwan, because we believe that, you know, culture underpins language, which means every country has a different unique culture, and teachers, you can have a generic knowledge, but you have to know specifically the culture where you are, etc., which makes this a very, very challenging profession. This is, from experience, being a teacher of English, being a professor or an academic, is more difficult than working in the medical profession, where it's simple. There's rules. For example, let me just give you a simple example. ABC, airway, breathing, circulation. We have rules. If someone sadly, you know, stops breathing, ABC. Law is not complex. There's rules, there's guidelines. We follow the rules, not complex. But we come to second language acquisition. Where are the guidelines? Well, we have Professor Ellis's 10 principles, and I don't know if you've read them, but I would strongly recommend you go online and read his principles of language acquisition. Even if you're a well-experienced teacher or a new teacher, read them, see if they relate to you, see if it's similar to where you are. I'm just looking at the comments. Yeah, certainly a lot of people all over the world on this. It's interesting to see, from US and Europe. And Eva, I see you again.
Yeah, I'm always here. No worries.
Okay. So, how are we going for time? We're doing okay. Just looking at my notes, because I've had a pretty busy day here in the swimming pool, as you can imagine. The virus has pretty much shut the Philippines down, I guess similar to where you are around the world, and everything is online from home. And even though I'm well vaccinated and I travel a bit, we're still pretty much stuck at home, you know, daily life of going to Starbucks and swimming. I'm just reading a note from Martin. what do you think of the baby English courses or programs popular in Spain? I'm not familiar with the baby English courses. I'm familiar with prenatal English courses in China, where you go into a school and they teach English to pregnant mums. This is a new wave of school based on the belief that the fetus, some pretty good research shows the fetus can distinguish sounds. So the Chinese mums are flocking to school for their fetus to listen to Disney Junior, Mickey Mouse, and the English teacher talk to mum and the fetus. So baby courses, I think, in my early days, I tried to teach young learners, and I wasn't an experienced teacher and I wasn't a trained teacher, and I found it very difficult, and I found I needed far more knowledge about how to deal with the young learners. But after time, I found the young learners I dealt with from 3 or 4 soaked up masses of English. They just took it in unbelievably. Believe it or not, I'm pretty old and my hair's turning white, but I've got 2 very young children and a third one about to come. And here's a strange thing, which I talked to Professor Krashen. He was here in Cebu, and Professor Ellis. So my first daughter was born in a remote part of the Philippines, where she should have learned in the fetus in an early days a Zamboangan language, a dialect of Filipino. At that time I was overseas. However, when I came back to the Philippines and she's about 3 years old, she immediately took to English, lost the Zamboangan Filipino, and now she's fluent, dare I say fluent Australian English, with my horrible Australian accent. And I said to Professor Krashen, why did the daughter, why doesn't she speak a word of Filipino, and why is English her mother tongue? She just has abandoned what I believe is her mother tongue. And both Professor Krashen and Professor Ellis said simply, in my case, it's called the father effect. Young learners see a very dominant father and just latch onto his language. In my case, I was taking the daughter with me to conferences and she was listening to me speak on the stage. And it was just an unusual case. And now my young son, 4, who is not speaking a word of Cebuano, which is a dialect of Filipino, is again fluent in Australian English. So it's just, this is my experience with young learners. Apart from teaching young learners in Greece and South Korea and the Czech Republic, I was teaching university. But this is what I'm saying. Our profession is huge, and there is so much knowledge to be had that we can't know everything. We just cannot know everything. We really have to kind of specialize in an area, whether it be young learners, adult learners, whatever area. Every day, our academic journals get about 50, 60 well-researched papers, very good works. Unfortunately, we can only publish about 3%, such is the demand to be published. So in my case, I'm continually learning because I have to read and comment on these papers. Today, for example, something out of Saudi Arabia really caught my attention. Well-researched paper from one of the big cities, Dammam, for university students entering university who do a pre-university year called, let's say pre-university year. And this research showed that all of these students who had studied IELTS, and I guess everybody's familiar with IELTS, the students who studied IELTS who went into this first year of university got worse results than the students who never did IELTS. So, of course, this may just relate to Saudi Arabia. This may be purely cultural. So we can't say it's, I can't say it's Europe, because it did surprise me. I would have expected the opposite. So this is the sort of thing we're seeing, and it calls for more research. If you're in a different country, maybe you can consider that, look into it. one of the problems is that teachers, you are the busiest people in the world, whether you're an academic or you're a teacher, even in the administration. Your job is just non-stop, go, 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 and you don't have time for really refresher courses and reading. This is one of the dilemmas our profession's facing, and that's why at the moment I'm working on 2 projects. One is called the World TESOL Organization, and I hope somehow I'm working with this with Rod Ellis, so I've got someone quite good to hold my hand. We're trying to work out how can we just get information across the world that's not time consuming for everybody. And the second way we're thinking is that we're building an app. I'm not very app minded, but I hear, for example, like Twitter, you can send a message in so many letters or whatever. We're trying to think of an app whereby say you're a teacher in Azerbaijan and something really important comes to your mind and you think, I have to tell the world about this. We're trying to build this app so that you type it and I guess it just goes out there to the whole world, to whoever's following you. So rather than read 7,000 words to get to the key sentence, let's try and get the key sentence to all of our profession, whether you be a young learner teacher, a middle school teacher, an elementary teacher, a high school teacher, in university or college. I think that's the challenge we're facing. How do we work? We work 50, 60, 70 hours a week, let's face it, with everything we do as a teacher. How do we get to learn what's new? And every day there's breakthroughs in our profession, especially on the neurological side of things. There's a lot of fascinating neurology that's coming out now, which really, I think, will influence how we can teach. But that's a different world. That's the medical world. So I'm thinking, how do we get the neurology into our second language acquisition books? That's the problem for me to solve. And I think in the next 6 months, I'm going to Saudi Arabia shortly to open a new set of journals with a university there. I'm thinking of opening maybe some sort of neuro-TESOL journal, which shows us all the breakthroughs the medical profession's making relating to language acquisition and theories. All right, look, I see my time is slipping away, and I've talked and talked and talked, probably bored you a bit much. I'm sorry about that, but it's been fascinating talking. Eva, that's about it.
Yes, thank you very much. Lots of things for us to think about, as someone mentioned here. Yeah, thank you very much, and we do hope that soon we'll hear a word about your TESOL app, and we'll be more than happy to spread the word about it, because I think that it will be really useful for all the teachers all over the world. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and let me just say good luck to you, Eva, and SAMAD, SNR Teaching. You're doing a brilliant job across Europe. Keep up the good work. I'm really proud of you guys.
Thank you very much. See you.
Okay. See.
Okay. So, Olga, what do we have next? As usual, before the next speaker, we have some kind of a question. So now I'd like to ask you to look at the screen and think about synonyms for all the one synonym, not the synonym. Think about a word. Here you can see the synonyms. So think about the word.
Which this is something I guess we are lacking of.
Yeah, I do believe it's true. So what do you think, what can be there behind that yellow box? What's the word? So we are waiting still. Absolutely right. I think this is the comment. Should go to the previous presenter. Yeah, people are still discussing Paul's presentation. Okay, so I'm waiting for the answer. What do you think? What are the words there behind the yellow box? So I think that Tamar will be the first person who will answer this question.
So we have understanding, affinity, appreciation, compassion, insight, sympathy, warmth, and pity.
Mm-hmm. So can
you somehow unite these words and think of the only one?
So as Ra says that it might be vision. And you are almost there, but please think about it more. Yep. So what might it be? Okay, I can say that. How many letters do we have in that word?
7. Yeah.
Yep, 7 letters. So what might it be? Alignment.
So it's a word not only about in terms of teaching, but I would say also in terms of the relationship between. Oh yeah, we have the correct
Thank
answer.
you, Miss Natalia. Thank you, Miss Natalia. This is the correct answer. So the word there behind the yellow box is empathy. And the next presentation is emphasis on empathy, non-obvious ways to build rapport, which will be presented by Victoria Bessarab. Ola.
So Victoria Bessarab is an avid self-taught certified freelance English teacher based in Poland. Having worked with various age groups in Ukraine and Poland, she now teaches general English to groups and one-to-one students. Victoria blogs about her 2 main passions, methodology and lexical journal. She also conducts webinars for teachers of other languages, which are aimed at equipping the teachers with practical tools to make their lessons more communicative. So let's welcome Victoria here.
Hello, Victoria.
Hello.
Hello, happy to see you. Thank you for joining us, and I'm looking forward to your presentation because I'm more than sure that it will be something really amazing, as usual, as usual. So, I'm giving you the floor, wishing you luck. I'm pretty sure that I will have to write down so many ideas now. Okay, so see you in 20-25 minutes. Okay.
All right. So I hope that my screen is being shared.
Yep. Everything's okay. You can see your screen. Let's go.
So, yeah, today I wanted to talk about empathy and non-obvious ways to build rapport. What are they? I'm going to tell you about those ways, and at the end of the talk, you're going to tell me if they're actually obvious or non-obvious. You know that when you see a person for the first time, you don't know what actually they're going through. And there is a saying that you never know what battles the other person is fighting, so you'd better be kind to them. I don't really like this saying about battles and fighting, so I decided to go for this one. There's a story behind every person. And what we see oftentimes is just the tip of the iceberg. And our job as teachers is to create the conditions in which learning can take place. And a big part of our job as a teacher is managing the classroom. And a big part of classroom management is building rapport. And a big part of rapport is empathy, in my opinion. And this is how you create the conditions in which learning can take place. Because without these things, learning is not going to be a very pleasant experience, and it might not even be productive. So now I have a question. When do we meet our students for the first time? Is it in our first lesson, or is it before the first lesson? I'd rather say it's before the first lesson. Let me explain. And this is going to be our first point. So we meet our student the moment we see the list of names in the register, get a phone call from them or their parents, see their profile on social media, see them in our office, which means we have some time before meeting them face to face in order to find out more about the person who we are going to work with. So why not use this opportunity? And the easiest and most straightforward way to do it is simply to ask. And how are you going to ask someone you haven't met face to face yet? What I do is needs analysis, and I send out a Google form where I have lots of questions. Not too many, not to intimidate the person, but I have a few questions. And among those questions, I have these two. Are there any trigger topics for you? If there's anything you will not be comfortable talking about, please let me know. And the second question is, do you have any special educational needs? What can I do to help you feel safe and learn better? For example, ADHD or dyslexia, color blindness, you name it. And these questions are optional, which means not everybody is going to have trigger topics, not everybody is going to have special educational needs, but if a person has something to tell me, has something that, you know, if we get it out of the way immediately, if we know if there's something that I can do to help the person, let's do it straight away. So why ask these questions? First of all, it is better to know for sure. I'm not a specialist, I'm not an expert, and I don't want to guess whether the person is going through something, whether the person has some diagnosis. So it's better to ask them. And unfortunately, many students, especially adult students, don't usually share such information because they don't think it is necessary. They don't deem it as necessary, and they don't. Sometimes they feel awkward, they feel embarrassed, and they don't want to share such things with a person they don't know. And this is not my area of expertise, but at least now I will know what I should be looking for, what I can do my little research about. For example, I can take a MOOC, massive online open course, or open online course on FutureLearn or Coursera. They have really nice courses to help teachers deal with students with different special educational needs, for example, ADHD. Or I can read more things online. I can simply Google it. And yeah, since I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a teacher who deals with students with special educational needs. I'm not a speech therapist, but I can learn about these things to my best knowledge, you know, to the best of my ability. Because unfortunately, these things are often overlooked in universities, and you as teachers probably know that even if you had 1 or 2 terms at university where you were supposed to study such things, it was not enough. And you can't really know for sure until you face this situation in your classroom. And the third reason is students can tell me what I can do to help them. So I know exactly what I can do. For example, once I had an adult colorblind student who didn't confess to me until we were on Unit 6 of the course book called Face to Face, which uses blue and pink for guided discovery. And that was a very awkward moment when he started laughing, and I thought it was something wrong with my lesson. There was something wrong about my appearance. So I just came up to him and I asked him what the problem was. And he said that he was colorblind and he could not see pink. And the thing is, he hadn't told that until Unit 6. And I wish I had known before that, because he had probably been laughing at that every single time we had that guided discovery task, and we had blue and pink text in blue and pink phrases in the text. So luckily, I was quick enough to underline those phrases, and he didn't feel He didn't feel bad about it. But there are things that you can't really think of on the spot, and you need help and advice from your students who know better, because they have been living with that for their whole lives, or for the majority of their life. Also, with some dyslexic students, you can cover bright pictures in those books for teenagers. We all know that they are usually packed with lots of bright pictures, different fonts, random backgrounds. And when I had a dyslexic student, I didn't know that was a problem for her. And I only did that Future Learn course towards the end of the academic year, which means that that student struggled with the book, with the course book, throughout the whole year. Maybe your student will give you some tips on how to behave or what to do, and you can do that to the best of your ability. Next stage is first lesson. And since I've already mentioned that that's not the first time you actually meet the student, I'm going to give it a 2. So we all know that the first lesson is for getting to know your activities. And those activities are usually done in order to have fun, to warm up a little bit, to break the ice, to make them feel safe in the classroom, and to get to know them in order to learn about your similarities and differences. And here are some things that we can do. You can do something like find someone who, which is a cliche, I mean a classic. But I think that it's all about the questions. And of course, if you are going to teach a group of English teachers, you will probably ask them questions which are related to their job. Or if you're going to teach this first lesson to young learners, the questions are going to be different. And you can also think about the people who are going to be in the classroom and adapt all the questions to make them more suitable for these particular people. Not just for this age group, not just for this job, but for these particular people. Next, you can talk about what makes a good learner. This is a good chance to establish rules and learn more about their attitudes to learning. You can have them submit their statements or share some statements about what makes a good learner, and ask them to rank them, ask them to vote, and discuss those statements. And this is how you're going to talk about the rules and establish class rules, which you as a group are going to follow. Also, you can talk to them about what makes a good teacher. And this is a good chance to find out more about their past experiences. And then you can also ask them personalized questions. This is a good chance to learn about hobbies, talents, dreams, and of course, to hear more of them talking, to learn more about their level, because we all know that the first lesson is still a platform for you to find out more about each other. Right. Next thing is monitoring. This brings us to this huge part of our job as teachers, and I'll give it a 3. So, when do we monitor? We monitor during small talk, solo work, pair work, group work, during breaks. We can see our students in action, and we can make notes of what happens in the classroom. Now, what for? Why should we monitor our students when it comes to empathy? Because first, we can think about the topic choice. You know what is appropriate and what isn't. So listen for those things that they mention in class and make your conclusions about what to do next. Also, this is a good learning opportunity. If you see that there's a sort of a confrontation in the classroom, you can teach them how to avoid answering unsolicited questions, for example, but you can do it in a safe environment. For example, you noticed something going on in one group or pair, and you can simply replace the subject with something neutral, like butterflies or flies or butter, and teach them the functional language they need. For example, you can show them how not to answer questions about butterflies if they're scared of butterflies, or if recently they had a butterfly that died, or something like that. So you can play with these things, but you can make them as neutral as possible, just to show the functional language that's going to come in handy for them in the future to use in order to be more confident when discussing actual topics, actual trigger topics. So, what to look or listen for? First of all, listen for the things that they love. Listen for the things that they hate. Listen for the things that they avoid talking about. And listen for the things that they don't know. And you can use that as an opportunity to tell them about the world, to tell them about something, some traditions or some cultures, something like that. So we know that we can learn a lot of things through English, and I'm sure that a lot of your students have learned so much thanks to your English lessons. And I'm not talking about English, I'm talking about all those different stories, cultures, countries that are mentioned in the books. And thank God we've got all of that in our books now. Next one is feedback. And some of the speakers today have already mentioned the importance of feedback. And it usually goes as number 4 as we meet our students, because my feedback form, for example, is sent out every few months, because I want to see my students' attitudes. I want to see if there are any changes, if students want to talk to me about something, want to change something. And my feedback forms are completely anonymous. And but my students can contact me privately. And in my feedback forms, I always ask these 2 questions. What do you wish we had more of, and why? And what do you wish we had less of, and why? These questions are pretty vague, aren't they? But on the other hand, your students have the freedom to tell you about their worries, about their wishes, in terms of language, in terms of classroom management, in terms of anything. But I don't want to impose such things. I don't want to give examples. I just want my students to tell me what they wish we had more of and what they wish we had less of. And that could be anything. Could be more speaking, more grammar, or less grammar. And since they are not teachers, they don't usually classify those things into classroom management techniques, or freer practice, or restricted practice. So I just give them the freedom to share whatever's on their minds, and then I make my conclusions, or I can ask them for clarification if they wish to contact me privately. Next one is walk in their shoes. And I think that this is one of the crucial parts of empathy, is to actually feel for someone and to feel someone. How can we do this? So first of all, you can answer the questions that you are going to ask. If you've got a list of questions for discussion, try answering them first, and you'll see that sometimes it's more difficult than you thought it was. And sometimes it's not just language-wise, but in terms of background knowledge or your emotional well-being. Sometimes it's too personal, sometimes it's too private. I sometimes give a list of questions, or I look at the list of questions in the course book, and sometimes they're pretty personal, and I tell them that they can choose, they are free to choose 2 or 3 questions from the list, and they can answer the questions that they want to. Because I imagine that I wouldn't feel very comfortable answering some of the questions, but because of the teacher's authority, you can't really say no. You can't really avoid that, and you end up answering the questions you don't want to discuss, you're not ready to discuss. For example, questions about salaries or questions about your siblings, because we've all been there when our students, when it turned out that our students didn't have a very standard family situation, and they don't always want to discuss those family matters in class. And sometimes it's also a good idea to answer those questions to see if you need some thinking time, and if your students are going to need some thinking time. So you can give them some time for just solo thinking, and maybe some a few minutes to find some nice vocab that they need to ask you questions, and only then do they start discussing that in pairs. Next thing is to start learning a foreign language. This is a buzzword. I know that many people have been talking about that. It's so banal, but it really develops your empathy like nothing else does, believe me. Because if you have been proficient or advanced for many, many years, you might forget what it's like not knowing something, what it's like struggling to understand something, what it's like struggling to decipher the meaning of the word. So it's really good to actually start learning a foreign language. And this is where you're going to see what your students are going through, how they're feeling. You can also watch and observe other teachers from the position of the student, and you can see so much. You can learn so much about yourself, about your teaching, about language acquisition, about so many other things. So make sure you always learn something, or maybe another skill. It doesn't have to be a foreign language. It could be just a skill, a completely new skill. Next one is to show them that you're human too. There's a quote by Mark Zuckerberg: I am a human. I mean, I was a human. I mean, I am a human still. And yeah, sometimes students might not believe you that you're human because you never express your opinions, your views, your values, your principles, because they don't know if there are any questions that you aren't ready to answer. And you can show them that there are things that you love, things that you hate, things that you don't know, and that, you know, you can also show them that you once were an elementary learner, and that you also have feelings and emotions, and that there are words that you don't know, but you know where to look them up. And you can use all of these as a learning opportunity. So whenever you have an opinion, and you might think that I don't want to bring my opinions into classroom. Of course, you're not supposed to impose your opinions of views or values on your students, but you can use that to show them how to express opinions, for example, or how to disagree without imposing that on them. You can also show them how to avoid answering questions you don't want to. You can also tell them other ways, show them other ways how to express your affection, how to express your love and hate for something. And you can also show them how to look for words that you don't know. I often share my screen while I'm looking for something, checking something, because I want them to see the process. I want them to see how you go from the dictionary to Youglish to the dictionary again, to another dictionary, how you look for examples on do people say, how you Google with inverted commas, and so on and so forth. So I often want them to see what is behind the scenes, because they need to know how to do it. It shouldn't be a secret, because if you never show them how to look for words, for example, they're never going to learn how to do it. They're going to learn it the hard way, and they're going to make a lot of mistakes, and it's going to take them a lot of time. But you can show them a lot of shortcuts, and you can show them how to do it more efficiently. But there is a big but on the screen, I know. This is going to work only if there are strict rules that you have established with your students, and only if there is teamwork, only if it works both ways. I mean, it's not just you trying to figure out something that your students are going through and asking them questions and questioning them. It's also them sharing that with you. So if they aren't willing to cooperate with you, it's going to be really hard to establish this routine and to build rapport. So to sum up, meet your students before the first lesson, make the most of your first lesson, monitor and make notes, ask for feedback, and walk in their shoes in order to build rapport and promote empathy in your classroom. Is it obvious or not? I don't know. Sometimes it seems like it is. Sometimes I think these things can be overlooked. So thank you. That's it from me.
Thank you, Victoria. It was really amazing speech.
Thank you very much. And actually now you can stop sharing your screen and you can see the comments. So people are saying like they admire your ideas, which is great, I believe, because I do admire your ideas as well. And please, if you'd like to follow Victoria on Instagram, find her on Instagram at Victoria. Can you tell us how to find you on Instagram?
Yeah, it's Your English Journal.
Okay, thank you.
Your English Journal.
Your English journal. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your English journal. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I do hope you'll be able to join us in the chat box. In case people have some kind of questions, you can always answer them in the chat box, and I'm pretty sure that we'll have lots of wonderful sessions, and you can join them as well. Okay. Thank you very much, and we have to move on. And Ola, look at this. This is the question, actually. It's not the question for you. This is the question for our participants. I'm pretty sure you know what it is. And while you're looking at this slide and thinking about this idea, just type in the chat box, what do you think? What is there? And I'm pretty sure that you used this activity. Actually, it was a bit difficult for me to start using it in the virtual classrooms, because before the pandemic, I always used it just to write vocabulary or just to engage my students, to activate the schemata as well. So what do you think? What is that? And we are still waiting. Or you can even tell us the first letter of the word.
Actually, it's B.
Okay, we have
Flower
Julian
pot.
from Alra, maybe flower pot. Okay, I can just help you a bit. So as you can see by that, it's exactly what I always do with my students. First, I show the most difficult part, and then I give them just bowl.
Bowl.
Yeah. So actually, the answer is a pot, and I'd like to announce the next session. I like the idea, like the digital melting pot. It's really nice. So many thoughts about it. And our next presenter is Pinar Segman.
So, Pinar Segman is sole teacher trainer. She has been teaching English for 20 plus years and teaching Turkish to the speakers of other languages for 10 years. She is a graduate of the Department of English Language and Literature. She holds her certificate of TESOL and pedagogy and has been working in the fields of translation studies and teacher training programs. Having worked as an ESOL teacher in various private schools and universities in Turkey, her interests include professional development, project-based learning, education technologies, and creative thinking. She's currently a Cambridge speaking examiner, a freelance IELTS instructor, and a teacher trainer, besides being a lifelong learner, as well as all of us, I guess.
Okay. Hello, Pinar.
Hi.
Hi, Pinar, can you hear
Hello.
us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, we can.
I can hear you perfectly. I can see you're looking at two screens simultaneously, so we are here.
I
can hear you.
I have to follow up on the other screen because it's going to be an interactive session. I would like to have all the participants in the chat box. That's why I have to move, like this. Hello, everyone.
So, Pinar, I know that you're going to share some links and I will have to share them in the chat box. So as soon as you want me to share them, just let me know, share this one or that one, because I have 3 links, okay? Pinar, are you here?
Okay, thank you, Eva.
Okay, so I'm adding your screen. Here we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your screen. Good luck. See you in 25 minutes.
Ladies. Okay, hello everyone from Turkey, from the western part of Turkey, from a very unbalanced weather, which really activated my allergy. But I'm here and I'm very thankful to start teaching and learning for this opportunity. So I would like to talk about some digital things here. First of all, I would like to ask everyone about their expectations from this presentation. What does this title recall? What do you expect from this presentation? Could you please put your opinions in the chat box for me?
Pinar, you should know that as usual, we have some kind of delay between questions and answers.
Everything together in one pot, adapting technology for better instruction. Water? Use different digital tools. Collaboration. Thank you very much. So let's start and see what we will be talking about. Thank you very much for all your comments here. Okay, what we're going to talk about is, of course, about digital stuff, digital issues. We have been through a very transformational period, since the pandemic hit the globe. And we all found ourselves in a digital environment. Actually, we are kind of exhausted somehow because we have been training for these digital stuff. We have been teaching, learning at the same time, everything together on digital platforms with digital tools, digital. So I'm not going to share some digital tools here because I believe we have some now in our pocket, in our pot, but this pot is a kind of a bit different. So we're going to go deep into what's and why's and how's and why I call this a melting pot. maybe I can reflect this here again. Could you please put your opinion in the chat box about why do you think we call it the melting pot? Is it just because we have digital tools or some digital things in the pot, just about something new that came into being, or also some other things you may just consider? Abundance of tools, rather. Yes. Skills. Hello, Mr. Samado. Hello, Tamar. So when we have something in the melting pot, do you understand that kind of something kind of positive, some advantages only, or also some other issues maybe we will be dealing with? What do you think? Blending. Digital wisdom. Thank you so much. Okay, yeah, all are actually correct. If there is something correct, we call. Okay, we're going to go together on this journey, and we will see what we have been through together, what we're gonna discuss and evaluate, and then we will see how techy we are. No, we're not gonna see that. Okay, and I will conclude with your reflections and feedbacks. So we hear online, distance, virtual, remote teaching and learning. It is sometimes confused with others, but what we know is all about are about digital tools, digital platforms, digital environments, so many digital things that we will see. We have been through a very rapid switch, an urgent call, and we had to adapt to new technology, and we had to adopt. There was no other way. We had to rethink, reshape, redesign the materials, and we didn't know maybe, but we learned, and we're still learning. As teachers, we are learning by teaching, and we are teaching by learning. Here, I tried to gather some basic digital terms, phrases for you. Please take a very careful look and test yourselves. How many of them are familiar to you? How many are totally new? And how many you can just say, oh, maybe I know a bit about? Could you please take a very deep look, and maybe in the following time we will have kind of test or quiz. So, okay, keep in mind. Okay, write a number, please. How many you know, how many you don't know, or some information about you and your digital information. All are familiar. Okay, great. Okay, keep commenting, please. I'm going to start with the very common. Thank you, Ariana. Okay. So let's give some food for awareness. That's the purpose of this presentation, actually. Why are we going to talk about these things? To raise an awareness for ourselves as for teachers, for our learners, for students, for their families, for everybody, actually. Because business is digital, education is digital, even well-being is sometimes on digital platforms. When we talk about digital skills, we mean basically the technical proficiency, the computer skills, yes. Knowing how to log in, knowing how to sign out. Maybe a bit more advanced, knowing how to code, web development, application development. They're all digital skills. However, this is not enough for teaching and also for learning. We need digital literacies. These two are not the same. We must use them especially properly, because we have to use them properly. When we know how to use the skills, when we know how to use these digital tools or on the proper digital platforms, then we are digitally literate. So we should know how and when to use this technology or a digital tool. We have skills as the 4 C's of the 21st century, as we all know. We know how to arrange activities for collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, and communication. What we need is digital skills here as a plus. So this is what digital literacy is actually. So we have now synchronous, asynchronous lessons with meaningful and purposeful content. So if we can do all these, then we are digital literate. Thank you for your comments. Boiling, it's boiling, Tamar. Okay. So, digital native and digital immigrant. So we as teachers, educators, are we digital natives or digital immigrants? Could you please put in the chat box? It is not about how you feel. It is about who we are. Okay, while you're putting your comments in the chat box, I am a digital immigrant with digital native feelings. Mentally, I feel digital native. However, we are digital immigrants, because when we talk about digital natives, we are talking about the K-12 group. The digital natives are the digital, are creating and forming the digital generation. So they actually know how to use anything digital, and they are native language speakers of the digital world. However, we as digital immigrants are still trying to adapt to the new technology, and we can adopt to some extent, not thoroughly. Okay. I'm reading your comments, by the way. Thank you. Now I have a question here. If you read these here, which digital stuff are we mentioning? What do you think? If I want to talk about here about the importance of the privacy settings, if I have to be careful with personal information and we have to limit it, how to use a secure internet connection, if I say, hey, be careful with the public Wi-Fi connections, don't post everything, think twice, maybe more, before you download or upload something. So what am I talking about here? Digital something, of course, right? Digital safety, Azra, thank you. Claude, digital security and safety. Yes. Yes, thank you. You're all right. What we're talking about is digital safety and security. When we talk about digital safety and security, we have to automatically talk about the digital footprint. What do we mean by the digital footprint? The digital footprints are like real footprints, but of course on the internet. So a digital footprint is our identity. When we are not careful about our digital activities, what do I mean by digital activities? I mean the websites we visit and the emails that we send, the social media activities, sharings, uploadings, and everything we do on the internet. This is our digital activities. When we're not careful, when we don't think and act just directly on the internet, then we may have a negative identity. So digital footprint is the impression we leave on the internet. So the problem here is that our students do not know much about it. Yes, they are digital natives. They have really good digital literacies. They learned it automatically, but they are not aware of the digital footprints issue. We as teachers should know it, of course, should help them manage the risks on the internet, should also make them understand and use the advantages of this. So we can become active or passive users. So we can have a negative or positive footprint as our identities. So as teachers, we should guide them, we should help them. Yes, Tamar, we are immigrants, but we are learning. We're trying to catch up. We are not blind. We are not deaf, my friend. We are learning, but we're a bit slow. Okay. All right. So let's come to the melting pot title. We have mentioned this. When we say a melting pot, when we look at the title of this presentation and the meaning and the definition in the dictionaries, we have actually, not always, but to some extent, we're talking about the process of blending that often results in invigoration or novelty. So we are all in this pot together. We are all in this ecosystem together. However, while blending, while melting in this pot, with all these issues together, we have some side effects, we have some deficiencies and losses as well. How about digital narcissism? Have you heard about this phrase before? It is not a common one, but we can get the meaning from the word narcissism. So it is about falling in love with yourself. Digital narcissists people keep sharing selfies, their food, their everything actually about themselves, even the eye, even the hand, and everything about themselves. So Andrew Keene, one of the TED Talk speakers and an author whom I admire a lot, explains it as a self-promotional madness driven by our need to continually manufacture our own fame to the world. So this is also called digital arrogance. Okay, So while we're melting again, we have some distractions. We have another side effect here. Distractions are also digital here because we have so many stimulators around, so many tools, so many online platforms together, so we are distracted. And digital fatigue, which teachers, especially this year during the pandemic, have been through as a state of mental exhaustion. I know we have talked about the well-being of teachers as a person, not only as a teacher before. So here, this is a digital one again. It is again because of working on too many digital platforms and staying online in front of the screen for a very long time. What we need to do here is a digital detox. So sometimes we need to rest. We need to refrain ourselves from the digital aids, digital tools, and we have to help ourselves. We need this for our well-being, but we need this also for the well-being of our learners, our students. Again, we have to keep in mind that we are supposed to balance our lives, professional life and personal life. We have to find a way to balance it. Do whatever makes you feel better. Switch off your mobiles, laptops, computer, all the gadgets, and just do something good for yourself, for your well-being. It may be drinking coffee, reading a book, going out for a walk, meeting, socializing, or anything you want. Just do something for yourself, for your mental, social, and of course, private life. Okay, how is it going? Yeah, Basha. All right, so we have mentioned the digital phrases and terms so far. So we're going to, Eva, share the link for WordWall, which is one of my favorite tools for online activities and exercises to test, to assess, to evaluate, and sometimes to have fun. So what we're going to do here is clicking on the link. I'll show you later. Turkish coffee. Azra is coming late. Yes, I can see the link now in the chat box. So we're going to this link and you will have a match-up activity. So test yourself, see what you can match with. And please put your comments here. You have 2 to 3 minutes maybe, or you can share your opinions. Thank you, Natalia. I cannot see any messages here, so I have to look this way. Sorry for this, moving a lot. So are you all in there?
Yeah, Belarus is okay, no worries. Probably people are working. But I think that they can do it just a bit later and we can move on.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Could you share the ones that are unfamiliar? Okay. So for the ones who are not able to click and go in there, please use this for your lessons, for this word wall. So these are the questions. The definitions, not the questions, the meanings, or something related to the digital terms, phrases. Oh, you're going to drag, drop, Azra. Oh no, I thought I forgot my phone at home. For example, I'm going to drag and drop. No, mobile phone phobia. And then you're going to submit. Check yourselves. I know how to log in and out. My accounts might be hacked. I need to use a more reliable antivirus program. So this is what. Okay, it may take some time. So I would like to conclude here with your reflections and with your takeaways as feedbacks on my Padlet platform. I have a QR code here embedded. Eva, could you please also share that Padlet link in the chat box? If you can go right now by means of this QR code, or you can go in the chat box. Okay, so I would like to know about your takeaways, why we have discussed these, and I would like to have your reflections and any kind of messages or notes on my Padlet forum. And thank you very much for this opportunity again to start teaching and learning, Eva, Olga, Mr. Samado, everybody who is involved. Thank you for your time and for having me.
Thank you, dear Miss Pinar.
Thank you very much, Pinar. Yeah, I'll probably do it a bit later. I mean, I
How
would
am I
like
going
to
to
check
do
everything. And what I'm having in my mind now is just digital arrogance, you know? Because to be honest, I post so many stories on Instagram, so I should definitely think about it, about digital arrogance. Okay, thank you for telling us about that.
No, Eva, not that kind, not that much. Are you just thinking about yourself in morning and noon and evening, all day and night? Are you just uploading your photos about showing up yourself?
Okay.
I don't think
do
so.
need. Okay, thank you very much. I hope you will join us in the chat box. So see you, Pinar. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, Olga, and as you can see here, we have a slide. And I'm pretty sure that you know this activity. Actually, it's usually I use something like teapot, but today I decided to use the word teaching. So the word teaching is incorrect. I'd like to ask you to read this text and to think about which word can be used instead of the word teaching. So teaching, also known as verse, is a type of literature that uses sounds and images to express feelings and ideas. So what do you think? What should be used instead of teaching? And yeah,
We already have the correct answer.
Yeah, here it is, and it's about poetry. So our next presentation and the next speaker is Ina Pinkowska with the presentation Poetry for Learning and Reflection. Hello, Ina. And I want you to listen about yourself as well, Olga.
So, Inna Piankowska is a self-employed online tutor of English and a teacher blogger. After working as a university instructor for 16 years, she went on to pursue her own professional dreams. Today, she teaches adults, conducts webinars for colleagues, and speaks at various events for teachers. She is the founder of the Talking Teachers Club project, which seeks to bring ESL, EFL teachers together and help them reflect on things that matter in a friendly and non-judgmental atmosphere. So,
which is great, really. So if you haven't had that experience participating in the Talking Teachers Club, I would say you're more than welcome. Am I right, Miss Inna?
Absolutely. Well, ladies, thank you for having me again.
Yeah.
Like reflection is a great thing, because I was thinking about, the way I was preparing to my presentation last year, and why I was kind of anxious a little bit, and why I am anxious today. I'm going to, well, not angry, but more about excitement, obviously, but just because there were so many speakers today, like, who presented on such interesting and fascinating topics. And I believe that something that unites us today is not only that all these topics are so relevant, and all our colleagues can benefit from getting to know more about each of them, but I believe each speaker brings something that is personally important and significant for them. And I believe this is very important, and this is what resonates with the topic of the marathon. You know, like, each of us speaks in a special voice, with the help of which we want to express what matters to us the most. And I'm going to do this today as well.
Thank you very much for those words. You are completely right. Can I ask you just to share your screen?
Yeah,
because
yep.
I can't see it on my panel. Yep. Olga, I have to move you from the screen. Okay. Yes, I can see your screen, and you can make it in a presentation mode.
Okay, so this is where we're going to start. Okay. All right. Is everything all right?
Yeah, everything is okay. The floor
Good.
is yours. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so I'm also using my phone to read the comments. So I'll be kind of looking there and back from time to time. So so today I'm going to speak about poetry for learning and reflection. This is the topic that is of extreme importance to me, and I have rediscovered its importance and significance like in the last few years, I'd say even 1 year to be more precise. And just as long as all the speakers today presented something that matters to them the most, something that makes their voice special, I want to talk about poetry, because today, like at this point in my life, in professional and personal development, like, poetry is something that makes my voice special. I believe this. So, and first off, I'd like to ask all of you a few questions, and I would be extremely happy if you took some time to actually answer these questions. So what is your attitude to poetry? Basically, this is what I'm interested in. Do you like poetry? If you do, who's your favorite poet? What is your favorite poem, if any? Maybe there's a quote from a poem that you keep close to your heart, especially when you go through a rough patch in your life and you needed to keep your spirits high. If there's anything like that, please, you're welcome to share it. And if you use poetry with your students, you can write about this as well. So I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting for your comments, and while you are at it, I'm going to present a quote that I decided to select as a way to reflect the message of today's presentation. The thing is that even though poetry has been with us for centuries, like all the major books that have shaped today's humanity are written in the shape of poetry, in a poetic language. All the literary tradition is based on those works, and we refer to poetry whenever it comes to the most important experience in our life, from the most intimate when it comes to romantic relationships or friendships, to those that unify us as parts of something bigger, as citizens, like when we talk, for example, the way we relate to a national anthem, right? So this is something that unites us. Everything is about poetry. So okay, so no answers yet. All right, still waiting for the answers. So I hope to get some great ones. And the quote I'd like to share is, "It is difficult to get the news from poems, yet men die miserably every day for lack of what is found there." So I believe that it speaks volumes of the importance of poetry for our life, how it makes our life and our experience worthwhile. And if we use poetry to refer to our experiences, we can find a new depth. But unfortunately, the value of poetry is often overlooked. And by today's presentation, I'd like to let's say maybe change the situation a little bit. Okay, so moving on. So it is important to define what poetry is. Obviously, so we read a very beautiful definition of poetry before my presentation that Eva Oya presented. But this is a very formal definition. However, I'd like to resort to the way we view poetry from the perspective of its significance in our life. And I'd like to share a few super beautiful definitions of poetry that that authors of poetry themselves created. So look at that. Poetry is when an emotion has found its thought, and the thought has found words. Robert Frost, I love him, and we're going to talk about him today a bit later. Poetry, the best words in the best order. I love it. Poetry might be defined as the clear expression of mixed feelings. Poetry is eternal graffiti written in the heart of everyone. Okay, so and now I'd like to share so why poetry is so important in my life. One moment. Okay, I just lost. Okay, I just want to look through the comments. I love poetry. Many favorite poems. I use it often. Great. John Keats and other poems. It's wonderful. Poems encourage students. Robert Burns. My love is like a red, red rose. Awesome. To take arms against the sea of troubles. Hamlet's monologue. We look before and after and pine for what is not. Our sincerest laughter with some pain is fraught. Our sweetest songs are those that tell our saddest thought. Where Percy Shelley, great, wonderful, love these. To follow knowledge like a sinking star beyond the utmost bounds of human thought. Tennyson. Oh, thank you so much for these beautiful lines. The thing is that from the moment I started reading, I remember being surrounded by poetry books, and maybe this is one of the reasons I love poetry so much. My first reading experiences are about poetry. Later on, when I was at school and a few years at college, I kind of played around a little bit with writing poems as a way of express the feelings I was going through like in those years. So I have some like peers of mine who enjoyed reading my poems, but I never published or anything like that. It was a very personal experience. Sometimes in my life, when I was going through difficult periods, I also resorted to poems as a means of therapy. When I like poems was the place where I was seeking some solace and support and something to relate to. And eventually it turned to developing a hobby of actually like collecting poetry books, and like shopping for poetry books is a bit of a treat for me. Even though you can read so much online, and I have an e-reader, but these days poetry books are so beautiful and they offer a range of experiences, like being so beautiful and providing wonderful poetry inside, that I can't help but treat myself to another one whenever I get a chance. Another thing, like another reason why poetry played such a huge role in my life, especially in recent years, is that it was a means of self-expression on Instagram. Actually, poetry helped me start blogging in 2018 when I like started actually when I set up my Instagram blog. I wasn't blogging as a teacher, rather I was just trying to see like what Instagram can do for me, and like I was trying to find my voice, and I was doing this by means of poetry, by means of expressing myself using poetic language. And eventually, when I felt more confident and got more inspiration for teacher blogging, I started like I went on to blog as a teacher, but poetry was there to spark actually my interest in this activity. And later on, when I started like teaching online and wanted to connect with more teachers and do something for teachers, my colleagues, and do something that could help us, let's say, connect through discussions of something that matters to us, I decided to resort to poetry. And the project I created for teachers like has this poetic vibe about itself and uses poetry as a means to help teachers reflect on their experiences. So these are a few reasons actually for using poetry with language learners, because my presentation is about learning and reflection. So first off, it's good for developing skills on the whole, or even observing how certain rules can be broken. So because poetry is a lot about how to break the rules of writing, as every poet, every author has their particular style. Poetry helps improve ideas or actually get a totally different perspective on some ideas. Poetry is therapeutic for the writer, because if you want to express yourself in a few lines, which also tend to be quite emotional, like actually shaping your feelings into words or putting your emotions into words can actually do wonders for your psyche. And poetry is therapeutic for the reader as well. So by reading about experiences that matter to you, something you can relate to, you can find solace and support, emotional support in that. Poetry helps you understand the significance of words themselves. So normally, well, a lot of poems are quite short, and therefore it is important for a poet to convey the message in a limited number of words. That is why each word is of extreme significance, and we need to keep that in mind and make sure that our learners understand it. Poetry helps you understand people and helps you understand yourself. So I guess by immersing yourself in this experience, when you can relate to what other people say. Like it's a mirror to your soul as well at the same time. And there are a few quotes that serve to serve to support some of these points. I really like this one. Whether from reading the New England Transcendentalists or Eskimo poetry, I feel that everything I know about being human has been deepened by the poems I've read. Or it's a quote by a therapist: turning to poetry, poetry gives rhythm to silence, light to darkness. In poetry, we find the magic of metaphor, compactness of expression, use of the five senses, and simplicity or complexity of meaning in a few lines. There's also a number of like research articles that help us understand, like based on research, basically how poetry can be significant in in education and in working with adults in particular. So I'm going to shorten some of these for the sake of saving time. So poetry is central to understanding our experiences in today's complex society. Or poetry can help adults make meaning of their everyday lives and sometimes even lead to life-altering, critical self-reflexivity and transformational learning. There's a wonderful research by Coriel and Wright, which concludes in this: poetry can spur adult readers to action and to make meaning in their lives. I believe like these are very important claims, and like we need to like even if we have doubts whether to use poetry or not, I guess some lines or some outtakes from research can actually convince us that this practice is definitely worthwhile. So how can we use poetry for learning? Basically, I'm going to make a short overview of activities, and then as long as you're going to get this presentation, you're going to have a number of links that you can further use if you got interested in this topic and further and discovering the potential of using poetry for learning further. So obviously, like the solution that lies on the surface is we can use poetry so as to have students recite it to improve pronunciation. We can also teach them about rhyme and rhyme schemes by analyzing certain poems and the rhyme schemes present in them. We can use narrative poems in order to have our learners like put these verses in the right order. Use it as a gap fill activity by having them filling in the missing words. So again, they can also write a new verse. For example, if like we can actually delete one of the verses and ask them to write a new one, or we can ask them to write an extra one, or actually help students get as creative as they can and write their own poems. As I said, so if you're interested in exploring the potential of poetry with your learners, so here's the list of links that are like handpicked, like for especially like for you. They contain wonderful sets of activities. Obviously, poems are useful in terms of learning, not because of their form only, but also because of their meaning. And I really like the way using poems for discussions is presented in the book Teaching with Heart. And this process is broken into two parts. The first one being about the way you should approach selecting a poem and look at the language the author used to talk about instructions. Just sit with the poem, enter the imagery, discover what this poem is saying to you. Jot down the questions that surface within you. I mean, the instructions themselves are extremely poetic. and they actually like speak of this careful attitude that you need to develop towards poetry. The biggest mistake they go on to say is that to be in a hurry, right? So poetry is about being in no hurry. It's about taking your time. And then they also offer a set of questions that you can use to accompany your discussion. And I'd like to share a few of the classroom cases I had with my students using poetry. These are the brightest moments, actually. I reminisce about when I talk about using poetry in the classroom. So first off, like a few years in a row, I would start my work with the class from something I did during our first lesson. I asked them to write an I am from poem. So there's a template. There's a number of templates for them, but I wanted to use one in particular that you also have a link to. So what we did is I asked them to write this poem, and then this poem gives loads of potential for discussion and sharing experience. So they would get in small groups and discuss what they have in common, what experiences they share, what is different and why. And then I also asked them to use these poems to create some sort of journal pages or scrapbook pages, and they would bring them, and I kept them throughout the year. And after during a final lesson, I would give them back, and they were so surprised because a lot of them forgot what we did in our first lesson. So for many of them, it was a way to reconnect with the very beginning of our collaboration and to reflect on some changes that had happened throughout the year. Obviously, I couldn't omit my favorite Robert Frost, whose quote we also read at the very beginning of this presentation. I admire his poem, Stopping by the Woods on a Snowy Evening. And I love it for many reasons, for its simplicity on the one hand, but still it's also about the imagery and symbols that this poem includes and consists of. And so it's such a fascinating journey to analyze and interpret the symbols. So this is what we did with the students. I brought a few articles that actually analyze the imagery and symbols. So we read those articles, students suggested their own interpretations. We went on to have a recital contest, and I also asked them to translate the poem. And some of the students revealed, amazing talent of translating poetry, and I enjoyed their translations a lot. So if you like Robert Frost just like me, and you want to do something about this poem with your students, so I've also included a few links that can help you to do so. Another poet I decided to introduce to my students is a modern poet and activist, Noor Unaha. She's a Pakistani blogger, poet, designer, YouTuber, you name it. Before I introduced her to my students, I'd been reading her poems on Twitter, and I enjoyed them a lot. So the picture shows how she presents her poems online. So she normally writes them in handwriting in her journal, and then makes a picture in with flowers or with interesting backgrounds, and which makes this poetry kind of multi-level experience. And she writes about feelings and emotions a lot, and that is why I decided to introduce this poetry during our, let's say, final lesson on the topic of feelings and emotions. So what I did, I printed out some of her poems that were especially about feelings and emotions. I printed them out as postcards, and I printed as many of them as I had as many students I had. And so I got them to choose these postcards, randomly. So they don't see what poem they choose. And there was such a wonderful experience because the poem each student selected for themselves resonated with them on a special level, and it was so rewarding after all. So, and we discussed the poems eventually, and also focused on the language to see whether there were some nice words or expressions they could add to their vocabulary. Yeah, so Noor is on Instagram as well, and like she's gone a long way since then, and you can read her poems on Instagram as well, and I have included the link. Apart from that, I also use poetry for reflection, and I mostly use it with my students, with my colleagues in my project Talking Teachers Club. And like when I talk about poetry for reflection, I guess it's very much about what Parker Palmer called contemplation in action. So by this term, Parker Palmer meant finding ways to engage in ongoing reflection on who we are and what we do that matters most while we are engaged in the work. So this is what my talking teachers do at the moment. So while they're still like working and having busy time, they also involved in many creative activities in this project. So in the book Teaching with Heart, there are a lot of accounts of teachers who talk about their relationships with poetry, and I really like this one by Kirsten Olsen. She's a teacher who talks about her experience with poetry. She says that poems require me to be quiet, to slow down, and to focus. Reading a poem is an exercise in mindfulness. Or I often read a poem just before a class to help center myself when I'm in emotional turmoil, or to encourage myself to push deeper into the truth of a situation, or to see the truth as a teacher. So I believe such things are extremely valuable to us, and it's a pity we often overlook them for the sake of some urgent things. But maybe these lines will help you to like reconsider the way you see poetry, and especially so in particular, I'd like to share with you what are some poetry-based activities I do with the participants of my project, Talking Teachers Club. So at the very beginning, in week 1, when we just introduce ourselves to each other, so one of the tasks is to write a poem which is called It's Not True. So it means to write a poem about yourself in which nothing is true. And this is very interesting how colleagues then go on to interpret. So what were you trying to say about yourself? And this is also interesting to read the poem that is yourself, but from the opposite, like the opposite point of view, right? And to think how you can relate to this person. And then actually, now we are in week 2, and what we are doing is writing a poem my English is from. So you remember I was talking about the poem I am from, and I have changed this template so as teachers could reflect on their relationships with English, and as learners and as teachers. So I have designed a template for them, and tomorrow we're going to have a Zoom session where they're going to share their creations, and I'm so much excited about it. Because this is a very therapeutic experience, because I've been running this project for more than a year, and what I've had from teachers is that they said it was difficult to approach writing this poem, but once we did it, like this turned out to be very therapeutic, and it was so interesting to explore all these aspects of our relationship with English. And finally, we write some poems at the end of the project to reflect on it as a whole, and what we do. So it's some poems that are based on the templates I have designed, and also we do something called magnetic poetry. It's an interesting resource online when you can create. So you see these little words. They are like magnets, right? So you can move them, and create a poem out of them. So again, I have included the link, and you can check out the site and play around with it. So lots of fun. Another way to play around with, let's say, the text you already have is to create blackout poetry. And Austin Kleon, the author of, oh my God, where is this book? Still Like an Artist, I guess. So he, like in his page on Instagram, he shares a lot of blackout poetry, and just because it's Friday today, so I decided to include this poetry TG I have by Austin Kleon, just a few steps away, what appeared to be the weekend straddled around. Okay. Yeah, like poetry is a vast field for exploration and discovery, and you can explore a variety of templates to boost your creativity as well as your students' creativity. And here are a few links that can help you do that, or actually you can use them to start from. There's a site for magnetic poetry, there's a site for blackout poetry, and there are 2 sites that contain a list of templates for different poems. So it's Poetry Machine, a poetry generator. So I hope that my presentation will help you reconsider the value and the role and significance of poetry in our life and learning, and will help you to implement more creative and eye-opening and rewarding activities together with your students. So thank you very much. Stay connected.
Thank you, Ms. Ina.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. Yep,
I'm still taking notes.
Yeah, and I feel that I'm lucky because I will have that presentation first, and then all the participants will get the presentation. So I'll be able to check all the web pages you mentioned. And probably starting from Monday, I will start doing all that stuff with my students. Thank you very much. Those ideas are really precious. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being with us. I don't know how many times I should say thank you, but I'm really grateful to you. Please, thank you. And yeah, we have a comment like someone has just tried out magnetic poem. That's amazing.
Great, awesome.
So you can share your feedback here in the chat box about magnetic poem. Wow. If you have that wow, it means everything worked.
I'm so happy.
Thank you very much, and I do hope you will join us in the chat box. And in case someone has any kind of questions, you'll be able to answer that. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. See you.
Yeah. So see you. Bye.
Bye.
See you.
Okay. And here's the question. As usual, I do hope that I'm not that much knowing, with all my questions, but hopefully you can recognize what instructions should be given here. Just as you see, this is a word that consists of 10 letters. As you can see, the first letter here is the first letter in the first word. So, Ola, can you give us a model? What should go for the number 1?
So we should use U for number 1. It's like a decoding activity.
Yeah, just decoding. So the next one is N.
N.
And the next one. Actually, could you type in the chat? Yeah, could you type in the chat box which word do we have here? I think it should be pretty easy, but as usual, I know what our students always do. They go to choose, they use 3 or 4 letters, and then they try to guess the word.
We already have the correct.
Thank you, Victoria. Yes, this is the word here, university. And as you know, it's not in vain, because the next topic we're going to be listening to is being a university teacher with strong ties to the local community. And our presenter is Zhanbarbay Kagazbayev from Kazakhstan. Oda.
So, Zhanbarbay has been teaching English to pre-service teachers for 40 years. He also taught English in a general education school. He had got grants and did summer courses in Great Britain in 1994 and 1997. Zhanbarbay participated in TESOL Convention in Canada, Vancouver in 2000. His interests include professional development, pedagogical technologies, and critical thinking. He's currently a university lecturer on English language methodology, being a lifelong student at the same time, and speaks at various events relating to education and upbringing for teachers, parents, and also school students. So let's welcome Jean Berbay.
Hello, Kazakhstan.
Hello.
Hello, how is everything? Hope everything is
Hello.
well with you.
Hello, everybody.
Yep.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you to share your screen if it's possible, just for me to see it, because before I saw your screen and then it disappeared. Yeah, and we have comments from Kazakhstan as well. Hello, Daria.
I can't see myself.
Yeah.
I can't see. I can't see myself.
Could you share your screen again? Can you go back to your Google Chrome if you're using Google Chrome? And then click the button share.
What should I? Everyone can see on it.
Yeah,
Share.
pushing you. Share, then share, and use your presentation. Okay. I still can't see it, but no worries. Okay, and now please, I can see your screen. Now please open your presentation in the presentation mode, like full screen mode. Yep, then F5 to make it full screen. Yeah.
What should I think? Yeah.
Go back to your presentation and yeah, can you open your presentation? Because I can see your screen, no worries. So now you should open your presentation. And put it in the full screen mode.
Full.
Yeah, full screen.
But I can't see you.
And you won't be able to see me, so you'll be talking to the screen only. But we can see you and we can hear you. And now I'd like to ask you to press F5 button.
Shall I start speaking?
Yes, please. You can start speaking.
Okay. You see the screen? Do you see the screen?
Yeah.
We can see the screen, but if only you could press F5. F5. So this is the first. No, so no worries. Can you see me now?
No, I can't see you.
Go back to Google. Go back to Google Chrome. Can you see me?
No, I can't see you. Shall I probably? Okay.
You should.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, you can see me, right?
Shall I share screen? Shall I screen?
No worries, I will share it for you. But please let me know when you'd like me to move into the next slide. Okay.
Shall I press share screen?
No, you shouldn't. Just look at the
Video
screen
file?
and you will see. Sorry, you shouldn't do anything. I will share your screen. I will share my screen with your presentation.
Okay. You have my slides. Okay.
Yep. No worries. So you can start, and I will share your screen and my screen. And
Okay. Hello, everybody. I am very happy to see you. It's a very, very lively conference. I like it very much. Yes. I am very glad to hear speakers from all over the world and to share their practices, ideas, and it works very well. Now, people, my presentation is divided into two parts. The first part is deals with the academic job, my academic activities. The second part of my talk will be devoted to school visits. As a social work, probably, how will you call it? I don't know. But nevertheless, when I visit schools, pupils or school children often ask different types of questions about our everyday life. And among the questions, there is one question which is repeated every time. Say, how you became a teacher. Let me give a brief biographical background how I became a teacher of English. I was in the 5th form. One day a new teacher came in and said, my name is Adolf Antonovich Gerber. He said that he came from Australia, repatriate, and wanted to teach English. It was an unusual language which I didn't know, I didn't hear before, but I liked it very much. I was in the sea of sounds, intonation, in the ocean of words, though I understand nothing. But nevertheless, I liked it. Then, by and by, I get accustomed to those sounds, to that intonation, to the way he teaches. Then I finished the school, and I made up my mind to enter the Almaty Pedagogical Institute of Foreign Languages. I graduated from the university, and I've got a diploma that I have the right to teach English at schools. Then there was 2 years higher courses, which gives me the right to teach English in the higher establishment, in the higher educational establishments. So in school, being in school, the first proverb which I know was no pains, no gains. The second was never put off till tomorrow what you can do today. I liked it. And it was a motto in my life that no gains, no pains, or no pains, no gains. Now, I've been teaching at Karaganda State University. You may demonstrate. Next slide. Yes, you see the Abhay Kunambayev, one of the outstanding countrymen, compatriot of our life. He's a great philosopher, poet, enlightener. The words, by studying the language and culture of other nations, a person becomes their equal and will not need to make humble requests. This is from the books of words, Word 25. He's the author of many, many works, poetry, poetical works, but the books of words became, we may say, the treasure. This is the source of wisdom and the great knowledge. That's why last year, Kazakh people celebrated the 175th anniversary of this great poet under the auspice of the UNESCO. Next slide. This is Kazakhstan. The map of Kazakhstan is a very territory about more than 2 million kilometers. It borders on many countries you see in the picture. I should say that my sincere thanks goes to my ancestors who stayed undaunted in the face of various disasters, and they protected their country, our homeland, our holy land, and they placed great confidence in the bright future of our eternal motherland. And I think that we will fulfill a will of our ancestors. Next. Thank you very much. This is our university building. This is faculty building. These are our students. Membership of Academician Buketov Karaganda University, international educational and scientific organizations, about 34 leading university of the world and educational organizations keep and establish very close ties with our university. Next. These are students. They are doing project work and, of course, discussion work. Next. Now I am going to speak about the teacher's responsibilities in teaching learning process. Teachers investigate and experimentator, exercise group leadership, group development practitioner, fostering good relationships with the groups we are teaching, creating an atmosphere of friendliness and harmonious creativity, encouraging the use of the group's own resources, very, very important thing, active facilitator of autonomy learning. Next. Next. Now, teacher plays different roles in the context of facilitator credentials. I believe that these roles are probably familiar to you, but nevertheless, let's once again emphasize the roles which are very important in teaching learning process. Teacher, first of all, an organizer of the whole process. He is tutor, he is prompter, he is resource center, he is participant, he is language model, he is teaching aid, he is provider of comprehensible input, he is controller, and the main thing is he's scaffold educator. It means that when the student's in difficulty, then he wants to proceed further, there is a teacher, a great facilitator who can help him anytime when when the help is needed. Next. Now, students learn different things. They know they learn things according to their curriculum, according to the syllabus. They study different subjects. They may be compulsory subjects, they may be optional subjects. All in all, they study about more than 7,000 hours. Different aspects of English, probably, and the different subjects. I mean pedagogics, psychology, cultural study, social work, and some others. Then methodology, then linguistical sciences. And he gradually becomes a final year student. After graduating from the university, he goes to school to be a teacher of English. And this, picture shows that there is a balance between will versus skill. First, I would like to say that first comes high will, low skill. Really, students know theory because they studied it at the university and they come to school to be a teacher, but unfortunately they have low skill. This means they don't know what to do, how to do, where to go, when to do. They need support. Then mentor who is in charge of this novice teacher should render assistance, provide frequent feedback, discuss and set methods, I think. The next is low will, low skill. We may call it resistors or parasites probably, but because should charge and inspire those students, guiding, control, decision making if it is needed. This is a tricky combination, I would say. Getting good roles without working. They say, unfortunately, it might happen, but clear rules, methods, deadlines, then frequent feedback, check-ins will help such novice teachers, I think. The next category is the number 3, probably low will, low skill. And this, I've already told it. Then high skill, and high will. This is the best teachers. This is the best teachers because they know they are involved in decision making. They might involve the probably principal always asks for his opinions or her opinions. Employee is very competent and committed, and we may ask them for check-ins when employees has questions. We may praise and reward for success. And one more thing is high skill, low will. This category of teachers may be very dangerous teachers because they know everything, but they don't want to do. No willingness. They don't encourage the leadership development in the novice teachers might be. They might lose enthusiasm and the confidence if the mentor will be from this category of teachers. Start doing counseling with such category of teachers, coaching probably. If it doesn't help, of course, we will have to part with them. Next. Will you show next? Okay. Now, the second part of my life is devoted to schools, visiting schools, offline, online. I love this kind of work because young people want to know everything. There is a regional program which means formula for success, how to achieve success in every field of life or every field of science. Then we discuss different kinds of questions, and we try to find answers to every question posed. And we encourage each other. You may show next slide. Next. Next. You see the pictures from classes when we try to develop critical thinking. Now you see some parts of critical thinking scheme, as you know. And these are third form or third grade children, then fourth grade children, and we try to work with them and teach English as well. Okay, next. Now this is also our meeting with the students at school. They ask different questions. You may show next picture. Next. Okay. Also from our meetings. This is next one. Then the best questions, or you said repeated questions, then they pose is what books to read? What are the best books for teenagers? Then we may advise them young adult books for 13, 17 years old. This is, the books are very well known, To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee and some others. Then the books for every college student should read 10 books, if say the best books in the world. I believe that because they teach life. They depict different parts, different sides of life, which is of great interest for teenagers, for students a little bit older than the teenagers. Next slide. Then another part of the questions deal with future careers, which are the careers that waits in store. Then it is very interesting even for adults to look through the careers that that wait us in the future. Data scientist, data analyst, blockchain developer, digital marketer, cloud computing professional, artificial intelligence, the machine learning expert, manager, software developer, as you see, digital linguist, specialist in multilingualism and the multiculturalism, urbanist ecologist, space geologist, scam manager even, bioethicist. They are very interested in these professions. They want to have a very good knowledge and to enter the high education establishments and to study these jobs and professions. Next. There is a regional competition for youth, for gifted youth in languages. The competition, in the competition, young people who know 3 languages may participate or may have the right to participate. That is to say, English, Russian, and the Kazakh languages. They should know 3 languages and express their desire to participate in such as annual competition of a regional level. Then the winners of this competition will participate in the competition of the Republican level. And you see the winners of this competition. What's the aim of the regional competition? Talented youth. First of all is to motivate them to learn languages. Then to cultivate or to improve standards of speech in different languages. In Kazakh as a native language, Russian language, as we know, because Russian is spoken everywhere in our country. Everybody, every Kazakh person knows Russian because it is one of the global language of the world, I think. It is not very widespread as English, lingua franca, but nevertheless, in Kazakhstan, it is widely spread. Next. This is our teaching staff or our faculty. This is students, and we take part in different socials that take place at our faculty foreign languages. This is my card. These are my colleagues, very, very young, because many of the colleagues, probably 80% of my colleagues are my former students. You see that head of our department. These are diploma takers. Well, this is students, graduates, our graduates after they have taken their diplomas. This is one of the episode from my lesson. Next. Then also our teachers, teacher colleagues in different schools, in different faculties. This is guest from USA Embassy. She gave very valuable, beneficial support to improve our teaching programs. My heartfelt thanks go to her and to you. Okay, next. This is international teachers. That we have different types of schools, lyceums, educational schools, and some other types of schools. And these teachers especially work in Nazarbayev Intellectual School and then teach children English. These are probably an episode from the conference, an international conference with our colleagues. Okay, next. One of the problems is that Kazakhstan is going to transit from Cyrillic alphabet to Latin script. This work, the preparatory work, is underway, and this is one of the conferences that took place devoting to this very, very important aspect of our life. This is the leading scientists of our republic. This is probably one of the episodes from the international conference. Next. Now, you know, the teacher takes a hand, opens the mind, touches the heart, and shapes the future. Next. Right. Good teachers are the reason why ordinary students dream to do extraordinary things. Now, I am going to conclude my talk with the words by well-known American writer William Arthur Ward. He claims that the mediocre teacher tells, the good teacher explains, the superior teacher demonstrates, the great teacher inspires. I don't think that I am a great teacher, but I am inspired by my great students. I might call them great teachers, and me, eternal student, who is inspired by the inquisitive students, by creative students whom I teach. On behalf of Kazakhstani teachers, I'd like to thank Teach and Learning Teacher Professional Development Center, represented by Mr. Samadov and his close-knit team, for organizing Teachers' Voice Marathon that has enabled to connect online like-minded teachers, educators around the world. It was a useful dialogue platform for sharing best teaching ideas and practices. I should say that I hope that my sincerely benevolent colleagues will realize how important is their moral and emotional support in my life and in my professional activities. Special heartfelt gratitude goes to my nearest and the dearest family members. I would like to say that being together, when getting together, when we are together, no challenge is too large for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Janjarbhai.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. There are lots of things for us to think about after your presentation.
Thank you.
About all those strong ties to the local community. And yeah, as you know, here we have another presenter, Mr. Alastar, and he has a community. We are all in this together. And actually, this is my motto. This is my motto during my life. We are all in this together. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for sharing your ideas.
Thank you. Thank you. Shall I leave the studio?
Yeah, you can press the red cross. Okay, thank you. Okay, Olga. And we're moving. As usual, there is another question for you. If only you could look at these letters and make up a word, what can you create? Which word can you type in the chat box using all these letters on the screen?
By the way, there is one letter which is odd.
Yeah, one extra letter. I believe we shouldn't say which one is extra. And my son said just, Mom, it's not readable. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's because he's
Yeah.
not a teacher.
Yeah, because this is our, let's say, main word. And yeah, thank you very much, Miss Anastasia Sergeyeva. It's about motivation, and we have Victoria as well, motivation. Thank you very much. And actually, this is, sorry, time for us to say this is time for the next session, discovering and facilitating learner motivation. And the presenter for this session is Tyler Schaff Olga.
So, Tyler Schaff is a teacher, trainer, and motivational coach based in Istanbul. Born in Canada, he went exploring the world at the age of 21. Throughout the years, he had the chance to work in Russia, India, and Turkey, where he got his full Delta and was working as a CELTA tutor. He found that 11 talented teachers can be vulnerable in their practice and need motivational support rather than more courses and methodology. So now he is the owner of an online language school, Sharp English, that specializes in empowering teachers and learners to gain a clearer sense of self and develop confidence in their practice and learning.
Okay. Hello, Tyler.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for joining us. And we are looking forward to your presentation, because this topic is really important for every teacher. And it doesn't matter what country we are from, because motivation means just a lot. So I'm giving you the floor, and
thank you.
Adding your screen. Yep. So we can see everything clearly. Everything's okay. It fits perfectly.
Oh, good.
Okay, here we go. Good luck.
Thank you. All right. So welcome, everyone. Thanks a lot for joining. We're talking about discovering student motivation, not giving students motivation, for a good reason. You can't really make a student motivated. You can help them to find their motivation, but of course, it's like opening the door. You kind of show them the way, but you don't actually push them through the door. So I'd like to start with a story, actually, in order to kind of put this into context. I've been doing preparation groups for CAE and CPE for quite some time now, and there's one particular student who I was coaching last December. And she had been studying for, I think it was about a year, actually. She took a few different courses from a few different places, and then she started studying on her own as well. And she was starting to get a little bit, well, tunnel vision, basically. You know, when you are getting really close to that goal that you wanted so badly, and you are just been working and trying so hard to get there, but you feel like you're kind of running up against the brick wall. And that's what was happening with her, is she felt like she was so close to what she wanted, this CPE certificate, which is proficiency, C2 level. I mean, it's like basically you can communicate on the same level as a native speaker. But she was losing her motivation. She didn't want to see another task. She didn't want to do another speaking. She didn't want anything. She just wanted to get rid of it, be past it, have it done, finished, over, gone, goodbye. So we did a coaching session together. And what I did is I very carefully asked her questions, not about the exam, but about herself, her identity as a language learner, who she saw herself as, and why it was important for her to actually get through this test, and what was beyond the test, what she hoped to become after getting that certificate, and how that certificate would change her as a person. And it was like a light coming on in a dark room, a light at the end of a tunnel. It was something that she had never really actually imagined before. It was just like a whole different world for her, because she realized that it doesn't matter if you think about the content or the communicative achievement or trying to get your speech into 2 minutes and use all the points on the card, blah, blah, blah. It was more about what that is doing for you and how that's helping you to develop as a person. So exams are really useful because they provide a structured approach to learning the language. And especially after you get past the intermediate level, everything is for specific purposes. So people typically go into business English, or they go into exams or some other very specific type of English, right? That's just what kind of helps them stay motivated. But then when you spend so much time studying for an exam, you get what's called exam fatigue. You get fed up, sick and tired, and bored of doing the same tasks over and over again. And as teachers, when we're preparing someone for an exam, there are several things we can do in our preparation to make sure that we're not, bombarding them with test questions. We're giving them skills, not just the test itself. But still, it gets tiring, especially something like CPE, because, the C2 level, it's enormous. It's like, I like to say it's like blasting out into the cosmos. You get in a rocket and you go out to the space, you go out to outer space, because there's no end. You could spend your whole life studying collocations and obscure lexical chunks. It's just, you basically bury yourself in all of the words and the phrases. So how do you keep yourself afloat, right? Well, other than adapting the course to help them practice the skills that they need for the exam, we have to think a little bit as well about our students. Even if they're not studying for an exam, it's still very important to think about this. So here's a metaphor that I used of a student who's studying for IELTS. It's the way that they look at the exam, right? So one student says, I'm studying IELTS because I have to learn English so I can pass IELTS and enter university. The other one says, I want to improve my academic English so I can continue my studies. I will use IELTS to help me understand when I have attained that level. So if you think about it, there's a metaphor here. One of them is looking at it like a barrier, like a block, like something that you have to fight with to overcome, like a struggle, something that you're obligated to do, not something that you really want to do. The other one is looking at it like a bridge, more like something that it's enabling you or improving your ability to reach something. It's actually lifting you up one more level. It's not just that language, it's not just that test, but it's about you as a person and how you are going to pursue your future dreams. Because the language is just a tool, right? It unlocks a door to whatever it is that they want to achieve. And that's why language teaching is interesting, is because you have so many different people with so many different goals, with so many different potential dreams in their mind, right? So what you can be aware of is, whether they're looking at it extrinsically, which is the first one, something that's outside of their own view of the world, something that they must do because someone is telling them they have to, or intrinsically, is something that they want to do because they feel that it is part of themselves, something that's coming from inside. And like I said, we can't make someone be motivated. We can't really force them to be intrinsically motivated. And extrinsic motivation is good. I mean, it's not like one is bad and one is good, but extrinsic motivation will only keep you going for so long. So if you, for example, other examples of extrinsic motivation are paying for a course, a large amount of money, so that you will feel committed to doing it, getting a certificate of achievement, being offered a promotion or a pay raise, or, being told to, that you have to, or else you're going to lose your job, or because your mother told you so. Those are extrinsic motivators. And of course, they will light the fire underneath us and get us moving when we need to. But the intrinsic motivators are what keep us going, even when the days get dark. So we can light that fire, but we need something to continue moving forward, to continue propelling us. And that's basically the passion for the language, right? And passion is something that's kind of hard to actually, dig up. You can't inject passion magically into a student. You can share your passion. It's contagious, right? If you're motivated and you're inspired, do you think your students are going to be inspired too? Most likely, right? But if you're not really enjoying it and you're just kind of like, another day at the English classroom, right? Then they're going to feel it, right? Because even through the Zoom screen, We can feel it if someone doesn't really want to be there or doesn't really have something that's interesting and exciting to share. So we have to kind of think about it when we're doing what we're doing and how we're doing it. And if it's not really our passion, how can we make it so? What can we change that would make it more enjoyable? Maybe working with a different kind of group of students, different profile, working for a different school or working for yourself, right? There's many little things that you can tweak, make small adjustments, and still remain passionate about the language. So that's the beauty of it, is there's always some small thing that can be changed easily. So the passion is contagious, right? And of course, like I said, you can't magically inject the passion, but you can share it. So you can have that energy and have that vision and have that dream of the language, and hopefully they will catch it too. But sometimes they don't. And that's where you have to do a little bit of prodding or digging or poking around, looking around, trying to see what it is, trying to discover that motivation of theirs. And I have a few questions that I can share with you that are useful tools in order to help uncover that motivation. Some of them I've mentioned already. So here are a few of my favorites. The first thing first, why are you learning English, right? And some people will answer that with like a duh teacher question, because I need to speak English, or because I need to use it for something. But that doesn't really mean anything, right? You got to look a little bit deeper, because if they don't have a clear idea of why they're learning it, they won't really have a clear purpose for studying. So if you ask this question, you can ask it a few different ways. Why are you learning English? Because I need to, I don't know, pass my exam. So why do you need to pass your exam? Because I need to go to university. Okay, but why do you need to go to university? Well, because it's what you do in life, right? But maybe you can go a little bit deeper into that. What is it that you hope to do when you're after university? How is English going to help you with that, right? Why does it really matter? Why do you want to use the language in a way that will be meaningful for you, right? And they might say, for example, something specific, like, I need to improve my speaking ability, or I want to be able to communicate with foreign customers much easier. I want to write emails better. It takes me 30 minutes to write an email, and I keep using Google Translate, right? So if they have specific goals like that, then you should at least check in where they are now. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you? How satisfied are you? How happy are you? Just throw in some kind of word, or ask them, what do you want to have with your speaking? I want to have fluency, okay? And how will you feel when you have fluency? Well, I'll feel confident, okay? So then on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you with that fluency at this point in time? Maybe 4, okay? 4, so where do you want to be, right? What do you want to see? What kind of improvement do you want to see? Do you want to see 4, 5, 6, 10? Okay, what if they say 10? Well, say, when do you want to see 10? Next week? Good luck, right? But if they say, for example, 6, then you got to find out, when would you like to have it by? So when would you like to reach that 6 in your confidence? Well, I could say maybe like 2 months if we study 2 times per week, right? That sounds reasonable. But even more important is, how will you know that you're there, right? So what will change that will give you that feeling that you have become more confident? And that will make them pause and think. And let them think. Give them some time. Because it's a very important thing for them to consider. Okay, so here I am now. I said that I'm 4. I'm not very confident in how I speak English. I said that I want to be 6. Then they might say something like, well, you're the teacher, you should know. Say, well, yes, I am the teacher. I will give you the skills and the abilities to get there. But confidence is something that you have. So if you assume that I give you the skills and abilities, and you consider that I will help you, what will change in you that will tell you that you have reached that 6? And they might talk about external things like, you will teach me more grammar, things like that, right? Try to get them to talk about internal things. You can do that just by asking more and more questions. What do you see that will change? What do you hope to discover? Maybe if you can imagine yourself speaking in a more confident way, what would you notice that's different about yourself, right? So you can shift their perspective a little bit so that they see it from a slightly different way. Even if you ask them, who do you know who's at a 6 or a 7, who's a confident speaker that you respect? Do you have a role model for speaking English? Who would you like to speak like? And that's a good thing to have. Role models are very inspiring because role models are basically ways that we level up. We look at someone, we see them as something that we like to do, and then we model some parts of their behavior. We don't copy, we just take the things that we enjoy and we put those into our own model of the world, and we put them into our own schema, our representation of what we see, and we adapt our behavior until we've taken whatever it is from that person that we are inspired by. So for example, maybe the fluency, or I had a student once who really liked Joey Tribbiani from Friends, and started picking up some of his conversational phrases and his patterns of speaking. And you wouldn't stay forever like that. I mean, maybe some people do, but after a while, then you find another role model and you level up to a new direction, right? So that's something that might help them understand what it is that will get them to that 6. They will know that they've leveled up because maybe they're a little bit more like their role model. Now you have to think a little bit about the things that they're telling you, right? It has to be smart. And I'm not saying smart like not stupid, right? But smart as in specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely, right? These are goals. It's a framework for goals, basically, that you can use just to make sure that it is worth spending time on, that it's not a lost cause. So for example, a student who says, I need to get a 7 in IELTS next week, and they're at maybe B2 level, good luck, right? But, if they're at a C1 level and maybe they're willing to have classes every day and they're somewhat familiar with the exam, there's a chance, right? Because a 7 is a C1 level. But anyway, what you should be doing is looking at these things here. What can you do specifically that would be the most beneficial in this goal that you want, right? So for example, I want to be a 6. What exactly are you going to do? Get them to create some kind of habits, some action plans, maybe like rehearsing. You could get them to, ask them what's most beneficial for them. They probably might have some good ideas. If not, you can help them. But rehearsing, maybe if they like Friends, they could pause the TV show every 30 seconds and just echo some of the things that Joey Tribbiani said, as long as it doesn't drive their partner nuts. But they can practice pronunciation by doing shadowing with authentic examples, using, for example, TED Talks or dictionary samples, right? How will you know that you have started making progress, right? So what has changed now that you're moving from the 4 to the 5 to the 6, right? What's changing? How will it be possible for you to achieve this goal, right? So that's what makes it attainable. Is it something that we can see as realistic, or is it just a bit, out there, just one of those crazy goals that's not really worth spending your time on? Why is this goal important for your life? We've talked about this one already, right? But you might want to return to it once or twice, just because people discover new things. They don't move in a ABC kind of direct line. They move kind of like very like you're weaving a tapestry in and out, right? So coming back to why is always important. Having a very strong why is what motivates people. That's the most important thing above all. That's what makes strong leaders. That's what makes strong brands. That's what makes strong learners. That's what makes anything stronger, is understanding why you're doing it, what the purpose is. And then of course, by when do you want this outcome is timely, right? So you can kind of structure this motivation around it. If you have a group of students, you can get them to ask and answer these questions to each other, and then fill out some kind of table or chart, and then come back to it a month later and check in, or even 2 weeks later and check in. I do that in my fluency courses, where I get people to check in with each other, and it does miracles because they notice things. They see how much they have changed, and they see how much they have progressed. It really gets them to, they get the light bulb moment where they recognize, like, oh yeah, I guess I did do that well, or yeah, I may have forgotten that, but I did this very well. So these types of questions can be adapted or used, whether you put them with one-on-one learners or if you put them with groups, right? You can always take these questions and get them to ask each other in different ways and in different forms. And they just help them to discover the things that are meaningful to them. It's kind of like guided discovery in grammar technique. Guided discovery is where the students are working through it and discovering the rules on their own. And in the same way, motivation is like that. The teacher can tell the student why they should be motivated. And the teacher will say, oh yeah, of course. Yeah, right, teacher. Yeah, you're right. I know it's very important for my life and my future. Yeah, you're right. And then they'll go home and they'll forget, right? But if they realize it and they say, oh yeah, I can understand why English is so important for my life, then they'll never forget. They'll see it and they'll want to work towards it. But of course, it's not going to stick forever. So you got to come back to it a few weeks later and see if it still works. Because everything that happens, every kind of project, everything that we start doing in our lives, it undergoes what we call the dip. This is a concept that Seth Godin coined, and it's basically very simple. Every time we start something new, it's just amazing. Novelty. Ooh, great. Oh, I'm learning a new language. It's so inspiring, right? We're very inspired. We love it. It's just incredible stuff. And it's just the coolest thing we've ever done. But after some time, the novelty starts wearing off. And it's like, ooh, geez, this is hard work, right? That's when the hard work starts coming in. It's like, oh my God, all of these collocations and grammar tenses, and God, how am I going to remember all this, right? And that's when we go through the dip. We don't feel the reward anymore, right? We're spending so much time and energy, but we don't notice where is the reward, what's going on. This happens a lot in CPE classes because it's so hard to tell when you're making progress in proficiency. And most people don't start making serious progress until at least month 4. And if you stick to it and you trust it and you realize that it is all coming, the rewards, they come exponentially. So they come very fast and very quick, right? So you basically keep on pushing through. You don't worry if it's not as inspiring as you had hoped at the very beginning. And you realize that it will improve. You just got to put your head down and do the work and be dedicated, because that's where success eventually comes. It's the same as what we call the iceberg effect. For every successful person that we see, we can only see like maybe 5% of what they actually have done. 95% is hidden. All the hard work, all the failures, all the heartbreaks, all the destructions and terrible things that had happened to them. Almost every successful person in the world, you can go and read their bio and you will find lots of failures, lots of bad things that happened to them. But what made them successful is that they pushed through. They didn't give up. They knew that eventually success would come no matter what. They were dedicated. So that's why I'd like to just bring this to an end and remind you that motivation is another process of discovery. Just like learning a language is a process of discovery, motivation is as well. It's self-discovery, and you should allow your students the space to discover it themselves, but also give them the tools to start unlocking that potential. And some very simple things can be done, starting with asking those questions, but secondly, with very carefully listening to the things your students have to say. Because students, they're full of insights, and the way that they talk about things, they actually know more than we do as teachers. The only reason we continue to adapt ourselves and evolve as teachers is because our students talk to us, or else we'd be stuck in the dinosaur age of, writing on walls with like Fred Flintstone, right? So we got to listen to our students very carefully because they provide us with the valuable insights that we need to grow and develop, and allowing them the space to actually, talk about their motivation helps us to improve. And that's why you should, of course, give them the time and also come back and reflect, because reflection is the most critical part of motivation. Not only doing it and moving there, but coming back and saying, okay, so that's where we were. Here we are now. What has changed? What's different? What have you done well? What would you like to improve for next time? What's your aim for the next 2 weeks or the next month? So that's it. Inspire your students and give them the tools to be motivated, and they will find it themselves. Thank you very much. I'm Tyler Scharf, Sharp English. If you have any questions about it, you can write them in the chat right now, or you can get in touch with me.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So many deep thoughts. And yes, I'd like to remind you that you can follow Mr. Tyler on Instagram, as you can see here, sharp.english, where he's sharing lots of precious ideas about teaching, and I'm pretty sure it will be very useful for you to read all of them. So please just follow sharp.english on Instagram, and don't forget about SR Teaching and Learning as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Tyler. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being with us. And we do hope that it's not the last time when we can cooperate together. So maybe it will be possible for you to join us for our next project, or I'm pretty sure that it would be nice for us to have your courses or workshops later on.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
have a nice day.
Thank you. See you. Okay, and Ola, again, you know, I have to add it to the screen. So as you can see, I have just a quick task for you. Here we have some kind of sayings. I get them on one web page, as you can see there, I mentioned it. So what are we talking about here? So they're a good start, good allies. They're just one of many resources in ESL teaching. Yeah, while I'm reading, please type in the chat box what I'm talking about right now. They're a great tool if used selectively and exploited, not just for words slavishly. They are useful. They are like pick and mix words. Yeah, I can't see the answers. Ola, do you know the answer?
I know, but I guess we have to wait a little bit to see what do the people think.
Yeah, I can see. Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah, they.
Thank you. It was necessary to know. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Anastasia, for your comment. Yeah, thank you for this one. And we are still waiting. What are they? They are just a good start. They're just one of many resources in ESL teaching. They are an essential tool, but not the only one.
Oh.
Okay, I knew you would answer like that. So you can see the correct answer. We are talking about course books. And let me introduce our next speaker with a wonderful topic, ways of adding your own touch to course books. I believe this is a very important topic to discuss. And let me invite on this virtual stage, Miss Nelly Kuhalishvili. Hello, Miss Nelly.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, I'm really happy to have you here. I'm really happy that you agreed to join your precious ideas with us, because I know that everyone would like to know how to add that personal touch while working or dealing with course books. Because when we start teaching, as usual, we do rely on course books, but later on we can see different ways to act. Okay, Miss Nelly. I'm going to add your presentation to the screen. Wishing you luck, and here we go.
Thank you very much, Eva.
Yeah, could you just press that hide? Yeah, that not the blue one. Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Here we go.
Could I start?
Yes, please.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Warmest greetings from Georgia, Sakartvelo, that's in Georgia. And you see pictures of Tbilisi, which is the capital of Georgia, and pictures of Batumi. That's the city where I live right now. I am Nelly Kuhalishvili, and I present English Language and Training Center. I also present English Language, English Teachers Association of Georgia. I am ETAG Batumi, that is English Teachers Association of Georgia, ETAG Batumi branch, and a teacher trainer. The title of my presentation is Ways of Adding Your Own Touch to Textbooks. And I've got a quote here, practice what you preach. We usually practice what we preach. Whatever is going to be demonstrated today has been piloted and adapted and conducted by the teachers of our center. Well, I suppose many of you are obliged to use textbooks. Am I right? Are there many teachers who have to use textbooks? I'm curious. Well, to my knowledge, in my region, most of the teachers have to use textbooks. And textbooks have their own advantages. What are the advantages of textbooks? They provide structure and a syllabus for a program. For example, in our case, we use textbooks, we are obliged, because we prepare the students for different national and international exams, and that's why we have to stick to the curriculum. Textbooks are efficient because they are consistent and systematic. And as well as that, learners consider textbooks as guides, aids, and tools leading to progress. But textbooks have disadvantages. They may contain inauthentic language, they may not reflect students' needs, and they contain repetitive and monotonous activities. Well, if we go over our textbooks, we will see those repetitive activities like find someone who likes tea or coffee, walk in pairs and find out what your partner did yesterday, or can you start with the question, have you ever? Well, you would ask the question, what's wrong with these activities? And I would say nothing is wrong. But alongside with these activities, we need other activities that would stretch our students' abilities, that would make them feel and think, and that would maximize their potential. So how should we go about it? The answer is humanizing the course book. That's Brian Tomlinson. And let's see what we have here. Well, our teachers, as he says, are obliged to use a course book in all their lessons, and in such cases humanize it by reducing the non-humanistic elements of the book and by expanding and adding to those sections which invite the learners to think, feel, and do in order to learn. What are those humanistic elements? That's where the approaches used to humanize the textbooks come in. One of them is text-driven approach. And here we would see personalization, that's very familiar and widely used, when learners connect the text with their own lives. Then there is a multidimensional approach with inner voice activities. For example, you could ask your students to imagine themselves in their character's shoes and voice their feelings, attitudes, and experiences. We have imaging activities. The imaging activities go through multidimensional approach, and I'm going to refer to imaging activities throughout my presentation. Last but not least is kinesthetic activities, which are physical activities. Well, and again, the question is, how can we humanize our textbooks? And we would see the answers by providing imaging activities. And these imaging activities are pictures, photos, puzzles, doodles. You see a bumper sticker, which encourage learners to create mental images while processing or producing the language. Again, Tomlinson. Right now, I am moving on to the activities, and I'll start with a very simple activity, Nino's bag. The question is, what would you find if you were to open my bag? And I provide the students with a template. This is my bag. Job object, as for job object, we see the laptop. Interest object, the pens, and object of necessity, the tissue paper. So the students have to answer the questions using conditional, second conditional, in this case, according to the template. And let's see the answers of the students. And one of the students even titled the bag and said, Nino's everything. If you were to open my bag, you'd find a few things dear to me. For starters, you would definitely come across my laptop. That's where she mentions the object of job, her job object. Besides, if I gave you the permission to look into, you would see a bunch of tissues. That's the object of necessities. And last but not least, if you did open my bag, you would find a number of pens. That's because I tend to collect them from any place I go. So this is the object of interest. Another way of stimulating the students' curiosity, triggering their interest, is using bumper stickers. And you see a bumper sticker here, go green, go vegan. The target grammar is models of speculation present. And the question is, what's the reason for having this kind of bumper sticker? I might help my students to make them process the language and produce the language. The answer might be the owner must be, or might be, or should be a vegetarian, and he wants to promote this kind of diet, or he must be one of those who is protecting the environment. Again, this very bumper sticker, but in this case, models of speculation and the past. So why did the owner decide to have this very bumper sticker on the car? And the answer might be he must have watched a documentary featuring cruel treatment of animals and made up his mind to become a vegan, or he must have been overweight and decided to keep a vegan diet. Another option that I am just providing is this image, which is taken from Lessons to Membership by Jamie Caddy, with Jamie Caddy's permission, of course. We've got a lesson plan. He's got a lesson plan there with the image and the scenario provided. So I've taken the scenario, but I have adapted it to suit the target language that I wanted my students to produce. So the scenario is this: the dog is lying underneath the back of the car. Maybe it's a hot day and the dog wants to sit in the shade. The dog is just lying there, looking chilled, with his head up and dreaming. And I want the students to use future continuous. I might provide the model, or I might not provide the model, but it depends on the students' abilities, on their potential, and on their level, of course. So tomorrow at this time, I won't be sitting at the back of the car. I won't be begging for food, but I'll be settling down in my new and snug place. And I would like to share some parts from my students' writings, just to show what kind of response this image had on my students, or evoked from my students. Today, I'm just lying underneath the back of the car. It's quite sunny, and I wanted to cool down a bit. They even changed a bit, you know, they were emotionally affected. That's why I'm sitting here. Tomorrow at this time, I won't be sitting at the back of the car. I will be eating dinner in a fancy restaurant with my owners. But I will be with my owners. I admire that place. Another writing is I'm lying underneath the back of the sky. It is a very hot day. The student changed a bit the scenario. I want to sit in the shade. At this time tomorrow, I won't be sitting here since I will be taking a bubbly bath. I adore baths, and maybe my owners will be going out for a walk, so they'll take me too. So as you see, well, different images evoke different interesting responses, and the students' emotional intelligence is affected. One of the types of arousing students' creativity and their curiosity is using puzzles. In this case, this is guess the types of paintings. You can use it as a lead-in if your topic is art, for example, or if you want to recap different types of paintings, this will be also one of the most enticing ways for producing the language. Well, for example, if we just look at the first picture, they might say, well, I think it is landscape because there are some green colors, I can spot some trees, well, so on and so forth. The next part gives the answers. For example, this is landscape, and the students can expand, the whole picture can evoke more language. It might be more varied and complicated as well. Well, this is abstract, portrait, and still life. Okay, we also use puzzles with elementary students. So this was prepared for Christmas lessons. So we usually have Christmas lessons for Christmas, and we try to involve the students and make the lessons more enjoyable and fun. In this case, I can just ask my students, so what kind of things can you see? Well, somebody might see, I can see a box, somebody might say I can see some candles, I can see a tree, or I can see some toys. So they just name single objects, kind of consolidation of vocabulary or practice of the vocabulary. On this puzzle, they've got a more or less clearer idea of what kind of things they have, and they can name already a Christmas tree with toys, a pair of boots, or some boxes, Santa Claus. And this picture already evokes more responses, evokes more language, and the students are moving to the sentence level already. They might say there is a Christmas tree in the corner of the room with beautiful toys. There are some boxes under the Christmas tree. That's all different kinds of pictures evoke different language. And the language, they might complicate their language. Well, the next one, and it is one of the most involving, I think, and engaging for students, is using blurred images. The topic is stating preferences and speculating. This is a very good preparation task for one of the conversational tasks for FCE students. And we've got the phrases here: it seems, appears, they look like, as if they are, I am absolutely sure, I'm fairly sure, as far as I can see, I'd imagine they are, or they are definitely. So in this case, instead of making the students memorize these phrases, it is better to make them think and work out the meanings that are given in the pictures. And let's see, so I'm not absolutely certain, but it seems to be some game hanging, judging by the shapes and colors. And we can see, and then the students expand. They might even write a paragraph and then present this paragraph. Well, and here, it looks like a human body because I can make out a head and an upper part of the body. And again, they see this portrait, and they will expand, they will write a paragraph and describe and use more details. I've got this quote here, which is, the more we share, the more we have. And we can use quotes for consolidating or practicing different kinds of structures. In this case, it is the more we share, the more. And I've got a slide, I've got a word cloud, and which helps the students to pick up ideas and come up with different kinds of sentences. For example, the more we share, the more ideas we get. The more we work, the more solutions we come up with. The more ideas we share, the more expertise we acquire. And I'd like to round up this presentation by thanking you all for this wonderful opportunity, for this wonderful miracle. And the miracle is this: the more you share, the more you have. And I might also add, the more I have, the more expertise I acquire. So thank you very much. And I've got some resources. Yes, you might find it handy.
Yes. Yes, Miss Nelly.
Yes. Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you very much for this session. As you said, the more I share, the more I have. And I would even say the more I have, the more I share. It's like a circle. So thank you
Yes.
very much. Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer questions. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer. And
we don't have any questions, just only wonderful
no
presentation.
questions.
Very useful. Thank you, Miss Nelly. Miss Nelly, and lots of hearts. Thank you from Kazakhstan. These are all my cup of tea from Turkey.
Thank you. Thank you, Pinari. That's your cup of tea.
Yes,
yes, my cup of tea as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Wish you good luck with following presentations.
Thank you. See you. Okay, and we go further. Let's move on. Just I can't believe that we have just only 4 speakers ahead.
Yeah.
Anyway. So again, as usual, all my those known questions. And the question is, what comes to your mind when you see this acronym? Actually, I know what I have some kind of expectation what I will see in the chat box after TTT, because every teacher knows that TTT stands for, I'm not going to share this idea. Actually, we can have 2 versions TTT of TTT. Well, what about you? What came to your mind when you saw this TTT?
Well,
yeah, I can see.
Oh, yeah, this is what I wanted to say.
Yeah, the first one is teacher talking time. Again, teacher talking time. Yep. Teacher training, but we have one extra T. Teacher
training T.
Teacher training T, possibly, yeah. And to be honest, while searching for the ideas for TTT, I found just about 80 explanations. 80. And here, some of them, like you can see, probably you would put test, teach, test, teacher training time, time, travel, technology, and I even added Talking Teachers Club, if you remember, by Inna Piatkowska. I know it was C, yeah, it was letter C. Anyway, we are not going to talk about all these T's, because the next session is TTT, Teaching Through Tests, and the presenter is Mr. Samadov. Ola.
Mr. Samat Samadov is a teacher trainer, international IELTS instructor, and international conference speaker. Samat Samadov is the founder of SR Teaching and Learning, an international teacher professional development center for teachers and educators with official representatives in more than 13 countries. He's the designer of the top-ranked IELTS instructor course, a course which enables teachers to work with IELTS candidates successfully.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Samar.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you.
Finally, we can see you and hear you. Everything is okay. So I'd like to ask you to share your screen.
Let me try.
Teaching through tests. And I should tell you that we had a workshop on TTT, and there were two ideas: teaching through tests and teaching the tests. And actually,
Can you see my screen?
Both of them worked properly. No, unfortunately, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Tar. Yeah, I can see. Thank you for your hard work and dedication. Thank you very much for this kind words.
Let me try again.
Yep. As usual, share, then click the picture. If you can see us, click that picture.
So basically, I do that.
Azra, you shouldn't worry about mistyping. Yeah.
You can't see my screen yet?
No, we can't.
Oh my goodness. So that's kind of the easy thing. We tried a few times, but screen, top. Chrome has lost permission to capture your screen.
Sorry, can you say it again?
It says Chrome has lost permission to capture your screen.
I'm not sure why. Can you try to do it again? Yeah, so we have to wait for our speaker. So maybe we should reload the page and join us. Digital
that's technology.
Yeah, as Pinar mentioned, we are not digital native. We are digital immigrants. Yeah. Okay, so while waiting. Actually, the workshop on teaching through tests appeared to be really productive. And I should tell you that as soon as we finished, I started preparing my lessons for the next day, and I could see the result the very next lesson. It was really perfect. So, Mr. Samad, could you try to share the screen again?
I've done a few times, but it says the same. I don't know what's going on. I'm really sorry for that. I don't know, to be honest. So what if I don't know. It says the same thing. Like it doesn't. I put this share your screen. When
click the picture with us, like entire screen. Yes, I have it. Yes, and now let's open the presentation in a presentation mode.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can see it. Open your
Is
presentation.
that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Is
Now
that
I'd like
okay
to see your. I'd like to see your presentation.
Sure.
Sharing is caring. Thank you, Tamara. And yeah, things about technology. Yeah, it's what makes us.
So I've already shared my screen.
Yes, but I'd like you to open your presentation because I can see just only StreamYard now. Can you open your presentation in the presentation mode?
I've done that.
No, unfortunately not. Stop sharing and share the entire screen, not just the StreamYard window.
What about now?
I can see your screen without any presentation, unfortunately. Thank you, Tamar. We love you and wait for you in Baltimore, Georgia. I'd like to be there as soon as possible. And Alicia just says maybe you could send your presentation to one of the hosts. It would be nice.
Well, let's try this one. I'm really sorry for that. That's not the first time that we've been using this, but I guess that's something wrong with that. So then I'm going
This
to...
is really true, Alistair. Life's never boring with the laptop. Yep. Okay.
Well, meanwhile, I'd like to thank everybody. I mean, okay, just a second. I'm really sorry for that. Well, Eva, I'm going to send my presentation to you, just in case, but I'll try it again.
So one of you can show us his presentation while he's... Yeah, we can. As soon as we have it, we will do it immediately.
Did you get that?
Which email address?
To your WhatsApp.
Okay, wait a second. Since I can't see the comments, Ola, can you see them?
Yeah, I can.
How is everything there?
So anyway, let me just before you put the presentation, I'd like to thank everybody who joined today, all the brilliant speakers. 3 years ago when I kind of started this project, or I'd say the idea, kind of unite everybody in the way of teacher development. So to be honest, I didn't expect that we will come to this point so early. And of course, thanks to all our colleagues all around the world. So I really, I'm really thankful to all participants, speakers, and of course moderators, dear Eva, Olga, that are really making these things happen. Well, and I'd like just to put a few things from my own.
So sorry for interrupting you. I'm ready with your presentation. I'd like to remind you, as soon as you want to go to the next slide, please let me know, okay? Because I can't see anything but your presentation.
Okay.
Can you see?
Yes, I can. Well, can I start? All right, so we can move on to the next, to the first. One more, please. Yeah, TTT. Yes, as dear Eva mentioned, there are a lot of things concerning this TTT, to this acronym. But the one that we are going to talk today about is basically, the general idea of teaching through tests. Well, next, please. I'm really sorry for these inconveniences. What is a test, right? So, and today, as many of us may know, all around the world, many teachers basically, they deal with testing. Testing actually is an integral part of the learning process. And no matter you deal with national or international exams, you should be more familiar with a testing system. And a notable concern is that, many teachers basically frequently have the tasks of constructing correct or good tests, but the point is that they have little information or little training that may rely on in this task. So that's why we as SR Teaching and Learning, we decided to make some investigation and research, and we put all our efforts. Basically, I've been in this research, I say, for about 20 years already. And I used to work as a test maker in different state organizations. You know, can we go just a little bit more, Eva? Yes. So a basic definition for a test is a series of questions or problems that is used to determine a person's ability or understanding of something. And all the tests, so next please, Eva, and all the tests basically, they may be considered to be a very common assessment and evaluation tool. So, and of course, an educational process. And, is that the only tool that we can measure the skill or the ability of our student? So I would say that, so next please. Yeah, as most of you kind of were true for this acronym, that teacher talk time that we heard a lot. But yes, for us, it stands for teaching through tests or teaching the tests. We've designed a newly designed basically course is going to be launched very soon. And during these courses, we're planning to reveal as many techniques and tips that dear teachers may find useful in their teaching, because I know that many teachers across the globe, they have some troubles or difficulties when dealing with students who prepare to take different types of exams, whether national or international. And most of the tests, of course, exams, I mean, you know, they're based on different testing formats or systems. So, and that was one of the main reasons that we decided kind of to start this absolutely new, I would say, project on preparing teachers teaching through tests. In other words, using tests as a teaching tool rather than evaluation tool. So can we go further, please? One more. One more, please. One more, please. Well, now the question is, so you can just, Eva, please, you can click on that button and you will have the full screen. Yes. What makes a test good or bad? Well, of course, you know, test makers, they are very accurate when preparing, when constructing tests. And it is really very important thing for teachers who prepare their students for exams to be familiar with international standards and principles in order to understand the matter in depth and to ease and simplify their students' job and not to waste their time, you know. So the well-constructed tests are the ones that motivate students and, of course, reinforce learning, you know. But now the question is how tests basically can motivate our students. Of course, it depends on the ways you present them, like what kind of tests or the procedure that you present to your students. And of course, well-constructed tests, they definitely enable teachers to assess their students' mastery. of the course objectives. And the thing is that the matching of learning objectives, expectations basically, with certain item types definitely provides a high degree of, I would say, test validity. And for sure that we need some feedback, and well-constructed tests, they will definitely provide feedback on teaching. So in other words, Eva, can you go 2 more clicks? Yes. Good tests measure what you want to measure. Bad tests do not. Or what you test is what you get. Well, next one, please. Generally, test items should assess achievement of instructional objectives, and we very often use tests, for different level of students, and in order to identify the level of students, we have different diagnostic or placement tests. So we do use them, but I mean, during the learning process, we again, I'd say, I'd like to repeat that we should use tests, or we may use basically tests as a tool of teaching. Next one, please. And let me tell you a few technical side of a test. So technical quality of a test based on international standards. Good tests, basically, they should have this 5 stages when constructing them. And of course, if you are aware of them in depth, or you will be able to teach or to prepare, basically, to prepare your students, whether to national or international exams, in a much easier way. So there are 5 basic steps here: cognitive complexity, content quality, language appropriateness, fairness, and reliability. Well, I would like just to go very fast through all these 5 steps, if you let me, Eva. So first one is cognitive complexity, which is basically based on the Bloom's taxonomy. Could you go, please, a few kicks more? Yes. Yeah, here, for cognitive complexity, the test questions will focus on appropriate intellectual activity, ranging from simple recall of facts up to problem solving. And as you may know, that Bloom's taxonomy, lists 6 levels of intellectual understanding. And unfortunately, many teachers, they do not follow the order of these stages. And most teachers tend to focus on testing only the knowledge of their students, but to make sure that you really prepare your students to to different exams in really, let's say, precise way, you should try to follow these 6 levels of testing, I would say, in this case. And these levels of understanding assist in categorizing test questions. Next, please. Well, this is a basic definition and sample question frames for each level of learning. So I'm not going just to describe all of them here. This is just introductory, let's say, talk. Probably many of you even know about it, but the idea here is that we shouldn't just concentrate on testing our students' knowledge, or when teaching through tests, we should consider all the elements that require to come to best results. So you should have a specific test which will check their knowledge, comprehension, application, and all the remaining ones. Next one, please. In terms of content quality, yes, when constructing, when making the test, we should be careful for the questions that you can see on the screen. Like these are some specifics that we should really consider and take into consideration. So it's not like giving them whatever you have in the course books or no, it's not that. So the questions or question types, they should be absolutely appropriate for your students' knowledge and the skill of, let's say, applying all the knowledge that they've learned. So that is why, yeah, another thing is that how many questions and how many areas will be covered in your test. All these things should be considered for sure. So I mean that we should be aware of these things. It's not just taking tests and giving them to your students. So you should know. I mean, we should know like the procedure of that. Next one, please. Basically creating a test is one of the most challenging things that many teachers confront. And again, we do not have that many practice trainings, practical trainings in that. And the next stage is about language appropriateness. Of course, the language here should be as clear as possible and appropriate to the assessment tasks. Again, we should consider these three features of that stage. Test questions should reflect the language that is used in the classroom, and test items should be stated yet definitely in simple, clear language. And next, please. Fairness is the next stage. And here, the points like test questions should reflect the objectives of the unit, and expectations should be clearly known by the students. So this is really very important, okay? And ample time for task completion should be allowed. This is another thing. So we shouldn't forget that taking different types of exams, our students, they're limited in time, so they have to be trained also in time management. I mean, how to start. Basically, the international standard is that 30% of the questions of any test, goes for simple questions or simple tasks. 30 will go for the most difficult ones, and 40 will be on average level. So that's why, sometimes we should train with our students the ways of identifying these three levels, like which questions are the easiest and which questions are the hardest one, for a better time management. And of course, there are techniques to do that. And all these things we're going to basically reveal in our very, very near future courses. Next one, please, Eva. I'm really sorry for all these inconveniences. And reliability. Yeah, the fundamental point of testing is to encourage learning. And really, a good test is designed with items that are not easily guessed without proper studying. So Here, I'd like just to, next one, please. Here, today, basically, we know that there are two general categories of test items, which are subjective and objective tests, and both of them may be used to measure our students' levels, knowledge, skills, whatever. And these are the things that, these are the test items that are used in different exams. Next one, please, Eva. And yeah, objective items, they're mainly kind of closed-ended questions, and subjective ones, they permit the student to organize and present an original answer. So it means they're more about open-ended questions. And one more click, please, Eva. One more. So when doing objective items, we should consider that they include mainly this type of questions, multiple choice, true, false, matching, completion. And for subjective ones, we have short answer essay or extended response essay, problem solving, and performance test items. So you may have only objective items in your testing, or you may have both of them, or if just subjective ones. Like the international exams like IELTS, you know, they include both objective and subjective items in the exam. So it's a really good thing, and it's really useful to know how to deal with them. Okay, well, can we move on? And here, yes, so these are the most common types of examination questions. But now in this presentation, I would like just to say a few words for just multiple choice question. Next one, please, which is considered to be the most famous among all the remaining types of exam questions. So multiple choice questions, they, as you know, consist of STEM, and then they may have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, even 8 options, alternatives. And I would like just to show you now here one of the main principles based on, again, international standards when working with multiple choice question types. Eva, please, next one. Well, this is kind of the grid. So what is STEAM? STEAM, again, identifies the question. So we should have at least one correct answer. So you should have distractor, which or incorrect but plausible choice, which is very singular to the correct answer, and eliminable, which is easily seen to be incorrect. So the standard is that they include in multiple choice questions, when they make this multiple type questions, they consider, I mean, test makers, they consider these principles. Let me just show you a very simple example, a very simple question taken from one of the national exams. So STEM is choose the correct sentence in the passive voice, and as you may see, so the green one is plausible choice, the green one is distractor. Why it's distractor? Because if we look at option A, which is correct response, so we see that many students, you know, they may confuse using whether singular or plural verb, because you know, they look at milk, for example, and they consider that as uncountable noun, and that is why they choose singular verb, like in option B. So option B, that is why option B is plausible and it is distractor. But, and you know, always you will have in one of your options, if you have 3 options, remember again, this is the principle, international standard for multiple choice question types. One of them will be distractor, one of them will be what eliminable answer. So if you look at C, you can easily see that there was nothing about passive voice. We don't have any forms of to be, and we have nothing about a past participle. So that is why C is considered to be eliminable. So this is again principle. Eva, one more click, please. And the standard is, the principle is, can you make one more click, Eva? Yes. If you have 4 options, so one is going to be eliminable, and you're going to have again 2 distractors. So if you have 5 options, you're going to have 2 eliminable ones and 2 distractors. Again, you know, to understand the principle of the standards of test making is really important for those teachers who prepare their students for different types of exams. Well, one more, please. Yeah, and this is just about general suggestions for those who want to start constructing the tests. And you should know that your STEM should present single clearly formulated problem. And of course, it should be in a way in really understood language. And you should have at least one plausible alternative, and one of them should have mutually exclusive. Another thing that alternatives, the options, they should be equal in length. And when used negative STEM, you should underline or capitalize it. Don't use double negatives, and place correct answer at random. A answer is most often. Again, so there are many things to say here, but this was just introductory thing that we decided to present in this marathon. So about all the tips, techniques of teaching through tests and teaching the test, we are going to have whether offline and online workshops and courses very soon. So stay in touch. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank
I'm
you
really
so
sorry
much.
for inconveniences.
That's okay, no worries. And I'd like to mention, and finally, we are going offline. So on the 19th and 20th June, we're going to have 2 workshops presented by Mr. Samat Samadov. If you're based or located in Ukraine, you are more than welcome to join us. So the first one will be on preparing your IELTS candidates with a range of special tips and tricks. And the second one is actually about teaching through tests. So I'd like to mention, if you are interested in joining this workshop, please contact our Ukrainian partners, which are Ukrainian Teacher Training Center SUTA. SUTA stands for Certified Ukrainian Technologies of Education, or you can contact another partner in Ukraine. This is the Agency of Foreign Languages, RUNA. So again, if you're interested in joining these workshops offline, hooray, to say the wish to have something offline. So please contact our partners or just send us an email at asarf.teachinglearning@gmail.com. And we'll be more than happy to help you to join us for these workshops. Thank you, Mr. Samad.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much, Ola. Thank you very much, Eva.
Alicia, thank you for being so active in the chat box.
I'm
Clap,
really
clap,
very,
I can do it for you.
Thank you. I'm very, very thankful to absolutely everybody who joined us. I mean, we exist because of you. So thank you very much for supporting SR, for supporting our job. And my special thanks to dear Tamara Delidze, because she's making a fantastic job for uniting the teachers all around the world. So Ms. Gulnar, Hugh, everybody, absolutely, Pinar, so everybody, and of course, Ola, Eva, you know, you're doing an amazing job. Thanks a lot. Thank you. And I wish all the best for the rest of speakers and participants. See you soon.
Thank
See
you.
you.
Okay, and here we go. And again, my knowing questions. Again, you know. So actually, firstly, I had an idea to put the Scrivener's words here, but then I thought that probably all the teachers know everything or just learn by heart that teaching Bible. So I decided to find something interesting. So Ola, if only you could read the words, and while Ola is reading, please think about what is there behind yellow boxes. And I can drop a hint, just it should be like 2 words. 2 words. Okay, Ola.
So I would name it "it." So it refers to the ways in which students' behavior, movement, and interaction during a lesson are recognized and controlled by the teacher to enable teaching to take place most effectively. So actually, this is the first one. And then we have "it" involves all the things that a teacher does to organize students' space, time, and materials so that instruction of content and student learning can take place.
Okay.
So we would be grateful to your ideas in the chat box.
So what might it be? And as I mentioned, there should be 2 words. The first letter for the first word is C, and the second one, the first letter of the second word is M. I believe that is quite obvious. So we're waiting for the ideas. And just, I think that Miss Alicia will be the first one, because she's the most active participant so far. Yep. Okay, Azra, what do you think? Yeah, we're still waiting. Thank you for your... Okay, we have comments from Kazakhstan. Thank you. We're still waiting. But maybe we can share just the first part of the first word.
So this is the classroom.
Okay.
Emotion. Yeah, the second word is management. We have the word from...
The second word is management. That's correct. So we're going to be talking about classroom management, and I'd like to invite our next presenter, Miss Sonia Krug. Ola.
So Sonia has worked in ELT for over 12 years as an English teacher, drama practitioner, and more recently as a teacher trainer, working both with adults and children in EFL classrooms, Moroccan primary schools, as well as in business settings. She has a BA Hons in foreign languages and an MA in international development and education. Sonia moved to Morocco from Manchester over a decade ago and has been working with adult children and young people, promoting personal development and English language learning through activities, events, workshops, training sessions, clubs, and classrooms. Sonia has also been working with a branch of an international drama academy for the past 7 years and has recently launched the franchise in Mohammedia. So let's welcome Sonia Cook here.
Hello, Sonia.
Hello.
I'm so happy to see you here.
How are you?
How are you doing? That's okay.
Great.
It's really nice to see you again.
Yeah, okay.
When you were talking about my bio, I was thinking, did I do all of that? That's a lot of stuff.
You should be proud of yourself. Actually, I'm proud of you. Okay, Sonia, I'd like to ask you to share your screen.
Yes, of course. So I'm going to just share. Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sharing. Hold on. There we go.
That's okay. No worries.
How's that? Is that okay? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can see it. I'm adding it to the main screen. Wishing you luck. See you in 25 minutes.
All right. So my name is Sonia. I'm going to talk about management techniques in the ESL classroom today, but some tweaks during a pandemic. So I'll talk a little bit about myself. So I've been working in English language teaching for over 10 years. And most recently, I set up a drama academy, which teaches personal development through the 4 C's: creativity, communication, collaboration. I always forget the fourth C: communication, collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking. Critical thinking, exactly. So before the pandemic, this is what my little academy looked like. We had children from age 3 upwards. So we have different age groups from age 3 to 5, 6 to 8, 9 to 12 years old. We have teens, and then we teach adults. So we do all of this through theatre, teaching personal development through theatre. And we also worked in schools, so there we can see some pictures of schools. But then when the pandemic came into place, the schools closed down, all activities were suspended, and so there was some tweaking to do, not just in classroom management, but in, just the whole business. So because I'd had all this experience of teaching English, then I decided to kind of change it a little bit, because teaching theatre online, although it has worked for the academy internationally, it wasn't working for me in this little town where I am in Mohammedia. So the parents were like, oh, I don't think theatre can work online. No, we're not going to sign up to this. But on the other hand, they were interested in English lessons. So the tweaking process began for me. The first kind of activity that I did was, and the first time I've ever done something like this online, was a summer camp. And I was a little bit dubious. I was thinking, is this going to work? Because I'd done summer camp face-to-face before the pandemic, but online, I didn't know how it was going to work out, what it was going to be like, but it was a great success. And here we have like a testimonial from one of the parents that says, I wasn't present during the session at home, but I connected via Zoom. So she was kind of in the class, just keeping an eye on her daughter to see if that she was behaving well, and just wanting to learn more about what we were doing in the summer camp. And she said that even like a distant setting, she said, and being like an adult, I wasn't bored. She said the workshops that we did during the summer camp were really fun and interesting. There was lots of different activities, lots of different variety of activities, vocabulary, treasure hunts. Each week we had a different theme. You can see here in week 1, we did space exploration. Week 2, we talked about animals and pets and things like this. She said that her daughter connected and insisted on connecting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, even though our sessions began at 3:20 in the afternoon. So she was like ready 2 hours ahead of time, waiting for the online summer camp to begin. And so the success, I guess, for this, the success of this, I will talk about in more detail during this presentation, and how it came about and why, and why it was so successful for the children, etc. But also it inspired many other things. So I went off then to 6 different products. You can see here it says coming soon, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, number 6. So we had many different things. We had the classes offered face-to-face for some people during the pandemic, and especially more since restrictions have become more relaxed. We now have the option to do face-to-face theatre, online theatre, Cambridge English classes online or face-to-face, IELTS preparation classes, and conversation class, and adult beginner English lessons. So all of this kind of became, was inspired from the pandemic. So thank you, pandemic. So let's talk a little bit about the tweaking process in terms of classroom management. I guess to summarize, I want to kind of summarize at the beginning and then talk you through the different steps as we go through the presentation. But for online, for me, it's really about keeping people engaged, because in the beginning it was kind of something new, and there was no other option than to learn online, whether it was for children or for adults. because establishments were closed. We had to learn how to use different tools, you know, as teachers and as learners. We had to think about the different opportunities that we could have to learn and to produce from the teacher's point of view, but also from the student's point of view too. And when it comes to the face-to-face setting now, that restrictions in some places are more relaxed. I mean, in Morocco, they're talking about July being sort of the end of, you know, all the restrictions, but, you know, we still have to maintain social distancing and masks and things. But a lot of the restrictions are going to be relaxed by July, which is only 6 to 8 weeks away. So people are very, you know, really looking forward to that. Whereas in other countries, they're still fighting, you know, like in India, I was talking to a representative of the academy who's working over there, saying that it's still such a huge problem. Many people are still dying from coronavirus, and there's nothing changing at the moment. So, you know, things are happening at different speeds around the world. So this kind of information, I hope, is going to be useful for, you know, for people who kind of just want to reflect on how they've felt during the pandemic and what things they have done to tweak their classroom management processes, but also to help those who are still in the midst of all that, you know, turmoil. So face-to-face now is all about keeping people safe, adapting interaction patterns and activities. So how we move around the classroom and what we can do, what restrictions there are, is also a big thing. So, but what I also have been thinking, and I was talking to Eva about this earlier just before the presentation, is that there's kind of been a shift in the human psyche with regards to education. You know, people have seen kind of the inside out of how education is presented in schools and in establishments, and we've gone from being face to face to being online to not liking being online to actually preferring to be online in some situations. So there's been a definite shift in, you know, the different types of opportunities for education in general, online courses, learning English, and the accessibility is one of the most important aspects of this. So let's see, we're going to start with, so here we have one of the most important things to begin with is clarity. Clarity for me has been one of the cornerstones of maintaining and sustaining classes, whether they be online or going back to face-to-face settings. Course content is important. You know, what does the course contain? What are we here to study? The timings, especially for online, to be on time, to have those supporting materials, to have those materials ahead of time. And if it's in a face-to-face setting, to make sure that the students have those materials with them, with regards to sharing equipment and books and things. It's difficult for safety reasons. But also flexibility has been one of the most important things as well with online classes. You know, I have a couple of groups at the moment who, you know, when they first signed up, they were kind of a little bit anxious because they'd never really studied English online before, and it was something new for them. And so I had to kind of make sure that I communicated everything. It was very clear, but also to allow for flexibility. I have one group of students that works kind of all through the day and only has time to meet in the evenings. So some evenings they couldn't meet. So then we would just kind of make it flexible so that they could, the most important thing was that they were getting those English lessons, you know, whether it was today or tomorrow or the next time. So these are, for me, some of the most important things to be clear about when it comes to teaching online or in face-to-face settings during the pandemic. Okay, what about the rules? Rules are going to be really useful and important because it outlines expectations, what students can expect from the class, but also what teachers are expecting how they're expecting students to behave, I guess, especially with young learners. Another important aspect is creating those positive learning spaces, learning environments, so that people feel at ease, comfortable, because we're learning, we need to feel encouraged, etc. And these rules can be presented in different ways from session to session. So even though the rules stay the same, they kind of look like this. One session, we can talk maybe more about one, less about the other, highlight another each week. As long as all of the rules are presented each time and the student is aware of what their expectations are for the class, then it will make, speaking English and learning English in the class more fun, more interesting, and students will have that motivation to continue. Okay, so here are some examples of some classroom rules that I use on my online classes. So we have classroom rule number 1, and then I'll ask the students to kind of guess, for young learners, to guess what the rule is, if they remember the rule from last time, or maybe one week we will talk more in detail and we will give examples of when somebody listened to another and raised their hand and reinforce that in a positive way. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to talk about is presentation can present challenges. So for the online challenges, internet connection, the images that you put up on the screen, the sound, course materials, are they available, and engagement. So these are some of the main kind of challenges that I've found during my online classes, and there are ways to kind of work with those to ensure that your students remain and stay engaged throughout the course. If you're doing like a trimestrial course of 3 months long, or even if you're doing a monthly course, like I do conversation month by month, you have to kind of make sure that you have that connection, because one of the worst things is that the students can't see you, they can't hear you, they don't know what's happening, it's not clear, the sound on the microphone is muffled, or they can't follow because the course materials are not made available to them, and it just makes everything kind of difficult. Okay, and also in the face-to-face settings, when going back into schools and working with children or adults, the resources, are they can't share, there are many restrictions in place. So it's just making sure that everybody has access to the things that they need in order to be able to take part in that learning experience. Okay, so the next part is, it's about consistency. So if you're consistent with your presentation and it's clear every time, people become familiar with that routine and they have that expectation and they're happy with that. If they're familiar with the rules and you're consistent with them each week, then the expectations of how the class will be managed is clear and outlined, and the clarity of what's happening when, so that there's no confusion, has to be consistent as well, to kind of have that smooth situation going on. So a good first impression requires consistency to be successful, and somebody said success doesn't come from what you do occasionally, it comes from what you do consistently, and I totally agree in this case. Okay, so first impressions count. We've talked about clarity, we've talked about having rules in place, we've talked about the presentation and how important it is to keep people engaged, and the consistency over all of these aspects of classroom management. Okay, moving on. Part is about establishing relationships and trust, and we talk about this a lot already. In before the pandemic, it was building classroom community. How do we do that? What activities can we do? What icebreakers? But more so, kind of during the pandemic, because there are so many restrictions and so many differences to what it was like before. The first one is about this positive learning environment. One of the speakers earlier was talking about how we really need to listen to the students, and students who are participating online may at some point feel the dip that one of our earlier speakers was talking about in terms of motivation. Feel that dip and feel like, oh, I don't really face-to-face course. Find their motivation. So the classroom environment is one of the most important factors affecting the student. If you feel at ease, if you feel like you're heard, your voice can be heard, that you're able to produce something from the input that you're getting, then it's all positive and you're more likely to continue. Okay, the next one is about building connections. So it's a similar kind of thing, and it's very closely linked. So I have a couple of groups, as I said, online who have many things in common, and you kind of tend to find that those groups are they kind of advance quicker because they have things in common with each other. They're able to kind of bounce ideas off each other more than they would if they were coming from different kind of backgrounds, or so if they are from different backgrounds, building those connections are as important. So a classroom community helps students feel valued, connected with the teacher, and it just gives that extra importance to the lesson. The other thing that I wanted to talk about for establishing relationships and connections is praise and encouragement. Now, I watched it was actually a TED talk, and it was about remote rural classrooms in India and how education wasn't accessible to many of the children living there. And so one professor decided that he would try different strategies to kind of engage young people in education. And the follow-up from that was all about something called the grandmother cloud. So you see my picture of the cloud. It's a little representative of the praise and encouragement. So the grandmother cloud was it was actually a group of older people. It wasn't necessarily grandmother, it could be grandfather, but they were kind of volunteers who would come into the class online via Skype or via Zoom, and they would not necessarily know much about the topic that was being taught, but they were just there to praise and encourage the student. And I've really found that praise and encouragement helps. When I receive praise and encouragement, it helps me too. But in so much so in this kind of situation where we're so restricted in what we can do. So praise and encouragement can motivate your students, and they're also more likely to keep trying and to be optimistic when they face challenges. And we all know that we've faced many challenges this last 18 months to 2 years with regards to the pandemic. So establishing relationships and trust, very important for the classroom management during the pandemic. This positive learning environment, with all the different kinds of variations that it has become because of Corona, building connections and the praise and encourage. Okay. So the last kind of part of my presentation today is about sustaining and maintaining classes online and face-to-face, because a lot of my students have said, we're so kind of disappointed, we don't really want this anymore, and they have started to make better decisions, I think, in terms of what they want to learn and how they want to learn it. So in order to continue to work in an environment where there is effective teaching and learning, we need to make sure that we can sustain and maintain those settings for our students. So online organization. So being in an online setting, make sure that there are opportunities for your students to interact, to participate, constantly check your interaction patterns, make sure that students, there's a rotation, students are having equal or a balanced amount of time to connect with the teacher, to talk to each other, using the tools, breakout rooms and things like this to kind of make the lesson, interesting and have that interaction. Take turns, turn taking, especially for the younger learners. We need to kind of drill that in a little bit, how we can do that successfully. And also keeping records. Records, from a teacher's perspective, really helps to kind of keep that organization maintained so that the next session we know where we're up to, and it's ever more important for the online setting. Okay, organization in face-to-face settings. Challenges that we have found, or we are going to find, wearing a mask in the classroom. It's very warm, it's not comfortable. How can we, work with our students to let them know that while they're in the classroom, they need to keep their mask on? How do they speak loudly or loud enough for others to hear them through the mask? Maybe suggesting the masks that have the little windows for lip reading, since the visors were deemed not suitable, enough in terms, or safe enough in terms of protection. You can tell your students, if you need, you need to wear the mask in class, but if you need to take a breather, or if you feel like you need to take the mask off, it's okay to step outside. But kind of maintaining all this organization in the face-to-face setting, with sharing of stationery, when it comes to, sharing stationery. If a student forgets their crayons, if they forget their pens, are they not allowed to borrow a pen? Are they going to just sit there and do nothing? It's not really practical. So just to have that sanitizer and say, I'm going to sanitize these stationery. Is that okay? Do you feel comfortable using this stationery or sharing your stationery if it's been sanitized, etc.? Also, when it comes to group or pair work, the interactions, keep maintaining that social distance of 1.5 meters, but also, enabling group or pair work so that the class kind of, it's kind of a normal, it's the new normal. It's the new normal. So we have the same kinds of activities as before, but there are restrictions in place, like seating arrangements. And also, maybe teachers are able to kind of manage the airflow. At the academy here in Mohammedia, we decided to have our theatre face-to-face classes outside in the garden. So, and any classes that were inside, all the windows were open. When it comes to theatre, it's a little bit more difficult because it's a high impact activity. We don't really sit. So it's from one activity to another. And wearing the masks for the children is very stifling. And when we work on pronunciation, we have voice training and pronunciation techniques, it can be extremely difficult. So maintaining that social distance, but maybe taking the mask off while we're outside was a solution for many of the students and the parents. So just to round off, talking about safety in the classroom, on or offline. Disinfecting, as we said earlier, disinfecting any shared equipment using sprays, having tissues on hand, being adaptable and accessible. So having all of this, tweaking your classroom so that you can manage this situation helps. Also, very important is getting parents on board. When you have parents on board and you communicate with them, and they can actually help the student, for the young learners, or if you have like a letter, not to the parents but to the adult student, just to kind of list, the things that are okay and are not okay in the new normal face-to-face setting, coming back to learning together in a classroom. And then the other safety issue, of course, talked about earlier today as well in some of the other workshops, is the online safety tips. You can find these you can find many kind of tips online. Share information that you are happy with. Only share information that you are happy with. You're happy to share with other people online, and never share passwords, etc. Okay, so sustainability and maintenance, that was the last part of my presentation. So we've talked about online organization in face-to-face settings, and safety in the classroom on and offline. So just to recap, and this is my last slide, what I've kind of learned is being consistent is very important, because it just speaks of your reliability as a teacher, especially if you're like me and I have my own school. So it's like through the whole business. It's not just working in another center or working in a language center. For me, it's like everything that I do has to be consistent. I have to look reliable in order to be successful. Also, adding variety, it's the same thing that we're doing. And I know that before the pandemic we added variety, but I think these days people's attention spans are a little bit shorter, or people are more picky. They know what they want and they know what they don't want. So if you add the variety, then it helps to keep them engaged. Being flexible. So if this is not if it's not working, what can we do? Problem solving, trying to find solutions, listening to the student, listening to the customer, if you like. What is it that they're happy with? What is it that they're afraid of? How can we find solutions to that? And then in general, just reflecting on different situations that arise. How could that be managed better? What happened that it wasn't managed very well in the first place, etc. And just being human. I think this is one of the themes that is kind of running through the marathon today, is the human side to teaching and learning. Many of the talks have talked about this, have touched on this topic, and I think it's because of the kind of mid or nearly post-pandemic situation that we're feeling at the moment. A lot of people are kind of ready to go back to having normal settings and normal situations, but we're not just quite there yet. So it's really about that human side. We can listen to each other, we can learn from each other, we can help each other, and in general, it's all about the survival skills that we've learned and had to learn, the learning curve that we've all experienced, in order to continue to be successful in our teaching and learning for English. So that's what my presentation consists of today. I hope you found it interesting and there was some nice tips and tools for you.
2003.
If you have any questions, please feel free to.
We don't have any questions. We just have some kind of. It's a nice presentation, and so it's a nice presentation. It's very important just to add that human touch. Actually, I believe that is exactly what we need right now. Just human touch, to understand each other, our needs.
Listen to each other and just be flexible and just be there for each other. Whether it's for your student or whether it's your fellow colleague. I guess that's the tweaks of classroom management. It's kind of the same thing, but it's different. It's the same but different. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, SR Teaching and Learning.
Thank you. See you hopefully rather soon.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much. You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, again and again. Those who've been watching this marathon for 6 hours, perhaps you know what these yellow boxes mean. So again, we have a yellow box that decided to give such a heading like, did you know fact that will blow your mind? So here's the idea. Once upon a time, long ago and far away, or perhaps not so long ago, teachers did not use fancy PowerPoint presentations, overhead projectors, or even chalkboards. They simply shared their knowledge through what? Here's the question. What is there behind the yellow box? So what do you think? Yeah, I can see Daria's idea, like storytelling. They simply share their knowledge through stories. And yeah. So the next presentation is called The Teacher as a Storyteller. And the presenter is Mr. Jamie Keddy. I can see our presenter here in our room. Just if only we just yeah, Jamie, if only you could show your face because I can't see you. I'm not sure if everything's okay. Ollie, can you tell us about our presenter?
Sure, with a great pleasure. So Jamie Keddy is a teacher, storyteller, international conference speaker, and British Council ELT Award winner, Oxford University Press author of Images 2009 and Bringing Online Video into the Classroom 2014. Jamie is the founder of Lesson Stream, an international community for teachers and educators. He is the developer of video telling, a technique which combines traditional oral storytelling with narratives from online videos.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Jamie. I'm really happy to see you, and thank you for joining us. Finally.
Lovely to see you. Lovely to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And I'm really, really sorry I've not been able to be with you until now. I've had the busiest day ever. And my sister, who lives in Barcelona like me, I'd completely forgotten I had to look after her 2 boys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so you do accept my apology?
It's okay. You can watch it in the recording if you wish, if you'd like to. Okay, so I'm gonna I want to add your screen and you can go straight to your presentation. Ola, see you in 25 minutes.
See you in 25 minutes. We did this before, Eva. Do you remember when we did this before and we had this great system going where it was maximized?
I think we should try it again.
Okay, let's try maximize Jamie, maximize slide, and equalize both. That worked so well. You did a great job.
Okay, I need the first instruction.
Okay, maximize Jamie. Yeah. Oh, that's almost there.
No, just.
I prefer maximized Eva.
Okay. It's just because I'm here in line with you. Okay.
Well, I'll just start talking because, we've got 25 minutes. Is that right? 25 minutes starting now.
Yeah.
And it's lovely to see you all. I know that you're coming in from all over the place. I know there's a bit of a delay. I just want to test the delay because with StreamYard, there's a bit of a delay. So when I say 1, 2, 3, go, could you just type in where you are? Your city. So type in your city, but don't type return until I say go. So this is just me doing a test. All right. So type in your city or where in the world you are. 1, 2, 3, go. 4 elephants, 5 elephants, 6 elephants, 7 elephants, 8 elephants, 9 elephants, 10 elephants. Well, that's quite a big delay. Okay. We can use that. That's a 12 elephant delay. Obviously, the idea here is that every elephant is 1 second. Some people prefer bananas, but I've always been an elephant guy. So yes, I can see Nelly there. Hi, Nelly. I know where you are. And lovely to see some familiar faces. Now, I just came in time to hear Sonia talking about the importance to generate positive learning and classroom community and being human. And my little idea, which I would like to offer to that, if we want to foster community, get students doing stuff, even reduce teacher talk, as I saw somebody mention there, is to embrace story. What do you think of that? To embrace story. You knew that that's what this was going to be about. So I think, you've had a hard day, haven't you, right? You had a hard day. So I think maybe we should just relax for this session and I should tell you a story and maybe make it a bit interactive, but bearing in mind that we have a 12 elephant time gap, all right? So to let you know about me, I have a website called Lesson Stream. Some of you here, hello Pinar, know about this. This is a membership, a community of teachers. We are united in a passion for using story and storytelling in the classroom. And just before we get started, there's something that I'd like you just to, a mindset, because when I'm talking about using story in the classroom, and in this case, this specific case, it's all about the teacher as a storyteller. There's often some kind of confusion. Well, wait a minute, doesn't that increase teacher talk? Another idea, what if students don't understand the words, What I want you to do is to imagine that the story is just a text, nothing more. There's no teacher in the world would have a problem using a text. We have texts in course books, we have spoken texts and audio, we have texts and handout of articles. So texts provide input. If the text is on a piece of paper or on a screen, teachers have no problem with it. But when the text comes from the teacher, sometimes teachers say, well, wait a minute, I'm not sure about this. I feel a bit uncomfortable about doing this. The teacher talk goes up. But no, it's just a text. And the number one secret or most important thing I can share with you for storytelling success is quite simply to prepare. It's as simple as that, prepare. We think the stories can be improvised. We think they can be spontaneous, and they can, and those can be fantastic. But if you're deciding to use a story in a classroom, in your classroom, prepare. That's my number one storytelling tip. And if you do that, you can create a text, you can look through language, you can work with your language, you can grade your language, you can identify words and language structures, collocations, anything at all that maybe your students won't know, and you can pre-teach them just as you would do with any text. So the story is text, it's coming from the teacher, but the great thing is that it is embodied, which is a great word, don't you think? Embodied. So let me just ask you a few questions before we get moving, and before we get started with the story, I've got 7 questions for you, all right? And question number 1 is, does anybody know where Cottingley is? Obviously, it's in the United Kingdom. Think I'm that silly. Which county would it be in? Cottingley. I wonder if anyone's ever visited Cottingley. I would be very surprised if you have, because it's a very small place. But maybe you have. Type in your answer and we'll see it in 12 elephants. Okay, question number 2. Does anybody know what this is? This is something you find in many gardens in the United Kingdom, and I believe also in Germanic-speaking countries, Austria and Germany. They love their garden gnomes. This is a garden gnome, and I apologize if anyone had already typed that in, but we've got this delay. So this is a gnome. Let me show you something else. A really special prize here. If anybody can, I see that if DT there said it was a dwarf, it could have been a dwarf, but very specifically in the context of what you find in people's gardens in the United Kingdom, it's a gnome, a garden gnome. So number 3, who is this guy? Who is this guy with that special moustache? Anyone? Can you guess? Who is this? I'll give you a clue. This is a clue. The photograph on the right is actually from my hometown, Edinburgh. It's a statue. I can see. And that is Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, a very famous writer and the creator of the man on the right, the fictitious man on the right, who is called Sherlock Holmes. And I know you know this, and I'm preempting the answers that you've given with this time delay. Now you see, I'm asking these questions. I've not told you why, but you know that there's a story coming. And so intuitively, as the creatures of narrative that you are, you know that they are all related to this story. I'm kind of activating ideas. I'm defining language. I'm kind of bringing cultural ideas in particular into the open here, all things that are going to be relevant to my story. And Tina, you got it. It's a garden gnome. It could have been an elf, as Anna Maria says. It could have been a dwarf, but this was actually specifically a garden gnome. They often carry little fishing rods and they smile and smoke pipes. Now, this is a very strange one. This is the symbol for a society known as the Theosophical Society. The Theosophical Society, a very old society. And if you were to go to one of their meetings, can you guess what sort of thing you might speak with other members about? What would it be? The Theosophical Society. Their slogan is, "There is no religion higher than truth." And you'll see in their symbol there, it's a kind of montage of lots of other symbols, ancient symbols. That one at the top is not what you might think it is. The swastika is actually an ancient religious symbol. So there's all this iconography going on here. And in fact, the Theosophical Society is a spiritual religious society. So you can guess what they might talk about. Spiritualism, religion, their own kind of thing, but you get the idea. That's the important thing, okay? Next one, what do we have here? Yes, we were talking about gardens in the United Kingdom, and one thing that we associate gardens in the United Kingdom with is garden gnomes with their little fishing rods and their pipes and their cheeky smiles. There's something else that we associate gardens in the United Kingdom with, and people often say this, that at the bottom of their garden there are, I wonder if you know, I'm not going to change the slide here, I'm going to let the elephants catch up. 1 elephant, 2 elephant, 3 elephant, 4 elephants, 5 elephants. What's the missing word? 6 elephants, 7 elephants, 8 elephants, 9 elephants, 10 elephants, the 11 elephants, 12 elephants. It's actually, you know what? This is very interesting because this is a story I've never told before. I've prepared this especially. And I thought this was a universal idea. I thought everybody in the world knew this. And I went on to the Lesson Stream Facebook group this morning and said, does anyone know what the missing word is? Is this universal? And it's not. In the United Kingdom, everybody has fairies living at the bottom of their garden. So there's something cultural that you may not have known about. Okay, the next thing, questions I would have for my students, toadstools, and fairies and toadstools. The next thing would be to ask my students, pretending you're my students, which of these things do you believe in, if any of them at all? Do you believe in witches? Do you believe in vampires? Do you believe in ghosts? Do you believe in gnomes? Do you believe in fairies? Do you believe in angels? Just occurred, do you think that angel looks a bit like, a little bit like me? That was not intentional, by the way. Yeah. So I'm going to guess that most people wouldn't believe in any of these, but we can't be sure because I know that there are some people who believe in fairies, and there's many people who believe in ghosts, and some people even believe in angels. Okay, and the last question for you, and this is a bit of a strange question, but it might be more relevant to your teenagers, is can you remember the very first photograph you ever took? Of course you can't. Of course you can't. What a stupid question. Can you remember the very first photograph you ever took? Of course you can't. Can you? Maybe a better question was, or would be, can you recall or retrieve or find the very first photograph you put on Facebook or the very first photograph you put on Instagram? Maybe that would be a better question. But I think I like the very first photograph you ever took because that is more relevant to this story. Now, this is a really special story. A really special story. I know that slide is blank. Don't worry, it's supposed to be. This is a story that's going to convince you of the existence of the paranormal. Okay? This is going to convince you of the existence of the paranormal. It's about two young girls, and it's about the very first photograph that they ever took. I wonder if anyone here has seen this photograph before. I did a talk, and Eva was my moderator, and I told the story behind this photograph. And that there's my little sister being terrorized by a chicken. She's crying because she doesn't like the chicken, and her very mean big brother, that's me, took this photograph. And the reason I'm showing this photograph is my sister always used to tell us, me, my mum, my dad, my little brother, that there were fairies at the bottom of our garden. Typical little girl, typical my sister. Fairies at the bottom of the garden, you know? And we used to say, no, there weren't fairies at the bottom of your garden, Susie. You're talking nonsense. But that was my little sister. And eventually she grew out of it and admitted to me that she never really saw fairies. It was just some little girl stuff that she was doing. And it makes me think of these two little girls. This story goes back to 100 years ago. 100 years ago. And some of you possibly weren't even born then. Am I right? The story starts in 1917, and these two little girls you see here, this is Elsie on the left, she's the older one, she's 16 years old, and that's Frances on the right, she's the younger one, she's 9 years old, and they are cousins. They are cousins. And Frances, the younger one, used to like hanging out with her big cousin, Elsie, at Elsie's house in this little village in Yorkshire in the United Kingdom called Cottingley. And they used to have a great time, and they used to have adventures just as little girls do, you know. And they used to claim, just like my little sister, like many girls do, that at the bottom of their garden, which is what you can see in the photograph right now, there's this little stream, which is a word for a little river, just in this area right beside the little stream, there were fairies. And of course, Elsie's mum and her dad, Frances's aunt and uncle, they would have none of it. They didn't believe it. They would always say, come on, girls, stop talking nonsense. But these little girls did not take no for an answer, and they wanted to prove it. And so what they did was Elsie, that's the older cousin, borrowed her father's camera for the afternoon. I wonder if you can guess what the camera looked like. Not this. It looked like this. This is called a midge camera. And she borrowed her father's midge camera for the afternoon. They went away to the bottom of the garden, to the stream. They came back, and the product of this afternoon, you'll never guess, was one photograph. And in this photograph, Frances, the younger girl, the cousin, you can see her, and in front of her face, dancing in front of her face, were 4 real fairies. I'm going to show you this photograph, and this is a very famous photograph, and I suspect that some of you may have seen this before, judging from the comments I've seen. This is Francis. Incredible, don't you think? Now, over the next 3 or 4 years, the 2 girls, they repeated this process, and the result was exactly 5 photographs. 5 photographs of fairies. Actually, one of the photographs, this one here, had a gnome. But real fairies, or in this case a gnome, captured on camera. Look at that. Real fairies. And this became a real talking point in Elsie's household. It divided her mother and her father. Her father was completely skeptical about this. Remember that if you were my students, I would have pre-taught a lot of the language, a lot of the words that you're meeting here. So skeptical, this would be great for a B1 class, maybe a B2 class. Skeptical is one of the words that we would have pre-taught in anticipation of this. Her father was completely skeptical. He didn't believe any of it. He thought that this was just some game, but he didn't know how the girls had created these photographs. And so her father would go up to Elsie's bedroom when Elsie wasn't at home and look under her bed, on her desk, in her drawers, in her wardrobe. He'd even go down to the bottom of the garden by the stream and look in the area beside it just to look for a clue, something, anything that might give him a clue as to how they created these photographs. Now, Elsie's mother was much less skeptical. She believed in the paranormal, and she believed in fairies, and she took these pictures to her local Theosophical Society. And she showed the pictures to some quite important members at the Theosophical Society, this society, this spiritual religious group. And they were incredibly excited by them. I mean, really excited. They thought that these photographs provided proof for the existence of fairies. And through the Theosophical Society, the photographs eventually reached this man, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, this very famous writer, the creator of Sherlock Holmes. And Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, you may not know this, but was very interested in the paranormal world. And by complete coincidence, he was writing a story, or I should say an article at that time. And you'll never guess what the article was about. It was an article about fairies. So Arthur Conan Doyle believed in fairies, and so he asked Elsie's father for permission to publish the images in the article that he was writing, and Elsie's father said yes. And you can actually find this article online. And these images became infamous in the United Kingdom. Everybody saw them, everybody knew about them, everybody was talking about them, and they seemed to polarize people. Opinion was divided. Some people believed that it demonstrated the existence of fairies. Other people said, no way, fairies don't exist. What nonsense. And I wonder what you think. Do these images demonstrate or prove the existence of fairies or not? And if they don't, then how do you think these 2 girls made them? I think you'll see that there's a lot of questions in this story, many questions, many opportunities for your students to come in and share their ideas, their opinions, their own stories, maybe even if they're short. And unfortunately, because of this time delay and because of the nature of what we're working with here, there is no possibility for me to bring you in, but I know you would have a lot to say. So anyway, it wasn't until the 1980s that Elsie, that's the older cousin, admitted to the world that they had never seen any fairies, that all 5 of them were faked. And she told us how she did it. She'd taken this popular children's book at the time and taken some of the illustrations of these dancing women or dancing girls. They'd copied them. Elsie, the older one, had copied them onto cardboard with a lot of technical skill. They'd cut them out. So here are the pictures taken from the photographs. You can see that they added wings, and they cut them out. They stuck them into the ground with pins, and that is how they did it. Isn't that absolutely ingenious? Isn't that fantastic? I'd like you just to take a moment right now to give Elsie and Francis the credit that they are due for this, you know? Isn't that just ingenious? If they were alive today, I'm pretty sure that they would have tens of millions of followers on Instagram. And it wouldn't be all that stuff of people looking good, you know, posing. It would be good stuff. And I would definitely be one of their followers. Now, that's sort of the end of the story, except that it isn't. Any good story like this has many, many layers. More questions from your students, for example. And there's lots of places you could take this. But let me just say 3 things here. Number one, something I've already said, that story was a text. And I was actually using notes to help me tell it to you, because I mentioned before, I've not told this story before. This is the very first time I've used it. So the story was a text. If you'd been my students, I would have pre-taught lots of language from it. But I did activate it. I did give you clues about where the story was going, aid your comprehension, the kind of internal prediction by asking those 7 questions that we started with. Who is this? Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, etc., etc. So it is a text. We can treat it as any text, as we would with any text, but it's embodied as the teacher. We can slow down, we can speed up, we can pause to ask questions, we can find ways to kind of make connections, a word that I heard Sonia making connections. This is what story does with our students. And that's the first thing I'd like to say. The second thing, you can visually enhance your stories, which is exactly what I've done right now. Visually enhance your stories. It's great for comprehension. But the third thing I want to share with you is a little technique that I like to use. And it's a very simple technique, and it's going to wake up your students. That story I told you was exactly true in the way that I researched it. I've researched this story. I've spent some time researching it. And according to everything that I've read, that was how it happened, with one little exception. There's one tiny little fact that I changed. Something I told you that was not true. And your students' task now would be to go online and find out what that detail is. Go to Wikipedia, for example. That's been one of my primary sources for preparing this story. And this is going to make students say, oh, wait a minute, we need to hear the story again, which is fantastic, because that gives you, the teacher, a license and a reason, a real reason for you to repeat the story. In other words, to revisit the text. And if we want to draw attention to language in the text, multiple repetitions of it is a good thing. So this time, students have got a different task. Before they were just listening. Now they've got a task. What could be the detail that their teacher told them that is missing from the story? Tell them the story 3 times if you can, you know? But it's like, do you like the story? Did you enjoy the story? Would you like me to tell you what the task is? What the detail is? And then we'll finish up. I always think about my own grandmother, because this is not the detail, just a little thought. My grandmother, you know, was I think she was born at the wrong time. You know, she had to do all the things that women at that time were expected to do, to get married, to be a housewife, to have children, you know, and I think that was not the life she wanted. And when I think about that, and I think about Elsie and Francis, you know, these living in a world that, you know, doing something like this was, I imagine it was just a practical joke that got out of control. But there's some interviews with them online. You can see these two elderly women. They've both passed on now, talking about what they did. And I really encourage you to go to see it. Now, the detail that I was talking about was, in fact, Elsie and Francis here, they claimed that they had seen fairies, and that all 4 of these pictures were fake, but they always claimed that this one was in fact real. So that's it. Okay, last thing to say, and then I'm finished. Some of you might know about the Lesson Stream Story course that's starting next week. It'd be great to have you involved. This is a course for learning to use story to engage your students, get them doing stuff. It's a course where I'll be sharing lots of practical ideas and lesson plans, like this story, for example, lesson plan coming, and also to develop your storytelling skills and confidence and help your students do the same. Teachers talk too much. I think by embracing story, we can develop our teacher talk, make it more concise, and actually reduce our teacher talk and improve our classroom communication skills. This is a course that's exclusively for Lesson Stream members. We're going to move through it over the next 12 months. There are 12 units, 12 story posts, very practical, and this is exclusively for Lesson Stream members. So when you join the membership, you're going to get access to the course, and I would love to have you on the course. And how do I share a link here? I wanted to share a link, moderators and Eba.
Yeah, could you send me the link and I will share it in the chat box?
That would be a pleasure for me to do so. Is that Eva speaking?
Yeah. Eva
I'm going
speaking.
Okay, well, it's been lovely to, I hope that gives a little bit of a, you know, just a very last thing to say. A story is just a text. Of all the texts that I know, it is by far the most engaging kind of text. You can find yourself in it. More importantly, find your students in it. That's the teacher's job. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you, Eva, for moderating me. And Olga, and thank you to you, everyone, for being here. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jimmy. And just as you can see on my screen, this is actually my screen now. I have the same slide about Lesson Stream story course. As you can see, I'd like to invite you to join a practical course for busy teachers. It sounds fantastic, you know, all of us are busy at the moment. So, as you can see here, just crystal clear instructions. In order to take part in this course, all you have to do is join the Lesson Stream membership before the 1st of June. And actually, you can see the link on the slide, but I will put it in the chat box later on. It will be an active one, and you can go and join the Lesson Stream membership just immediately, because you see, before the 1st of June. Okay, thank you, Jamie. Once again, thank you. And we should move on.
Yeah, can you believe that this is the last speaker to come?
Dear participants, I promise this is the last yellow box for today. Yeah. And actually, it's not about joking. I do like these lines, like throughout the unusual and challenging years that were 2020, 2021, it was sometimes a struggle to look beyond the next few weeks or even days into the future. And it's really interesting for me to know, what do you think? What's your own idea about the future of education? So what would you put instead of that yellow box when we're thinking about the future of education? Because so many things have changed.
We have excited here in the comments, enthusiastic.
Yeah, I'm excited about the future of education. That's perfect. Enthusiastic, lovely. Thank you. Any other ideas? Because what I have in my mind about it, just I'm really hopeful about the future of education. And this is the presentation. Here, yeah, here is. Someone is worried. And this is a presentation I was looking forward to. So where do we go from here? Fantastic question, isn't it? And before we start, before we announce our speaker, I'd like to invite one more person. If you remember, we started with a wonderful and brilliant talk given by Ms. Tamar Delitza, and she's again with us. Tamar, hi.
Hi, ladies. I'm here with you.
Hello again.
Hello again.
I know that you just had a huge wish to present this person.
Yes. Let me present a great friend of mine. So LSR Grant, LSR, and who is an experienced English teacher, at the same time teacher trainer, academic director, ELT author, and public speaker. He's the head of English at Colegio Nuevo de Las Lamas in Buenos Aires, and a teacher trainer for both International House Montevideo and International House Lima, where he runs Cambridge Delta One and teacher training course. He works at the same time as a consultant for English language professors at Technical University in Buenos Aires, where he lectured on both discourse analysis and methodology. He also has been director of the studies at English Language House Montevideo, at International House San Isidro, and the Colegio San Luis in Victoria, Buenos Aires. But he holds also honors degree in English literature and philosophy from the University of Warwick in the United Kingdom, and has completed International House Certificate of Advanced Methodology, all modules of Cambridge Delta and Cambridge Trainer Certificate. So at the same time, so let me introduce him as a great presenter during pandemic of one of my favorite shows, I can call it. We're all in this together. Thanks to him and to his to Flo, we were very honored. At the same time, we were privileged to meet and greet legends of EFL community such as Professor Crystal, so Professor Stephen Krashen, and many others, award-winning ELT material developers. And I would like to thank him. At the same time, I would like to thank him and for this great opportunity. At the same time, thank you for accepting this offer and to be among us as this final speaker of the day. Thank you and good luck to the speaker. Floor is yours, dear Alistair.
Yeah, so where do we go from here?
Yeah.
Here we
everybody.
go. Hello, Alistair. Hello.
Hello.
So fantastic to see four of us together.
Yeah.
I know, isn't it great? I was just thinking that. Yeah, and
that's
thank
nice.
you for the lovely introduction, Tamar. That's really
my pleasure.
I nearly cried, but I stopped myself.
Yeah, and we have in comments. Miss Nelly mentioned impressive bio. Just it could be a separate presentation, a separate speed. Okay, so we're giving you floor. Could you just share your screen, please?
Yes, let's see if this works. We've practiced this, haven't we? So what can possibly go wrong? Let's see.
I'm presumably okay, no worries.
How does that look?
Yeah, I can see a screen. I'm adding it. Yep.
Great.
So see you in 25 minutes.
Perfect.
Wishing you luck.
Thank you very much, Eva. Thank you, Olga, and thank you very much, Tamar. I'm delighted to be here. Hi, everybody. First of all, I just want to check something techie and uninteresting. But when I change my slide, if you can all see it, I'm gonna use the Jamie Keddy tactic of counting elephants. So I might count Alistair's, because I realize that Alistair's got the same amount of syllables as elephant, which is a bit worrying, actually. So where do we go from here, from response pedagogy to post-pandemic education? And this is a picture I wanted to share with you first. Can you all see it? You've got Aladdin saying, "Take my hand, Jasmine," and Jasmine squirting hand sanitizer onto his hand. And why do you think I chose that as a strange picture to start us off with? Well, the reason, good, I can see people commenting in the chat box. Great, good, that's fantastic. So the reason I chose this is because everything is going to be different. There's a new world coming after this, and we, all of us together here, are helping to create it. So let's talk a little bit about that, first of all. So first of all, though, before anything else, a warning for you. This presentation contains high levels of audience participation. So if you thought you could just sit back and relax, I'm afraid you cannot. You have been warned. Okay? You have been warned. Okay, so everybody, let's start off. I thought what would be a good idea would be to start off with a warmer. Let me explain how it's going to work. This is just an example, okay? I'm going to show you some pictures that represent bands. So here is the first picture, and you have to guess which band you think this represents, which musical group you think this represents. So as you can see, you've got, well, you've got a set of three, I think, 3 doors there. So for example, that would represent the band, oops, the Doors. Okay, so good, exactly. So I'm looking at both StreamYard and YouTube at the same time. I've taken Tamara and Eva's suggestion of doing the double screen thing. So far, it's okay. Okay, good. So you got the idea. Perfect. Right. In a second, I'm going to show you like 12 of these. Okay, and they're going to have a number next to the picture. So what I want you to do in the chat box is write the number and the name of the group. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, go. There you go. So how many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, and 15. There is a 13. I haven't removed that for, you know, superstition reasons or anything like that. But you will see why in a minute. I have done that. Okay, so let's see. Number 4 is Queen. Very good. Maria Vergara. Absolutely. I think. Yes. Good. Okay. Number 2, Guns N' Roses. Great. I see there's a strong Argentine contingent getting the answers. Good. Okay, great. 14, The Police. Great, Claudia. What else do we have here? I'm just going to give you like 20 more seconds with this, I think. 15, The Beatles. Very good. 4, Smashing Pumpkins. Good. Nobody normally gets that one. Great. 15, The Scorpions. It's not actually the Scorpions. Other smaller insects of that ilk. Yes, Claudia, the Beatles. Okay, so there is one that is missing, number 13. Now, by the way, we've got Pearl Jam is number 1. We've got Guns N' Roses. Listen, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to share with you my contact details at the end of this. And if you would like to get this along with the key and all the material, then please get in touch. I'd be very happy to share this with you. Okay, so question for you. Number 13 is, the picture is a little bit inappropriate. Okay, so I thought what I would do is I would give you the choice, right? Would you like to see it or not? If the answer is no, that's just fine, and we just go ahead and we move on to the next thing. But if you say yes, then that's totally on you. And like I say, the picture, obviously, yeah, it represents a band as well. Okay, so just a yes or a no, and then I will show the picture. I'm going to have some tea in the meantime. Okay, we got a yes. We've got several yeses. Yes, sure. Okay, right. All right, you asked for it, everybody. You asked for it. Here we go. There is the picture. I did warn you. Sorry, SR Teaching. I did warn you. So what is the group that represents? It's a very famous 70s British group. Super famous punk band, number 13. Anybody know what it is? 1, Alistair, 2, Alistair, 3, Alistair, 4, Alistair. Any second, I'm sure someone's going to get it. I think it was Sid Vicious who was the front person of this band, and Nancy, I can't remember her name now, Spudgeon, I think it was, something like that. Okay, very good. I think that's Lilia. I'm looking at, sorry, I keep looking over here at the YouTube, that's why. Lilia, very good. It's the Sex Pistols. Congratulations. Annalia got it as well. Excellent. Very good. Okay, so why are we beginning with this? Sarah Mercer, who we're going to hear a bit more from in this session right now, says that warmers are seen as extra, For me, they are the foundation. I firmly believe this as well. And Professor Sarah Mercer was somebody who we were interviewing last year. We're going to talk a little bit more about her at the end. Okay, I did warn you there's going to be lots of audience participation in this, so please feel very free to use the chat box. Okay, all right. So where do we go from here? When I was thinking about this session, I was thinking, okay, the inspiration, where does it come from here? And in the We're All in This Together that Florencia and I were doing last year, you may recognize some of the people that we interviewed. Does anyone recognize any of the people in this picture here? This is from our Facebook group. Now you do, Alicia. Now you do. So we've got many luminaries of language teaching right there, and there's some of the people we're going to be talking about in this session now. Okay, first of all, we're going to start with Jeremy Harmer. Jeremy Harmer, who we interviewed in June last year, gosh, it's nearly a year ago now, I can't believe it, said the following. He said, if I had to give one piece of advice, if I had to give one piece of advice to teachers today, it would be to buddy up. Find somebody to talk to. Perfect. So let's have a look at that right now. Okay. This is a little activity to help your students buddy up and for you to buddy up with the students as well. It's called Would You Rather. And like, for example, if I were to ask you, which of the two would you rather eat for the rest of your life? Would it be vegetables, fruit and vegetables, or would it be junk food? Which one would it be? Please put your answer in the chat box. Feel free to go ahead and do that right now. And it would just be one or the other. It's either the fruit and vegetables or the junk food. There's no mid ground between these two. Okay, so go ahead and put your answer in the chat box right now. In the meantime, I'm going to show you some others as well. Okay, so for example, would you rather A or B? A, always be 20 minutes late for important events, or B, always be 2 hours early for everything else. Oh, we've got lots of, by the way, the fruit and vegetables. Yeah, life is short. Yeah, that's very true, Annalie. That's very true. Okay, very good. So what about the early and late thing? Have a think about that. Please put your answer in the chat box. Another one for you. Would you rather A, have a pause button in your life or a rewind button? Which would it be? A or B? Pause button or a rewind button? Have a think about that. And in a second, I'm going to ask one last question related to this. Okay. Maria would rather be 20 minutes. Yeah, 2 hours early is quite early, isn't it, to be fair? All right. So last question coming up. And this is very interesting to do with your students. You don't have to get them to expand on this, right? It is a rather complex question. Not as complex as what I'm about to show you now. You thought that was complex. Look at this. Here comes your final question. Would you rather A, be able to detect any lie you hear, or B, be able to get away with any lie you tell? What about that one? That's a little bit more complicated, that one, to answer, I should imagine. Okay, I'm just entering to my computer here to try and get the YouTube up. Okay, very good. So this is quite fun to do with your students. They'll find out a lot of things about each other. You find a lot of things out about them. You also find out a lot of things about yourself. And there are so many of these binary choice questions that you can find and that you can think of yourself as well. He said, buddy up, Jeremy Harmer, find somebody to talk to, okay? Very similar to what the great J.J. Wilson said, the esteemed author both of ELT writing and of fiction as well. J.J. Wilson said the following: you never know enough. You're never finished. You're never complete. You're never a perfect teacher because you can always learn more. Keep learning. A lot of people would say that, you know, they can just continue to perfect themselves all the time. I think that is very, very, very true. I totally agree with what J.J. Wilson says here. Here's a little idea for this. If any of you use Zoom, for example, with your teaching or teacher training, with your teachers or with your coordinator, it's a nice little idea to use breakout rooms to do this. When you start a meeting, have a little breakout room just for 2 minutes and get teachers in pairs, only in pairs, to tell each other something really good that's happened in the last week or month teaching. Then bring them back to the main room, everybody together, and everyone can share what each other said. I really agree with JJ Wilson. I would say that during my teacher training, I'm pretty sure that I've learned more from observing other teachers in the classroom than from anything else in terms of the teacher training that I've done. Yeah, absolutely, lifelong learning. I totally agree, Tamar. Okay, very good. Scott Thornbury, Sunday, the 2nd of August last year, said the following: give the students what they want. Once you've got a motive, you've got motivation. And I'm going to give you some motivation now. If your first name starts with a letter between A and M in the alphabet, you are team 1. Remember that. Whereas if your name starts with a letter from N to Z, you are in team 2. So just quickly in the chat box, which team are you in, first of all? Are you in team 1 or are you in team 2? I've even got like a little place that Ferencia's little sister lent me that I can write the scores for this down in. So are you in team 1 or are you in team 2? Good, okay. Right, okay, there's lots of team 2 people. That's interesting. And plenty of team 1 as well. Just put the number in the chat box. That is perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go ahead with this. I'm going to show you, this is from a course book on the pulse by Macmillan. I'm going to show you a little exercise from it. Now, here is the situation. This is just an example, okay? You can see that you have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pictures of human rights activists or organizations in the boxes below. I'm going to show you a definition. What you have to do is put in the chat box which person or organization that clue represents. For example, this first one, he was the leader of the American Civil Rights Organization. So again, you've got them all down there in the chat box. You've got Mother Teresa, Martin Luther King. Sorry, I'm trying to read the other names, and the StreamYard thing is covering them. I can only see Mandela and Amnesty International. Ah, there we go. I can kind of see if I look at that. Good. Exit full screen mode. I should. Okay, perfect. So yeah, exactly. So here we go. This is how it's going to work. Your team will get points depending on how fast you are. Very good. Yeah, that was Martin Luther King. So here is the next one. She was an Indian pacifist. She worked with the poor and the sick. Who is that? A, B, C, D, or the full name in the chat box, please. Okay, so great. Lovely. Okay, so we've got answers coming through. That is fantastic. Okay, who was first? Analia was first. You are in team 1. That is 1 point for team 1. Let's do another one. It's a humanitarian organization. It works to defend human rights around the world. A lot of volunteers and fundraisers make the work of the organizations possible. Right. Who is this time? Dun, 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 dun. So I've got a bit of a cough. That's why I'm drinking so much tea. All right. So who is this? Wow, that's quick. Okay, Victoria. That is a point for team 2. Okay, just because of time, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do one more. The score right now, everybody, is 1 point to team 1 and 1 point to team 2. So this is the decider. Okay, this is the decider. Here we go. Concentrate. Number 4. She's an activist. She fights for the rights of indigenous people in Guatemala. The first person to get this one, team 1 or team 2, gets the point and wins this round, let's say. Right, so who is it? No, not C. We're talking about Guatemala here. D. Mary, you were the first. No, Analia, you were the first. Very good, Analia. So that is another point for team 1. The score at the moment is 2 points to team 1 and 1 point to team 2. Okay, so you see how this activity works. And I think gamifying the activities that we do in class can really help with the focus and engagement of our students. A lot of us are teaching online this year still, and some of us blended, some of it face-to-face, some of it online. And doing things like this can really make it a lot more engaging for our students. We interviewed Dr. Thomas Hurt, an expert in multiple intelligences who works with the great Dr. Howard Gardner. He said, there's a lot of ways to be smart. Let's find out what you do well and help you use that. This is one of the key tenets of multiple intelligence theory. So what I'm going to show you is two ways of doing the same kind of activity using different multiple intelligences, okay? This is how it works. I'm going to show you a little card you can see here. You've got 6 items of clothing on the card. In the following card, you're going to see almost exactly the same items of clothing, but only one of those items of clothing is repeated. Depending which team write down which item of clothing it is first, they get the point. 3, 2, 1, go for it. Which is the only item of clothing that is repeated here? Dum, bum, 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 bum. Let's have a look. And of course, you've got to write down the full item of clothing, okay? Because we can't do letters here. So let's see. Wow, Sandals, Analia, you are on fire today, Analia. That is another point for Team 1. Very good. Okay, right, next one coming up. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. What is repeated this time, everybody? What is the item of clothing that is repeated in the next one? I think we're going to do one more of these after this. The score is heavily in favor of Team 1 at the moment, by the way. It's not actually a swimsuit. There is a swimsuit, but that's not the one that's repeated, Silvina. It is the underwear, Victoria. Victoria, you're doing very well for Team 2. That's another point for Team 2. Now, we're going to do one more. Team 2, if you get this one right, then you even the scores, okay? Here we go. Go for it. What is the repeated item of clothing this time? Let's see, let's see. What is our repeated item of clothing now? Let's see. So we've got several things here. We've got boots, shoes, sandals, t-shirts, slippers, and flip-flops. It is t-shirt. Who was first with the t-shirt? It was Ana Maria Logojan. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, but Ana Maria, you are in Team 1. That means it's another point for Team 1. The score, everybody, is 4 points to Team 1 and 2 points to Team 2. Okay, very good. You see how this game works? It is called Double, the game, and you can find loads of these different lexical sets. It really depends on, what lexical set you're looking at with your students. These are clothes, but you've got food, you've got all sorts of things. In fact, if you look on Pinterest, you've got literally hundreds of different double cards that you can use either face-to-face in class or just like I've done online. Again, I'll share with you my contact details at the end. If you want any more information about it, just write to me. That's perfect. Okay, just going to have a quick check of the time now. Jolly good. Okay, what is it that you can see on your screen in front of you right now? This should give you a little clue. What is this thing? I mean, you see it when you open any course book that you happen to be using. It's in the front of nearly every course book that you use. So it should be it should be a fairly familiar thing to you, divided by units, and you've got vocabulary and grammar there. So yeah, you can, Victoria. Sorry, I've just seen Victoria's comment. Yes, you can play double online if you create it yourself. Okay, so this is the contents page of a course book, for example. Okay, so what we're going to do now is show you another way of revising vocabulary. This is called Coursebook Pictionary Revision, and this is how it works. I am going to, now you probably can't see the writing's kind of small, but everything's divided up into lexical sets, which is how vocabulary in course books are divided, of course. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a picture of a certain item of vocabulary on the screen, and I would like you to guess what on earth it is that I'm trying to draw, okay? Now, I'm going to use, obviously, one of the categories that we've got in the course book, so I'm just going to pick one now. All right, everybody, here we go. So the first person to understand what on earth it is I'm trying to draw wins, okay? So here we go. Like I say, this is in one of the categories of the course book. You see, I'm not exactly an artist. I'm trying to think of other things to make this look better, but I can't, to be honest. Okay, so it's a burger. How on earth Did you get that? That is fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic, Dara. So I'm going to put you put another point there. That is fantastic. It's actually, were you the first person to say that? Yes, you were. Absolutely great. Absolutely great. So that is another point. Team one are doing absolutely brilliantly. It's got to be. So I'm just delighted that you could tell that was a burger, to be honest, because I thought that was one of the worst drawings I've ever, well, done or seen in my life. Good. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. Dr. Herbert Puchter said the following. Dr. Herbert Puchter said, hang on, I'm trying to get rid of the there we go, that's better. He said, keep a sense of humor. It is impossible not to keep a sense of humor while playing this game, Lockdown Shopping List. Well, we're not going to do it right now. Oh, Victoria, say you were first. I'm going to check. I'm going to check in the chat box, Victoria, because I need written proof, you see. So it's impossible not to keep a sense of humor while you're playing this game with your students. Again, this is about lexical sets. For example, if you ask your students while they are on screen, if you're teaching virtually, to go and grab some items from where they live. And I've done this many, many times before, both in conferences and with students. So a pen and a novel, one vegetable, a toothbrush and some soap, and they have to run away from the screen and they have to come back. And the first one to bring the object is the winner. This is how it works. I was actually going to ask everybody out there to tell me to go and get something from my house, but I'm just a little bit worried about time, plus running away from my laptop and forgetting that my earplugs in and breaking everything. Okay, let's move on. Adrian Underhill, who was one of our favorite guests on We're All in This Together, said the following: the student's job is to learn the language. Your job is to learn the students. The student's job is to learn the language. Your job as teachers is to learn the students. I love this quote. This is one of the final activities. In fact, I believe it is the final activity that we are going to do. This is called Pronunciation Stepping Stone. Some of you may well have seen this before. Now, just to say something, I did this in a conference with Adrian earlier this year, and I apologize to him, Adrian Underhill, in creator, amongst other things, of the phonemic chart. And I said, oh, you've seen this before, Adrian? And he said, I love it. So I hope you enjoy this activity. If not, Adrian Underhill likes this activity, so I'm very, very happy with that. So this is how it works. You can see 3 little characters. What I would like you to do is choose one of those characters. I want you to put the name of the character in the box that you are going to choose now, please. So you can either choose Dora the Explorer, you can choose Snoopy, or you can choose Tintin and his little dog Snowy. So please go ahead and put in the chat box which of those characters you would like to choose. They represent you. Right, Claudia's going for Dora, for example. Okay. All right, so here's how this works. You're going to see that above the characters' heads in a second are going to appear some phonemes representing, well, obviously different sounds. The idea is this. So, for example, Lilia chose Snoopy, okay? The dog with the map. So what Snoopy has to do, Snoopy has to get to camp. Snoopy's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps to get to camp across the crocodile-infested river. In front of each of your characters, you see different objects. Now, these different objects represent different phonemes, which are now appearing above your characters' heads, okay? So above Dora the Explorer, you've got V for vase. Above Snoopy's head, you've got I for mill. And above Tintin's head, you've got Th for bath. Now, in my teaching and learning context, students generally do have some challenges trying to produce B, I, and Th, those 3 phonemes. Please, with your students, do this with whichever phonemes you believe they find most challenging when they're speaking. Your job is the following, okay? What you have to do is you have to think of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 more back to camp, 5 words with the phoneme that is above your character's head, okay? So again, you've got V for vase, mill, and you've got for I and bath for the Th phoneme. So what I want you to do, don't type anything in the chat box yet. Nothing. Nada. Niet. I'm trying to think of other languages, nothing in other languages, and I'm seriously struggling. Rien. There you go, that's French. You need to think of 5 different words that have that phoneme in it. And when I say go, I'm going to count down from 3. I want you to put all of them, you can put all of them in the chat box now, but only when I say go can you hit return and send, okay? And the first person to get all 5 words with one of those phonemes in it that represents your character is the one that gets across the river first. And I'm going to give you 3 points for your team, okay? So prepare. You can enter them in the chat box, but don't press return yet, okay? I'm going to count down. Actually, I'm going to count down from 5, I've decided. So here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Go ahead. Hit return and send those words. Hopefully all of the words that you're going to send, like I say, have got that phoneme in it. So again, Dora's got V for vase. Oh, here we go. Wow, that was quick. Look at this. Claudia, vote, veil, victory, violet, vampire. I believe that Claudia is the winner. I said 3 points, didn't I? Team 2, do you want the bad news or the good news? The bad news, if you're in Team 2, is that you still only have 2 points, whereas Team 1 now have 8 points. But Team 2, I'll try and think of some good news by the end of the session, I promise. Okay, what have we got? Look at this, you've done really well. Fish, kiss, gym, history, thin, strength, south, smooth, skin, thick, milk, sink, sick, rip, trip, brilliant. Do this like I say, hill, il, bin, sin, it, great, with any phonemes that your students in your learning context find challenging to pronounce. Analia, it doesn't matter, you got the points anyway. You got the gold star, absolutely. Good, okay, so we're coming to the end now, but I could not end this session without talking about the great Stephen Krashen, who Tamar mentioned earlier on, who, wow, it was over a year ago we interviewed him now. That's quite incredible, actually. Stephen Krashen said, the beginning stage of all second and foreign language learning is listening to stories. You were just listening to some fantastic tales with Jamie Keddy earlier on. And how does this relate to us here and now today? This activity is called the 1-minute summary. I will explain. It's a nice little idea, either in class, face-to-face, or online on Zoom, just to take 60 seconds, which you're going to do right now at the end of a class, to ask your students this question, to, in 60 seconds only, summarize what we looked at in class today. Every single student will come away with different things that were important to them. And because it's only 60 seconds, it's not like they have time to get bored with the activity. And that's what you're going to do right now. But what I want you to talk about, again, I'm going to give you 60 seconds in the chat box, is the following. At the 3rd International ELT Marathon Teachers Voice event, we looked at what? So I want you to fill the chat box with what you looked at. And again, don't press return yet until 60 seconds have elapsed, okay? So what have you seen in the whole day today? And I'm going to time 60 seconds starting now. So please think about all the great presenters that you've seen today, starting from Hugh Della, for example, and continuing with some great ideas that we've had from everybody in the session, okay? Not only the ones from the start, but like everything that you have seen will be absolutely fantastic. So please write in the chat box everything that you can think of right now. That would be absolutely great. So you've got 30 seconds left. You've now got 30 seconds left to fill the chat box with everything else that you can remember, everything else that has made an impact on you that you have seen today. Of course, there'll be many things. Okay, you've got about 10 seconds left, by the way. Think of everything. Think of George, think of Gulnara, think of Paul, Victoria, Pinar, Ina. We've had so many people today. Sonia, Samad, the great and famous Nelly, of course. So let's see. All right. Okay, so we've got motivating teachers, a window. I like the metaphor of the window, definitely. Go ahead. You can now hit return and show us the ideas that you've picked up through this wonderful event. A collaborative, interactive teamwork, Azra. Thank you very much. Great. This is a really nice little idea to do at the end of class. Like I say, however many students you've got in your classroom, everyone will come away with a different story. Everyone's got their own story. Look, there's some great things that everyone's writing in the chat box. This is wonderful. Look at all this. We've got summaries of everything in the last day of this great teaching event. The final thing I want to share with you is what the wonderful Professor Sarah Mercer said in her interview. And this links exactly to what ESR Teaching and Learning have provided for us today. She said the following: the teaching community coming together across educational settings, cultures, and countries, thinking together collectively with our global shared educator identities is empowering and uplifting. And that is exactly what everyone at ESR Teaching has provided us with on this great day of teacher training. So little remains for me apart to say thank you so much to Eva, to Olga, to Tamara, to everyone, to all of you and all the speakers and everyone who's been involved today in this wonderful event, in this online marathon. And yeah, like I said, you've got my contact details right there. I'm very, very happy to share the presentation with you. So please do get in touch, and I'd be very happy to do that. And like I say, share all the material with you. I totally agree with what Tamar has just said. We should never stop joining our hands internationally, even after the pandemic. I think I'm going to totally steal Tamar's idea here, but I think if there's one thing that the pandemic has taught us, it's exactly that, is that we're better at sorting things out together than we are individually. So thank you very, very much, everybody. I don't know whether, oh, here comes Olga. Hello, Olga. Hello, Eva.
Thank you very much. If only you could have seen me, I was smiling like crazy listening to you. Just thank you. All those words, they just touched my heart. Thank you very much. I don't have enough words to tell you how grateful I am for everything you've done and for all those words and ideas. And yes, it's just what I always preach. We should join our hands, and it doesn't matter what country we are from, because we are doing the same job in Ukraine, in Azerbaijan, Georgia, Argentina, India. We had so many countries, Kazakhstan, Poland, yep, and so on and so forth.
Greece, Azerbaijan, Philippines, Poland, Turkey, quite a lot of places.
Quite a lot of countries, yeah.
By the way, do you like the photos that I stole from the YouTube earlier? I was trying to find a good one, and I was like moving the progress bar just like 0.5 millimeter all the time.
Not to forget Cambodia as well. Yeah, thank you very much for joining us. Yep. I can't believe we've been doing that for 7 hours.
7 hours, 9 minutes, 55 seconds.
Yeah, that's it. And I'd like to remind you what we've had so far. I'd like to thank you, Tala,
George Raptopoulos, Gulnara Gurbanova as well. Yeah.
Gulnara
Victoria
Gurbanova,
Besarab,
Penar Sikman,
Inna Pienkovska,
Jan Barbaika Gazbayev,
Tyler Sharf,
Nelly Kuhanashvili,
Samat Samado,
Sonia Cook,
Jamie Keddy, and of course to you, Alistair
Grant. Thank you very much. I can't believe we've done it. Thank you very much for joining us. Yes, I can see Cambodia. I can see Greece, Turkey,
Morocco.
Morocco. Thank you for sharing expertise. Morocco. Thank you, Morocco, for joining us. Thank you, Azra, as far as I remember, Iran. Yep, thank you. Thank you so much. Christina, I believe Georgia. Yep, thank you. And yeah, thank you, Kazakhstan. You know, I know all the participants. So, and I have to say, this is the end of this marathon, but this is not just the end totally. And I should say, see you in August as usual. We will have our next marathon, like back to school teachers' voice. Thank you very much. See you.
See you